At night on the street, suddenly there was a sigh from a young man. Lunian was carrying his bag and walking down the street while muttering, "Today I failed another interview. It's so difficult to find a job these days. When will my life get better?" A little introduction. My name is Lunian. I'm an ordinary university graduate. Today is the 18th time I've been rejected for an interview. The recruiter then smiled at him a few times and replied, "We just need to work hard. No days off. Call at any time. Your salary request is too high, not suitable for our company's team culture. Even though I failed constantly after graduating, I have a beautiful and thoughtful girlfriend. We met in school. She will comfort me every time I'm too tired, my girlfriend. My friend often takes care of me, gives me food and asks, 'I love you so much, please open your mouth quickly.'" Lunian tapped himself on the head a few times and calmed himself down, not thinking about the interview anymore. He looked at the shopping bag. Inside was a box of cake with 365,000 times 3 written on it. Lunian muttered, "It's been a week since we shipped food. Today is our 3rd anniversary. We'll just give her a surprise." Suddenly, a car stopped quite close to where Lunian was standing. That car was still making very shady movements. The girl inside the car started saying rude things. The guy should have asked, "I'm stronger than your boyfriend is stronger," she replied. "I'm super strong." Lunian was shocked and recognized the voice. This seems to be Bitch Try's voice. The boy and girl inside continued to have fun with each other, regardless of what was happening outside. Lunian was so angry that his whole body trembled. He gritted his teeth. Bitch Try was really Bitch Try. Lunian's phone rang. There was a ringing sound above. The little boy answered the phone quickly. "It's the mother," Lunian mumbled. "Why is my mother calling me so late?" His mother said loudly, "Lunian, I'm not done with your cousin. Go to the emergency room at the city hospital quickly." Lunian panicked and asked again, "Mom, don't be in a hurry. I will come over now. Are they okay?" The cake celebrating 3 years together between him and his girlfriend fell to the ground with a thud. Lunian ran away in panic. He didn't forget to promise himself that he would never let these prostitutes go easily. At the city's #1 central hospital, the man, Lunian's father, is still in a tense emergency situation. The doctor walked out of the emergency room and informed Lunian's mother of Lunian's father's situation. Currently, her husband and grandchild have fallen into a very serious coma. The brain is approaching a state of death, temporarily. There were signs of stable life. Recently the hospital also received many cases with symptoms like this. The consulting expert could not find out the cause of the coma. The family had to mentally prepare in advance. Lu's mother, when Nian heard this information, he was very shocked. Lunian also ran over after a while. He panicked and asked, "Mom, where is my dad?" She hugged her face and replied, "Dad and my cousin suddenly fell into a coma, and now I don't know. What else should I do, my child?" His mother said a few words, then hugged and cried. The woman next to her spoke up, "My son was also playing on the computer, suddenly fell into a coma. I went to report the game, but it didn't have any effect." At that time, she was extremely panicked, the woman recounted. The police said that the overseas server could not be blocked, so she destroyed all the game consoles, and the next day there was a new one sent to her house. Lunian wondered if the game was that game, or not. He remembered the time before. Lunian's father had said that after the release of the national costume of magical beasts, he thought he was out of work, but he didn't expect that there was a new online game with many players. "It's a magic painting bowl. Dad, take your cousin to the doctor and open a gold union to earn money to get you married." He picked up the game helmet and thought, "This role-playing game was released not long ago. I just need to change to the publisher's virtual reality helmet to be able to enter the game. I have a very realistic experience. Because it feels so real. The game has just been released and has caused a huge stir in the real world of gaming." Lunian thought of his father and cousin. Because of exposure to this game, they fell into a serious coma. In the end, what secret did this game hide? This puzzle forced me to find it myself. Only answer. Lunian changed into the game hat, and officially started entering the game. A notification appears, welcoming you to the glorious game of competition. 5 hours later, at Iron Vi Mountain outside the new village, a female ghost and sat rushed out and called out, "Man, I want a man." Lunian's character is currently a normal person, has not yet changed his career, and belongs to high school. He appears with a gun and speaks up. Luckily, the newbie gift package is a 47 Black Dog blood gun. Any monster can have a high physical level, such a high level of physical command. Then the female ghost was beaten until her soul was scattered and she fell far back. The gifts he obtained were many, 130 out of 200, plus 50 development points. The system introduces a female corpse-eating ghost. According to rumors, she was created by the anger of abandoned young women. She is a monster that only exists around the village for beginners. After killing them all, she will randomly drop from 200 up to 300 gold. There is a very small chance of dropping a spiritual stone for practice. Lunian happily spoke out, little gold fell, but the practice spirit stone that just fell could increase my cultivation level by 300. As expected, God has helped me. He happily collected those trophies. Lunian did not forget to hug them tightly and said that, although he still did not fully understand this game, the task at hand was to take the lives of monsters to level up, which was indeed a waste. Going out of the village to fight rare monsters in a group was a very correct decision. Suddenly, there was a bolt of lightning in the sky that hit Lunian straight down, causing him to make his skeleton glow. Lunian was beaten so much that his hair was thrown up. He screamed. He was really angry. Which damn magician attacked him like that? This is the scope of that beginner village, right? Lunian 320 out of 500 minus 108. A group of people came from afar and spoke up. A player who hasn't reached level 10 yet dares to go out of the village to fight monsters. He's really not proud of himself. Well, but if he landed on a rare cultivator stone, he could just steal it directly. They also vilely told each other that hunting a large number of newly leveled players is much more effective than fighting monsters. Those names include someone who goes crazy and stabs the whole family. Strange names given like lick candy when losing, glorious swordsman, from ancient times the head of a bull with golden hair. The only girl among them is the light of love. Green Love, the light of love from far away, spoke to the man next to him. Look, his poor equipment is truly an eyesore. Long ago the bull's head with yellow hair replied. Don't say much more. I'm sure this is numb. I have to get it right away, just in time to let you know the benefits of a top-up guy like me. Lunian shouted angrily, damn it, you guys are not that easy to bully. Let's quickly see my trick. Lunian uses the trick of pumping. Compliance support props can show off super smoke rotten and reduces the monster's defense. It has the effect of attacking other players' vision. In the end, Lunian chose moves 30 and 6, running was the best strategy. Since ancient times, the bull's head had yellow hair and vomited rainbows. He scolded him. He was so angry, he felt like he had eaten something dirty. So, the system announced that the target was missing in 5 seconds. Lunian ran away while carrying his bag of items. He thought how lucky he was. This guy had thought it all through, bought all the support equipment from the beginner village, otherwise it wouldn't have been like that today. Now I've been beaten to death by your council, and you guys, this man will definitely take revenge in the future. Suddenly he was attacked from behind. A sharp object of light rushed in and pierced Lunian's entire body. The wound on Lunian's body was very serious. He muttered, it's broken. His health bar. Currently his health bar is 40 out of 500. With an additional 280 deducted, it has reached the red alert level. The green light of love girl held a real blue weapon and exclaimed excitedly, Super brother bought me a super big magic stick like this. Thank you Super for bringing me here. Love you a lot. She was bitch try, the hateful girlfriend he had just broken up with. Lunian gritted his teeth and scolded, so hateful, this damn couple. He slowly fell to the ground. Kim Seo walked to the place where Lunian had just fallen. He said sarcastically, this chicken, where can you run away? Today you won't die at the hands of my young master, will you? Only plays with your girlfriend, but also steals your equipment. The evil-faced Kim raised his sword and muttered. Hurry up and die, we'll all accept your gold and spiritual stones for practice. A line of blood splashed out again. Lunian's health bar now had only 0 left. He thought weakly, how disgusting, isn't this just a game? Why do I feel so much pain? The pain is so real. Lunian's vision began to fade. He looked at his hand in front of him thinking. His heart felt so uncomfortable. Even his vision became blurry and unclear. This is really what happened. Is death approaching me? Suddenly, the lovely figures of 2 girls appeared before his eyes. The 2 of them kept calling, Your Majesty, please wake up quickly. Your Majesty, you have finally woken up. We are so happy. The 2 of them spoke together, My Majesty, welcome back, my king. It's been a long time since I've seen you. I really miss you. Lunian saw the 2 of them kneeling at his feet, and in the distance there were the feet of another woman walking. Lunian blushed as he thought, what a true lychee, shouldn't I be revived in the novice village? What the hell is this omen of resurrection? Who are these 2 beautiful girls who don't look human? Having fun? Tdac Kai walked over, avoiding the 2 people Ho Hai Mi and Vu Lo Quan. Tdac Kai happily called out, Great army, Do you still remember the rape? To Dac Kai took a bottle of medicine, approached him and introduced himself. I am Su Dac Kai. The last time I could bathe with the king had been a long time ago. These words immediately shocked Lu Nian. Once, Ho Hai Mi shouted loudly, Your Majesty, you were too selfish in your past life. In this life, please let Hai Mi serve you. Vu Lo Quan picked up a graceful example and spoke up, Your Majesty. It's a happy thing to be reborn again, let the servants help you prepare your appearance a bit. At this time, the young man's face and hair have become more suitable for ancient times, and even his outfit has changed. Lu Nian kicked away the mirror in Vu Lo Quan's hand. He screamed, What the hell kind of place is this? Who are you three, and why did I become like this? The other three people immediately knelt down in front of him. Su Dac Chi spoke up to explain. His Majesty was about to die, and it was predicted that 1,000 years from now he would reincarnate, and be reborn again. Now the 1,000-year deadline has come. That's why we specially prepared the tomb for you. Ho Hai Mi also explained more, Your Majesty, please calm down, this is the tomb of Xian Vin. And we are the three demons serving the orders of the tomb's keeper. Lu Nian is difficult. I understand and ask again, is it Tam Demon Tom Xian Vin? Lu Nian's heart smiled and exclaimed, This is really strange, what kind of game error did I get into? Because of a mistake, I reincarnated and changed my position to become the new emperor, so it's not like I have. Is it possible to have a harem of 3,000 royalties? If so, that would be truly remarkable. Lu Nian lifted Vu Lo Quan's chin. Vu Lo Quan whispered gracefully, The slave family is not serving you carefully. Please, Your Majesty, severely punish the slave family. Lu Nian spoke up to request, If that's the case, then I order you to use your tongue to help me. At this point, Lu Nian became hesitant again. His inner mind pervertedly thought, If this game has already made me become the king, then after all they are the harem of the king. Helping me is a small part of my duty as a concubine. It's not too much, right? To Dac Kai pamperedly called out to Lu Nian, Your Majesty, the person who just returned from the reincarnation must be very tired. Why don't we go take a bath? Lu Nian laughed so excitedly that he cried. He put his hand into Dac Kai's hand and thought, If I'm this happy, I don't need to go home anymore. Lu Nian opened the door. He was still thinking vaguely. He didn't expect it to be this peach blossom hot spring pool. He proudly said they were here waiting for him, right? Suddenly there was a strange movement. Lu Nian was shocked and looked straight ahead. Ho Hai Mi and the beautiful Vu Lo Quan gracefully congratulated him, welcoming the younger king's reincarnation. To Dao Kai is even more beautiful. She walked over and gracefully called, The king has finally arrived, I can't wait. While Lu Nian was still embracing Ho Hai Mi and Vu Lo Quan on both sides, in front, Dac Kai let down the towel around his body. Lu Nian looked at this scene, his eyes turned into heart shapes, his mouth opened wide in excitement. He thought, how beautiful is the moment of spring light. Peach blossoms appear before our eyes like this. Lu Nian went down to the lake, he looked at his hand and muttered, Why is this? Why is there such a light smell of alcohol in the hot spring? This game is not only about touch, but smell is also very real. Really again. Su Dac Chi walked down next to Lu Nian, the girl's soft body touched his arm. Su Dac Chi spoke up and said that you used to like to use wine to bathe. You said that it was not only can it reduce fatigue but it can also make your cultivation level soar even more. Lovebirds who play in the water don't wait for anyone, Your Majesty, please come here quickly. Lu Nian rubbed his chin in amusement. He suddenly realized that bathing in alcohol for fun like this can also skyrocket your cultivation level. Then we have to be careful. Let's start practicing carefully. Let's go. To Dac Kai gently touched his own lips, and with the other hand touched Lu Nian's body. She immediately praised, This strong chest, this strong strength, is truly our great king, yes. Being able to reunite with the king is my honor. The three of them began to surround Lu Nian, and they spoke up loudly, Great king, I also want to practice with you. Vu Lo Quan hugged his neck and said that he is a king. The country must be loved regularly, right? Lu Nian smiled happily and replied, If that's the case, then my beloved concubine should come up here and have fun with me. His insides were so excited, the treasure was so wonderful, he thought, this trio is so wonderful, everyone makes me excited, that is a treasure, please let me keep more a little more, those are the delicacies, no, let's rush forward. To Dac Kai gracefully called Great King. Vu Lo Quan and Ho Tui Mi were next to each other, the two of them also had the same expression as to Dac Kai. The system pops up a notification, congratulating you on unlocking the hidden profession, that is the Emperor. Lu Nian's body began to be touched. The system congratulated the practitioner on learning the elementary cultivation method of wine and humus forestry. After practicing this method for 72 hours, the practice speed will increase by 2 times. Last time. The system continues to announce, congratulating you on your progress in cultivating the elementary celestial object tyrant. This technique does not need to be performed, you can use the magic weapon 3 times immediately, after using the method. Said it would be damaged. The group of people started to go to the main hall, the official body was already sitting high up. The panther's body called out, I haven't seen you for a long time. Su Dac rushed up angrily, she shouted loudly, in this announcement, you have also assisted our great king, that is the king's original seat, don't overstep your authority, you think you can sit on that supreme throne. Suddenly a guard rushed out to stop him. He asked again, he was just a demon fox, but he still dared to attack the new king of the apricot world, the leader himself. Su Hao gritted his teeth and scolded, you guys, you bunch of flies, even dare to make a noise here. She rushed forward and hit the guy hard, sending him flying backwards. The guy on the opposite side was immediately afraid to negotiate. Wait, the director has taken over the operation of this game. If you want to get information about the reason, you have to listen to the director, don't be so rude. Calmly listen to what the leader wants to say now. Lu Nian was in the middle of the ravine wondering how to operate the game. This didn't seem like something a normal character would say. To ask them, please speak quickly. Then Song Bao snapped his fingers and replied, I believe that the soul of the new emperor has been destroyed for thousands of years. I didn't expect you to still be so in love. That's it, affairs are very urgent right now, do you know that? That official thought, this lapis lazuli fox has been suppressed here for thousands of years, but still hasn't neglected its cultivation, so it's still possible to pull it out with all its might. To Edmund's system, since the beginning of Tian Tun decided to reopen the divine conferment list, he and Kuang Tu Na created this glorious game of competition. Through the traditional helmet, humans enter the small world to practice and choose. It turns out that humans can ascend to the fairy world, and humans entering the game will reincarnate and continue to live in the present. In addition, the fairies write this news to dream about their descendants, so that they are elite children in the family and give a sum of money big into the game of cultivating immortals. Because this game has the ideas of many other famous modern games, and is also very realistic, including those aspects are also very real, you understand, so just developed immediately, millions of players rushed in immediately. Players, because of the authenticity of this game, have ignored other famous games to immerse themselves in the glory of competition. According to the original mechanism, Kuang Tu Na created the game. If a player dies in the game, as long as their essence does not turn off, they can start over at the resurrection point, without damage to their body. There was also no death. But since the official announcement with the leader of the Tong Tien sect to seal Kuang Tu Na, the game mechanism has also been adjusted a lot. The announcement opens a secret passage connecting the game's small world with the demon world. The demons blend into the small world and turn into sneaky thieves who steal and destroy human satellites. If controlled by a demon and reincarnated in the present, you will fall into a deep coma, unable to wake up easily. 00:22/strong/heart surprised face:"H sent preview before sending drop files here to review first when sending. In Mount 2D, the game maps use 9 mountains and 9 mountains bow high as the background image above. In the first week of Mount 2D, the highest level is Mount 2D. In order to better control the high-level area of the small world, the official announcement has invited the Taoist of that mountain, the Golden Saint Mother, etc., to guard the small world in the game, to the present, 8 points. The player is on the first floor of the Iron Mountain. Only 2 parts have entered the second floor of the Elephant Nose Mountain, but they have all been attacked by many demons, who have been locked in the second floor. Bored, our designers were sucked into the original name. Then Song Bao reached out to tell more. Kuang Tu Na, you guys have set a trap for the seal. The original Tian Tun in front of you went into seclusion, but he has been in seclusion for at least 1,000 years. This time is enough for us to teleport. Humanity from all over the universe came to this small world to capture the essence. This essence can greatly improve our strength to destroy the world. The dream of unifying the 3 worlds of the Tian Tian sect leader is already within reach. It's my hand. Lu Nian in the jade pendant was so surprised that his face was distorted. He screamed in his heart, this is not a game, but a small world fighting for hegemony. How did the Heavenly Venerable and Kuang Tu create it together? This proclamation also wants to unpress Kuang Tu and take over the right to operate. So the people in this game are real monsters and fairies pretending to be real. I am also the real king reincarnated, a descendant of the crazy fairy families who recharged in the game. We recharged. No wonder I learned that my old man had fallen into a coma and never woke up. He had probably encountered a demon from the demon world. Su Daokai stood still and did not answer anything. Then Song Bao added, Su Dac Kai, I remember Emperor Tan said before he died that he would reincarnate 1,000 years later. Are you brave? Do you have any idea about that? The star essence is extremely rare. If you swallow his soul, the heavenly cult master's cultivation level will be able to rise to another great level. So even if you are in love, you still have to know how hard it is. To Dac Kai calmly replied, as your official announcement, the recent Xian Vien tomb is no different at all. Even if the king were reincarnated, he would have no memory of the past, and it would be even worse. Don't come here. Then Song Bao continued to promise that, you 3 demons of Xian Vien tomb have been locked in the royal mausoleum for thousands of years, right? Waiting for you to help find the new emperor to reincarnate, the heavenly sect leader will find a way to repay you. Only freedom for you 3 sisters. The official left and ordered the people behind. I still have to patrol other areas of the map. Don't waste any more time here. You guys go quickly, his subordinates. Make all the obeisances and then follow. After he left, Lunian got out of the jade pendant. He breathed a sigh of relief and told the others that he couldn't let his body and my son that monster manipulate this game anymore. Otherwise he would not only will millions of players lose their lives, but the demon world will also kill our world. The golden-colored Jade Sister began to glow and flew up into the air. The Jade Sister began to shine brightly. Lunian stretched out his arm. The king's Jade Sister had already opened it. Inside was a treasure. Is this a real sword? Lunian is really confused. The system congratulates. The player has opened the rare prop, the king's sister Jade. This prop symbolizes the status of the king. This prop is an item that binds the soul even if the player dies. Will not drop out. Players who reach level 20 can open the Jade Sister one more time. Lunian picked up the sword and said dissatisfiedly, the rusty sword is gone. I'm not kidding. He walked over to praise. Looking at the outline, it looked like a dragon and phoenix sword. The king used to carry it with him. Ho-Hi-Me excitedly explained, the dragon phoenix sword, the sharp sword energy can wipe out hundreds of thousands of armies. But it still requires a lot of rare materials to activate it. I'll give you the list of materials later. King. Lunian raised his sword and replied, it seems that if you can't use it for the time being, it's best for Brother 47, sometimes it's more convenient to quickly fight monsters of the same level. Ho Dao selfishly walked over and put his arms around his neck and said lovingly, Your Majesty, do you want to leave the Tian Vien tomb? It's such a coincidence. I really can't bear to leave you so quickly. Lunian rubbed Ho Dac Kai's head and advised, I will come back to practice with my beloved concubines periodically, and can practice more. Please be good. Ho Dac Kai obediently replied, That's really good. Once I can serve the king more, I will also practice diligently and break through the ban of Tian Vien tomb as soon as possible, helping the king more. Suddenly the system appeared with many warnings to the resident. He panicked and cried out. It's strange that hour in Tan Thursday village can be transmitted once, but why can't it be transmitted like this? I'm sorry. Came to answer, maybe the Tian Vien tomb is too far from the novice village, so it cannot be traditional. Lunian took out Kim Chan knock knock, he replied, I understand, then let's go. After that he started his journey to practice. The 3 women knelt down in front, they spoke in unison, and bowed to the king. At Thiat Vai Mountain's beginner village, Lunian wore modern clothes to the meeting point. He breathed a sigh of relief and said that he had finally returned to the beginner village and was about to go fight monsters to level up. The crowd suddenly rushed in and shouted, It's 12 o'clock at noon and the boss is strange, you guys should rush in. Good dogs don't get bored of the road, the guy in the middle of the road should quickly get out of the way. The senior stared at them. Isn't that guy in the middle of the street they talked about you? Lunian stepped aside and sighed and asked what was going on. A girl yelled at everyone to get out of the way. Fuang Dai rushed above the head of the young man. She gently pulled back her hair. The scene was truly beautiful. A man was kicked down. He scolded, that girl had to step on me. Lunian thought excitedly. Using them as stepping stones is truly without martial virtue. Lunian thought excitedly. Her vision is good, this girl's body is really not bad, and that's a wind and thunder prop, isn't it? It's a super rare acceleration prop in the prop pool. Many bosses have paid a lot of money. But it's impossible to have. Looking at Fuang Dai's wings makes me like him more and more. The 14th level of fertilized strange treasure ginseng is a strange magical treasure. Fertilization is the root of the earth. Rumor has it that this tree has been blooming and bearing fruit for more than 3,000 years. Wait another 3,000 years for it to bear fruit. It is truly medicinal. Rare materials to level up quickly. The guys excitedly went to fight it to level up, but were attacked by its roots. One man cried out that it always attacks the group. It can't be pulled. How should we fight it? Lunian was holding his 47th brother's sword. The cover was behind a tree canopy. Lunian was thinking, what rare materials will probably fall out on a picnic, right? We have to observe carefully first. Even though the lovely Fuang attacked strongly, she scolded in disgust. These vines were so troublesome, she had to cut them all off. Fuang Dai strongly rushed straight to the place of that strange treasure. She stretched out her sword to attack, thinking that although she was 2 levels lower than this monster, she could still handle it. Lunian thought, and praised that his sister's swordsmanship was not bad, but suddenly her blood count decreased, and the scene became silent. Ginseng roots emerged from the ground. Those roots entwined the feet of Nian Nian and Fuang Dai. Both of them cried out that it was broken. Fuang Dai wondered. She spoke up and said, "Wait, is this a ginseng fruit or something? Why does it feel like it's about to stretch and explode?" The last ginseng fruit actually exploded. Its juice shot straight into the bodies of the 2 seniors and Fuang Dai. Lunian's shirt began to tear. Even Fuang Dai's clothes began to tear. Lunian cried out in annoyance, "Quickly look at your magic weapon, we don't have much time left." "The second explosion is coming, now I'm already naked," Fuang Dai urgently said. "Why do I have a phoenix feather magic necklace on my neck? It can help us escape, but now we can't use it. Magic can't move." Fuang Dai suddenly felt confused. At this time Lunian calmly said, I'll start." Suddenly the young man became distracted again. He exclaimed, "It smells so good." Fuang Dai angrily scolded, "The second explosion is almost here. But you still think about those nonsense things?" Fuang Dai asked curiously, Hey, you said there is a way to activate the magic weapon, so please start it quickly." Lunian reminded you not to move any more, quickly pull it down. Even though the situation was urgent, Fuang Dai still had time to coyly ask, "Do you dare to yell at me?" A fiery phoenix appeared. Lunian ordered the celestial guardian, Thuang Honglin, to start immediately. Fuang Dai saw that scene and wondered inexplicably, didn't his magic weapon need time to cast the magic? Fuang Dai heard the cheers of, "Try hard," and thought for a moment. "I'm dead. Most of my magical weapons are gone in the city bank's insurance locker. If I really can't run, that's the best option." Although he lost face, it was not enough to be killed and lose his equipment. Lunian picked up his magic weapon and put the rope in his mouth. He launched a blow. The phoenix spirit should go quickly. The phoenix spirit of the youth immediately rushed forward to attack the strange treasure of ginseng. The spectators were immediately so surprised that their teeth fell out. They were scared. The magic weapon had started again. Could it be that Miss Fuang used the magic weapon just now? Didn't the magic weapon have time? Time to make up or something? Lunian ordered, "Everything is not over yet. Burn the evil and let me go to the phoenix spirit." The strange treasure of ginseng was burned to the point of deformity by the phoenix spirit. The others immediately looked at the young man with admiring eyes. They were all silent and said nothing. Even the boss in the back also slightly covered his mouth in surprise. The strange ginseng treasure cried out 2 tears. It burned black like coal and fell down. The other people immediately cheered excitedly. The mutant was actually burned to death in 2 shots. The old man was strong and the magic weapon was too strong. The system congratulates the player on successfully defeating the alien invasion, achieving 5 times the ginseng fruit, 5 times the purple crystal, and 5 6-digit gold levels. From level 9 to level 12, obtain a mutant starstone, an additional 15,000 bonus. When Fuang Dai saw Lunian's appearance like this, her heart pounded wildly. She covered her face in admiration. He was so strong, he could level up 3 times in a row. Kim Siu and Bak Tri behind him were admiring. He muttered, "What kind of fly did this poor old man get lucky because he yawned on a fly? With so many treasures, let's find an opportunity to rob them all." The others were also excited. A petulant girl, a young senior who made people so likable, so handsome that it was unbearable. But the other young men screamed jealously. I had to go and report her right away. Fuang Dai's ears widened and he heard the young man behind him say that there was something wrong with his mouth. He must have hidden a magic weapon that could activate the magic weapon in an instant. Fuang Dai thought, yes, his mouth seemed to have a problem. Lunian looked at his magic weapon and thought, The heavenly object can be activated 3 times, but after that, he shouted in confusion, this is 300,000 yuan, a house in the city, but it broke in his hand, it really hurts my heart. Those girls excitedly ran to the young man's place. They shouted, big hero, I want a French kiss, thank you for saving us. Immediately this situation made the young man feel very happy. Tremendous. Huang Dai thought uncomfortably, yes, you can kiss him to know the secret in his mouth, he certainly won't refuse. The first thought immediately ran over, she pushed all those girls. Huang Dai screamed, get away, get away. The young man replied in fear, sorry, the phoenix spirit has broken. Huang Dai ran in front of Lu Nian. She silently looked at the body in front of her. Lu Nian only had time to say one more word. She suddenly placed a kiss on the senior's lips. He was surprised to think what was going on. While kissing, Huang Dai continuously probed Niu Nian's mouth. The other young men cried out in annoyance. They had been kissing for 10 minutes. My goddess was really obnoxious. Huang Dai pressed Lu Nian down on the ground. The duration of the kiss suddenly shortened and he suddenly fell into a position. Like that. Huang Dai then let go of him. She asked, but he really couldn't see anything. Lu Nian explained, don't, I'm about to die. I said the phoenix spirit was broken. Didn't you hear that? She stood up, she assured her that it was broken, it was only broken, there were only 300 friends. The senior was immediately shocked, he asked again, what did she say so softly, is it only 300,000? Huang pointed at the buildings again and said, just now you stopped the explosion for me, my equipment is all broken, we can go to the Baohua auction house to see, the veteran immediately shouted. Asked again, Baohua Lao, each item there was over 500,000. Huang Dai dragged the senior and ran away to the surprise of the others. She suggested that, as a thank you, go back to the inn and change clothes with me. Huang Dai scolded him as he walked. He was so angry that he was going to die. Not only did he lose his first kiss, but he couldn't find anything, he couldn't let it go like that. Wait a little longer and search all over his body. Let's take a look. Huang Dai licked his lips and calculated, this man, I will definitely eat you today. At night, Huang Dai led him to a large villa area, calmly pointing and inviting him to come in. The massive house in front of him made him silently exclaim, this must be several thousand acres, a villa in the area. VIP. Although it was large on the outside, the inside was even more majestic. His eyes kept looking at the objects in the house with his mouth open. Game coins and real money had a ratio of 1:1. This house must be lost. Several million yuan. Entering the main bedroom, seeing the big bed in the middle of the room made his eyes sparkle with desire, then quickly bounced around the room with excitement. He was so rich, no wonder his father said he could make money in the game. I pay the bride price. Huang Dai stretched a few times and then glanced at his childlike appearance. The fight just now made my body sticky. I went to take a shower. He sat on the bed to rest. After saying that, she ignored it and walked into the bathroom. When the person inside had showered, the guy outside suddenly woke up and was confused. Wait, wasn't he just told to go home and change clothes? Why did he have to take a shower? Suddenly a thought flashed through his head, making his face turn red and his heart beat strongly. Perhaps he wanted to repay the favor in person. Inside the bathroom, she held a pink vase in her hand with an excited expression. Luckily she had previously bought a bottle of enchanting incense in the VIP area. Next, she opened the bottle and rubbed the liquid inside on his body, waiting for this horny guy to faint so she could search his body. After finishing everything, she put on her robe and walked out. Because she had just taken a shower, her whole body became graceful and seductive, stroking her hair and saying, the auction house said it would be a while before it opened, so let's take a break. Take a rest. Her beautiful appearance made his nose bleed, but he still had to calmly pretend it was nothing, it was so hot. Seeing that he had slowly walked into the trap, she pulled her skirt up a bit to let out the scent of the incense. How are my legs? He didn't know what was going on and honestly replied, beautiful. His answer satisfied Huang Dai and made her try harder to seduce him. Don't you want a little taste? Suddenly Lu Nian replied, already tasting, but when she looked closely, she saw him kneeling on the floor like a puppy and attentively licking her feet. Next, his eyes burst into flames and he rushed forward. I couldn't hold back anymore. Seeing him so excited made her extremely confused. Why hadn't he fainted yet? Only now did Huang Kaini remember. At that time she held a bag of money and a card and walked into the store and aggressively said, store owner, do you sell support props? The kind that can make people faint? Let someone else handle it. Hearing that, the shop owner held out a box with a pink bottle inside. Girl, how can you just faint? A man who faints is useless. This bottle of my specially made incense is even more fierce. What she wanted. At that time she didn't think much and agreed to buy it right away. Okay, then buy it. Only then did she suddenly realize what was in that bottle. She was dead. That old man was not selling drugs to make her faint, but the scent of love. But before she could regain her composure, he quickly gave her a rough kiss. Just like that, Fuang Dai could no longer think anymore and his mind became a mess. Her face was as red as fire, and she bit her lips. The sounds of gasping breaths continued to sound. The two people's hands clasped tightly together, and never let go. That night Lunian was like a black horse with its reins removed, freely waving around in the sea. The air keeps getting hotter and hotter to the point of erupting like a volcano. After everything ended, she hugged herself, angry, hateful, unable to get the secret out, even got herself caught up, and was tormented for 6 hours, not to mention him. After being satisfied, I felt extremely relieved, smiled and scratched my head. Sorry, I don't know why. Looking at Lunian's foolish appearance made her mad and rushed to hug his shoulders tightly. There was no use apologizing. From now on he would be our Fuang family's live-in-law. Saying that, she threw out a blue book called Nam De Kin. She held up the book she stuffed into him and screamed wildly, "After all, you will be mine from now on, so I know that if you are not at peace, I will castrate you. Feudal customs will not work." Only when she was exhausted did she let him go, and hurriedly got out of bed. Time was running out. We should choose a new set of clothes to change into. We should go to Hoa Lao to participate in the auction. Suddenly seeing her sitting down on the floor with shaking legs made him panic and go over to ask, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Hearing him ask made her so angry that she turned around and punched him a few times. It was all his fault. He had no choice but to indulge and let her vent her anger and apologize. Suddenly Fuang Dai threw him a card and said, "Go away, go yourself, take this card. The card has a limit of 100 million. He quickly raised his hand to take it and replied, "Oh, okay." Looking at the card in his hand, he couldn't help but scream inwardly. The legendary black card had a limit of 100 million. As expected of Miss Fuang, a rich lady. In the end, she tiredly climbed into bed and ignored him. I had to rest. Buy whatever you like. Seeing her like that, he didn't dare to say much and left silently. Even though he didn't like being a bedchamber king, but for my father's safety, it can only be like this temporarily. The sound of the door closing kept ringing, but he didn't know that her cheeks were red on this side. Last night was quite thick. This guy has a strong body. Perhaps with more training he could become his assistant. Fuang family. At the branch of Thiat by Bao Hoa Lao Mountain, Bao Hoa Lao is the most glorious place of commerce in the world. Lunian was dressed in a handsome suit. Looking at the scene in front of him full of noisy people made him a bit worried. He had already lost 1 million in there. Is this the world of a big money man? Suddenly, someone's contemptuous voice rang out, causing him to glance over. Oh, is this a living turtle? It was none other than Kim Siu with a teasing look, smirking at him, and next to him was Bitch Tri dressed seductively, being held in his arms. As soon as he saw Lunian, he spoke contemptuously. This poor guy still wanted to enter the palace, but didn't even look at himself in the mirror. Bitch Tri also stood next to him, and joined in to criticize him, looking at his miserable poverty. Luckily I followed Mr. Siu, otherwise my whole life would have been ruined. Seeing them made his face darken and he still had to try to compose himself. A male and female dog couple, wait there. A hot girl dressed in a bunny costume walked over and smiled shyly. Are you here to participate in the auction? You need to confirm your assets are over 10 million to enter. Hearing that made the two of them laugh even more as if they were possessed. Even going inside, this poor guy was able to enter the Hoa Palace today. Kim Sia live streamed himself eating shit. The girl standing next to him was even more exaggerated, laughing so much that my whole body trembled and clutched my stomach. Lunian, don't lose face anymore. I don't know if that bit of silver is yours. When everyone outside saw this, everyone seemed excited. Ha, there's a good show to watch. This poor guy wants to fight Kim Siu. Stop standing there, go in quickly. However, without letting them laugh for long, he took out a powerful black card full of brilliance that surprised everyone and took it. The dazzling aura that the black card brought made the couple's eyes and mouths open wide because they couldn't believe it. How could it have the supreme black card? Everyone around couldn't help but be surprised when they witnessed that scene. I wasn't mistaken, isn't this the supreme black card that the whole city only issues 3 copies of? Damn it, could it be that he is a boss? Legend has it that discreet recharge, Kim really has to live stream and eat shit. Despite the truth being clearly before her eyes, Kim Siu still stubbornly tried to deny it. Don't panic, it's definitely fake. She was also full of anger because of jealousy and quickly called the security. Yes, you guys quickly. Check to see if this card is real or fake. The bald security guard had a tall and intimidating figure. He was wearing dark glasses and snatched the card from his hand. Could it be that it was really fake? Then you kid would have died. But when I put the card into the checking machine, the machine signaled that it had passed confirmation. That guy immediately turned around and smiled respectfully at him. Mr. Liu invited him to go to the SVIP passage here. A few seconds later, when he went inside, that guy turned to teach Kim Siu and Bitch Try a lesson. In front of the door, he told them not to be noisy. If they wanted to eat shit, they would go to the public restroom opposite. In his heart, he was furious. You guys almost hurt me and offended a big person. Being lectured by the security forces made them so stupid that they gritted their teeth. It couldn't be. Their struggling appearance made the people around them start laughing. It was so pathetic. They got slapped in the face. Where did Kim livestream eat shit? So, we went up to see and gave him gifts. After a while of trying to calm down, the two quickly walked forward. But Kim Siu kept scolding him. The obnoxious Lunian made me lose face. You remember this feud well. However, before he could get to the door, he was stopped by security holding a normal yellow card. Hello, you can't go on the SVIP route. Please line up on this side. The words were like a basin of cold water splashed into. Their bodies froze instantly. Looking at a long line of people lining up right at the entrance, planning to wait another hour before he could step inside made his blood boil, but there was nothing he could do. Damn it, today was so unlucky. At peace. Get in line. The security people won't be able to get in for a long time. Even though Bitch Try was very angry over here, he could only bite his handkerchief and whisper in his heart, today I posted a bragging status. I didn't expect that I wouldn't even be able to go to the VIP route. How much does Lunian have? Money, can enter the SVIP area. Kim Siu also did not miss the opportunity to brag about himself, so he immediately stood up and bid, 2 million. I took this jade ice cream, as a gift for my girlfriend. I am not like someone else, we have been in love for 3 years. Gave a gift with a total value of 30,000. Needless to say Bitch Try was blinded by money, so as soon as she heard that she was delighted. Love you Moa Moa. I know you're the best for me. In his heart, he was extremely proud. Come and bid with your grandfather. Lunian's side also quickly held up the sign, 4 million. A guy in the back heard that and had to stand up and stare at him, screaming, directly doubling the price, arrogant. Everyone inside started to whisper, the cooling time of this dish was too long, not worth it. But his blood was already boiling, so he only wanted to make him lose face. Well done, you have this black card as someone you can't mess with. You're robbing people's money, waiting for you to go to jail. The landlady told the flower house to quickly knock the hammer. The announcement also sounded, 4 million successful, congratulations to this buyer, now let's see the second auction item. Lunian stepped up to receive the item, but his mind was immersed in his thoughts. This jewelry can heal when in combat. I can skip the cooldown time to start up 3 times. Consider using 4 million to buy a life-saving prop. This is a person with money. When Ms. Bitch Try saw that he successfully auctioned the items, she also began to have delusions. Could it be that she was stimulated by Mr. Siu's words, and then wanted to make up for herself? But it wasn't impossible. In the next few auction rounds many items were posted, but every time he had to think carefully. These things didn't seem to suit him very well. The voice of the owner of the flower house rang out, today's last auction item. Please invite the poster child of today's auction, the 9 magic dragon robe. Just hearing the name of the item made his eyes light up. In addition, the owner of the flower house did not forget to describe this item to everyone. The starting price is 3 million. The price is at least 100,000 yuan. This robe is made of top quality gold thread and dragon bone, and has the ability to work. Physical and magical armor, attack and defense are all extremely good. The information of this auction item made everyone more excited than ever. This robe is a universal equipment that can be used by gladiators and mages. Damn it, wearing it is not a defense. Even he is interested in this item, it's interesting. So everyone was noisily competing to continuously bid, I want, 3.5 million, using up all my capital. This guy offered 4 million, Kim Siu couldn't stand it, and quickly stood up and shouted, 5 million. There was a cunning smile on his face. I don't believe Lunian you still dare to use the money on the card. I also want this. She sat next to him and tried to flatter him with a sultry voice. Mr. Siu is generous. Whom the man on you makes me fascinated. The other guys saw that and started cheering him on, spending money like water. Mr. Siu really has courage. But before they could be happy for long, he calmly held up the sign and handed it over, 10 million. The horrifying number surprised the Hoa Lao owner. Kim Siu was shocked like lightning, and Bitch Tri began to sink into her own delusions. Everyone was against his actions. Damn, did anyone bid like you? 10 million. I heard right, this kid offered double the price, 10 million yuan, had to carry bricks. How many generations, truly rich and inhumane. The owner of Hoa Lao also started to get crazy excited. She didn't expect that a normal auction could meet a big gold owner. This big fish Lu Nian could not be ignored. In the locker room, Bao Hoa Lao. After the auction ended, Lu Nian inside was extremely excited to try the new item. The 9 magic dragon robe set was very suitable. It felt very good. Suddenly some noise came out. Right after that, Bitch Tri came and stood leaning against the door with a flirtatious look. Mr. Nian, I was wrong. Give me a chance. Seeing her made him laugh contemptuously. Wasn't she with Kim Siu? Why did he come back to find me? She walked over and hugged his hand. With her other hand, she caressed my thigh, using a low voice to answer. I was wrong. You see, our 3-year anniversary hasn't been celebrated properly. Tonight I can give you a special service. In her heart, she complacently thought to herself, the young man should just obediently obey. Wait until he finishes eating him tonight. I will think of a way to get the supreme black card. By then it will not be a good idea to squeeze into the upper class. Dream again. However, he is not someone who is easily fooled. Of course he can clearly see her plan. This little trick wants to seduce me. He is someone who has witnessed big things. So he bluntly slapped her and threw her to the ground, not forgetting to take out a bottle of antibacterial spray to kill the demons. You know we've been in love for 3 years. Every time I want to touch you, you say I want to let her get married after she gets married. The noisy noise attracted the lady of the house to come over. I also asked why the dressing room was so noisy. Sure enough, there were many peach blossoms next to the lady. Her appearance surprised him. This is the owner of Bao Hoa Lao. Why are you here? She didn't answer his question right away but smiled and walked over holding a fan. When she walked in front of him, she gently used the fan to lift his chin a bit. Nothing, just wanted to ask if the gentleman had time to talk tonight. Looking at the endless scene in front of him made his nose bleed quickly. The electricity and water were too much. Suddenly, the appearance of the flower shop owner also made Bitch Tri, who had just been slapped, and was lying on the floor, forgotten. Seeing that, she didn't show any mercy and used her foot to kick her to the side. This kind of vulgar makeup can only be used as a drainage trough in our Bao Hoa Lao bathroom. Suddenly, Kim Siu brought 2 police officers and violently kicked open the door and shouted, it was this guy who picked up the black card on the street. His money background was unclear, and he was suspected of impersonation and fraud. A policeman stepped forward and told him, someone reported that this auction of Hoa Lao Bao Bao had illegal operations. Please cooperate with us in the investigation. Mr. Lu Nian, please present your black card. Sir, we need to reconcile accounts. On the outside he looked calm and took the black card and gave it to them. But on the inside he was screaming fiercely, Miss Fuang Dai, if something happens later, you must protect me. Seeing this situation, Bitch Tri changed her attitude to hug Kim Siu's leg like a puppy. I said, how can this kind of rag get rich overnight? So this black card was picked up. I really don't know. Embarrassed, Kim Siu is still talented. Being praised by her makes him stand out even more. Otherwise, what if the game operator strictly criticizes them for being ineffective and operating against regulations? Lu Nian obediently go into the dark room and sit down. While they thought they were sure to win this game, the police had already checked the black card and checked that the owner of this card account was indeed Mr. Lu Nian and had not used it. It's against the rules, please take it back. The answer made them freeze by Diao Chan's second move. Only he was happy in his heart. Nice, it seems Fuang Kai need promptly change the subject. Card, so good. Receiving the fake news, the police officer got angry and immediately turned to question him, telling him that the auction was legal and in accordance with regulations. That's it, Mr. Kim, next time you must have concrete evidence, and then report. Accused, if you dare to slander others, we can only send you to education. Watching the police officer leave as quickly as the wind, the couple could only stare blankly at each other, and that was it. His eyes were red and he turned to scream at him. Why does this fly in the sewer have a black card? What kind of trick is he playing? His attitude makes him feel extremely funny. Ha ha, I really like his appearance. Your helpless barking. Seeing him smiling made him even angrier and immediately changed his fighting equipment. You bastard, watching him chop you into pieces with a knife. You didn't just start showing off your strength. Come here and try out my new equipment. When the space became quiet, only the 2 of them remained. Then she turned and pressed his chin up. Junian, this time you owe me a favor. How do you want to repay it? I fell into a passive position. I could only hesitantly reply, thanking the landlady for her support, or if I invited her to dinner. The answer seemed to make her very unsatisfied. There was no need to eat, come to my room to talk for a bit. Her attitude made him continuously break out in a cold sweat. Damn, yesterday I just got drunk. Fighting 300 rounds with Miss Huang Dai, coming here again, this is like killing the buffalo. Lu Nian waved her hand and refused her. It's not good, you're already married. But she didn't answer that question but asked him back, is this criticizing her for being old? Then the landlady told her that she was getting closer and closer to him, slowly placing her hands on his body. Her technique was not something those other pieces of wood could compare to. After speaking, she blew softly into his ear. Her actions made him angry. His face darkened and he quickly made an excuse to leave. I had something urgent to do. Next time I have time, I'll definitely do it, but she blocked me one step at a time. The teenager must know what to do. You're good. After finishing speaking, she didn't wait for him to refuse anymore but rushed forward to give him a kiss, and there she was again. The more she was pushed, she closed her eyes and kissed deeper. I just received news that this guy may have a magic weapon in his mouth. I'm also looking for the treasure. However, she suddenly tasted something so she looked at him in panic. This is the taste of her sister. Wasn't she sealed in the courtyard? If there is a taste here, then it is there. There will definitely be. Thinking about it, she smiled and sat down on the ground looking at him. Then forcefully pulled the clothes Lu Nian was wearing. Her entire body knelt straight down on the ground, looking up at him with seductive eyes. Letting the slave release the pressure on his behalf. In the dark night, the dim light inside the room revealed two shadowy figures. His whole face was red, he closed his eyes and clenched his teeth trembling. Oh shit, this is the treatment of rich people. Her eyes occasionally glanced up at him, but her mind was filled with thoughts. Besides Emperor Tan, who else could make her sisters serve her like that? It is said that Emperor Tan worked at the Civil Affairs and Registration Department. Got married in the fairy world, but because she often missed work, she was banished to the lower world. Lu Nian's body temperature increased so much that he suddenly couldn't think anymore. He was exhausted and couldn't try anymore. Then just like that, each explosion appeared like fireworks blooming in the sky with sighs full of satisfaction. After finishing, she stood up, licked her hand and asked him if the slave's technique was good. His whole body trembled but he still tried to answer, yes, very good. Hearing that, she held out a phone. You probably don't have a communication tool when you first come to the abyss. Seeing him take the phone, her tone also became more pampered. Inside was the slave's contact method. If there was anything you needed, you could contact her at any time. Everyone respectfully waits for you. That's why she took out a ring and put it on his hand. A treasure like this left outside will attract the seeds of disaster. This is a storage ring that can hold treasures inside. This is not a storage ring. Normally stored, inside it also has a small magic circle, which can isolate thoughts from outsiders. The sparkling ring on his hand delighted him. Thank you, sister, she smiled and replied gently. Don't be polite, but in your heart you disagreed. What sister, you are my brother-in-law. In her mind, she couldn't help but remember the image of Tadat Kentucky. Hey, my miserable sister was suppressed for 10,000 years, and our limbs also deteriorated here. But in his heart, he was also a little defensive. She probably wasn't a member of the official staff, right? Or, shut up, even though it was just a thought in his head, somehow she knew that. Answer, rest assured, you and I also have some roots, we will not sell you. Hearing her say that made him so scared that he couldn't believe it. Shit, she could know what I was thinking. Tan Kao Na ignored his reaction and came closer to whisper in his ear, in front of strong people, it's best not to think nonsense. We can feel whatever you think. When people pray to God and worship Buddha, that's right. Conveying ideas. Her words made Lu Nian immediately change her attitude to flattery. Sister Na is the prettiest, Sister Na is the most beautiful, Sister Na has super skills, compliments make her feel bad. Tiger, the kid speaks sweetly, doesn't look like the king at all, maybe the aspects of what he used to do in the fairy world have all been eroded. Her hand took out a book from her body. Okay, no more joking, outside this realm is very dangerous, you have to be careful. Here is a handbook for mortals to cultivate immortals. The main character Han Bao Bao has learned. There are many people here. Luckily I met you today, otherwise you wouldn't have known how you would have died. Receiving the book, Lu Nian was extremely grateful. Thank you very much, sister. I would like to engrave the recording for your great kindness. That's right. Sister Na, does Ho allow sell information? I want to know your whereabouts. My father and cousin. She also agreed. Indeed, our whole Lao store not only sells treasures, but also sells some information. This is for me to advise. There will be news in a few days. Seeing that she was willing to help me, he agreed. I don't intend to stay any longer, then I'll be bothering Sister Na. I still have to go practice, so I won't bother you anymore. Knowing that he did not want to stay, she calmly said that she would not keep him there anymore, but wanted to light a candle and confide in the night with the nobleman. Suddenly a short man wearing sunglasses walked over. I can accompany the owner of Tan Kao to light a candle and talk, I have plenty of time. When he saw Tan Kao Na, he blushed and quickly knelt down. As long as the owner of Tan Kao Na agrees once, I will give her grandfather's treasure to her. But she felt bored and chased him away. It's you Bat Gi again, do you mind, get out. She was even rude enough to spit out a mouthful of saliva, ruining the family. But he calmly opened his mouth to catch that mouthful of saliva, an extremely dirty action. The master's saliva was so delicious. Suddenly something shocked him so much that he gasped. His whole body looked at her excitedly. Today the house owner's saliva is a bit salty and a bit fishy. Is it a fire? I told you that lotus can be neutralized. But this made her even more mad and screamed, get out. Lu Nian stood next to her and thought, damn, those are my children. He finally left. However, as soon as he stepped outside, Badgia ran to stop him and stopped him. He turned to look at him with a shy expression. It wasn't like he already knew what he had eaten. Lu Nian stood in front of the door, bewildered, calling, brother. Badgia gathered strength in his hand and frowned angrily. Just a mere mortal actually letting the host sister have the heart to serve you. He was momentarily frightened. Damn, the person who came was not friendly. He wouldn't want to hit me, right? Suddenly he grabbed his hand and shook it. He held his hand with tears in his eyes and said, so how did you finally capture the heart of a billion people who definitely know the secret to conquering women, right? He thought absently, nature's really hard to change. Is a wild pig. He turned around and left and replied, I'm sorry, I still have to kill monsters and level up, so I'll go first. He clung to me and begged, how could something as trivial as fighting monsters compare to flirting with girls? I want to worship you as a monk. He wept and begged, I am the Tian Kuang Chamber of Commerce, genius practice resources, spiritual treasures, and everything. He put his chin in his hands and thought, I remember that the Tian Kuang Chamber of Commerce is very famous in the black market. If he could accept the little 8 precepts, wouldn't he have more support in the business world? He squinted his eyes, glanced at him, and replied, okay, but I'm not short of money. Top-level props can be bought at Bao Hoa Lao, and if you want to learn something from me, you have to at least show some sincerity. Lead step by step. The chest contained many sparkling precious items. He happily answered him, the price of goods at Yanjia is definitely cheaper than Bao Hoa floor here, just a little bit of hope that you will accept. He turned away and smiled complacently thinking, just waiting for this sentence from you, it's really small. This fat guy has a lot of good things, all according to plan. He started rambling. This is the fire talisman and the acceleration potion inside the element of the heavenly fire used by the old man to refine the pill that can burn away demons and ghosts along with the potion to speed it up 10 times. Can you let me know if you can increase your leveling speed to double the reward? He handed over the book Demon Fox 48 Ways and replied, this book contains the path of male and female union as well as the dharma of different postures that have so far nourished the essence, skin, and body and mind, and the teacher will pass it on today. Back to you? Batgi exclaimed excitedly, thanking his master for his teachings. He read until his nose bled and exclaimed, this is the most amazing book in the world. At that moment, Lu Nian tiptoed away and thought, luckily I drew all the postures that Dat Kai taught me to hide and go up. Just grant. At Lin Thursday Forest, he was wandering around, many monsters lurking. He observed and quietly spoke. The night wolves and Lin Thursday ginseng would attack in groups at night. The number seemed to be about 100. He held the talisman and stroked the sword, causing it to burn in his hand, exclaiming, this is the feeling of destruction. The sword emitted a fire that lit up the night. He rushed through the crowd of monsters and died in one move. The system notification line appears, congratulating the player on reaching level 20. The new job transfer function has been opened. Players can go to the lobby for detailed advice. He squatted down next to 2 bottles of acceleration water and pondered. Little Bat Gioi's fire talisman combined with the acceleration test was really good. This time it really increased 5 levels continuously. Lu Nian opened the system panel in surprise and said, but I'm still an unskilled player and all the skills I have are limited to level 4. You have to have a profession to be able to level up first. Check it out. He teleported to the game hall. At the reception desk, the receptionist asked him. Hello, how can I help you? He replied. Hello, I have reached level 20. Please help me change my position to a soldier. An error message appeared. She spoke softly. I'm sorry, my job transfer failed, he said bewilderedly. Can you help me change my job to a swordsman? She held up the screen for him to see and replied. I'm sorry, the system showed you were not qualified, he shouted in dissatisfaction. It was so outrageous. Why? He left the hall scratching his head in confusion. Why was there no way to change positions? Could it be because of his status as king? You took out the teleportation jade. The 72-hour enhanced practice buff just ended, so you should still go back to the tomb porch and ask for permission. He teleported to another place. He looked at himself and thought, returning to his royal form. Dekai saw Lunian's face beaming. She rushed into his arms and exclaimed happily, Your Majesty has returned, and after 1 day without seeing you, I thought I really missed you for 3 years. He took her in and replied, My buff has been used up this time. I came back and wanted to find everyone to follow suit. He patted her head and asked in confusion, Why is there no way for me to change positions? She leaned on his heart and answered, Your Majesty is an ordinary person with the royal bloodline. How can you compare Dat Kai, who specially prepared 7 sparkling fruit for you that can increase the upper limit of skill learning? The ability just needs to use a secret suppression method for 3 days to be able to use it, he said softly. It turned out to be like that. Thank you, concubine. Lo Quan also appeared in front of him and said politely that helping the king without being polite was the slave family's destiny. Hai Mi hugged him from behind and continued, Your Majesty, don't be biased. This time, there must be a martial army participating. Dekai suddenly spoke up, Your Majesty, actually, around the time you left, we used our cultivation base to create a magic weapon that belongs specifically to your king. He asked in bewilderment, Did we specialize in magic tools? She opened the door and invited him inside. Inside was a gorgeous bed that made him suddenly say, Oh my god, this specialized magic weapon is actually a bed. She explained, This magic weapon is woven with spiritual energy, and lying on it helps circulate the meridians, yin and yang, and practice can achieve double the effectiveness. He shyly scratched his head and smiled and replied, 1111 really, what's wrong? Truly a good treasure. Hai Mi climbed onto the bed, revealing her shapely thighs. Dekai also slowly took off his socks. Lo Quan also climbed onto the bed. All 3 beauties lying on the bed create a sinister scene. He wanted to go inside. Visualize the power of the magic weapon in the human body. As each layer of clothing was taken off, she softly said, Then let me help the king refine the water seal in the 9 chambers. Lo Quan next to him also spoke up. The slave family helped the king refine the chrysanthemum seal. She blew the magic weapon outside. Lo Quan also blew out magical energy. He exclaimed with a satisfied expression in his heart, at ease. Hai Mi climbed on top of him and said the slave still had not succeeded in speaking and sat down to help the king continue practicing. She sat down. The system notification pops up. The completion progress of oral skills plus 100 oral skills training completed plus 100 water skills completed successfully plus 100 skills completed plus 100 skills completed plus 100 completed training talent plus 100. A flash of light flashed, and the tempered chrysanthemum completed plus 100. He glowed brightly. His training was successful. The notice board appeared, some time later. He rested his chin. As expected, I was forced to practice in my king form to renew the buff. No wonder I didn't get the reminder last time with Big Sister. The 3 sisters bent down and exclaimed, congratulating them on cultivating the secret wine cultivation method of Lu Lam and upgrading to intermediate level. In 72 hours of practice, the speed increased from 2 to 4 times. He said happily, congratulating the king on successfully practicing the 3 skills. Dekai sat down. It turned out that this training was successful. Why do I now feel that my body is invincible and full of strength and strength? Outside, a girl entering the 1st century happily replied, Of course, the 3 most important acupuncture points have been trained by the 3 sisters. The remaining acupuncture points have also been properly arranged by the concubines. That girl turned out to be Neo DMDM. Dat Kai then said, Go in, she is the Demon King's younger sister. The disciples that you have accepted from me are all a great king, please rest assured. He looked at it until his nose bled. Damn, this huge murder weapon's proportions were a bit unreasonable. Dat Kai patted her shoulder and said, The slave family is very proud to see the king. Why are you shy? Your Majesty, the king who values you is your blessing. She looked at DMDM and continued, From now on, there's no need to call me master anymore. Everyone should call me sister. Next I'll give it to my sister to practice the double eye test. She softly spoke up, cow's milk is my treasure for training. But my sister must wholeheartedly serve the king. The third sister bowed her head and spoke. The younger sister took orders from her concubine and asked to retire as the king's guardian. The door slammed shut. She came closer to him and gently whispered, "It's hard for your concubines, your majesty. Please let me help you train your eyesight." She slowly took off her outer layer. She didn't expect that the king really respected me as a demon cultivator so much. "I will definitely help the king with all my heart." The shirt was thrown away. She rushed over. "The king's slave family is here." Suddenly a giant milk bottle caught Lu Nian's eyes. I felt something. It seemed like something was flowing into my eyes and it was delicious. She blushed and said, "If your majesty wants to wait until after you have finished training your eyes, I will personally give it to you." He enthusiastically accepted the milk and replied, Okay. After a while, I was a little exhausted. I couldn't stand it anymore and I asked the king to help me. She fell down on him, needing the king's gift of martial arts. DM knelt down. She hurriedly waved her hand. "Your majesty," patted it. Lu Nian flowed. "This is what you want to do. This female cow turns out to have this hobby." Think back before that, I was still a virgin looking for a job, but I didn't expect that in order to save my father, I came to the world. "There is also this happiness," she said, clinging to the pillow, calling the slave to use more force. He exclaimed, slapping her ass hard, "So let me teach you to be bolder." Inside was the sound of two people fighting. She turned around and spoke softly, "I want more." His hand turned red and he replied, "Let me enjoy it for half a day and now it's time for me to enjoy it." She begged softly, "Your majesty, please don't be merciful, just be strong and brutal." He smiled lewdly and replied, "I understand." Suddenly the phone rang. Ding ting ting. The owner told Ho Lao to call. He picked up the phone and spoke from the person on the other end of the line. "The gentleman just got intelligence from near Bitch Ba Dam and found out about your brother's whereabouts. It's just that the demon area is a bit strange. Please be careful." He replied, "Thank you." My sister did not expect that she would receive news from her younger brother so quickly. He quickly left, his voice urgent. "Let me go to Ba Dam to take a look," she regretfully whispered. "Your majesty, do you want to go?" He patted her head to reassure her. "This king has something to do, be a little better." Then he teleported away. Nox's sister teleported away. She cried and screamed. The slave family couldn't bear it. Suddenly a pumpkin appeared in front of her. His voice rang out. "I'll use this for now. This king will soon come back to continue tempering his double eyes. At Thiat Vai Sun Ba Dam. When he teleported, there was a fight in front of him. A group of people are surrounding and bullying the people below. The new book says that in Ba Dam there is a secret from a fish. You should quickly hand it over. If you don't give me some precious documents, I'll be careful. I'll come and kill you every day." My cousin looked up with a bruised face. "I am just an ordinary NPC. How can I drop rare equipment and materials?" my cousin cried. Lu Nian froze. That little fish star that was being beaten was not my cousin. He gently waved his hand and said, "That cousin?" He grabbed his leg. He happily exclaimed, "Lu Nian told me it was you. Why are you really here?" The blond man laughed loudly and said, "Haha, you call me brother, you're not that kind of uncle." The girl next to me also said disdainfully, "Don't tell me he looks a bit like a fish." He was disgusted and spoke up, "Why is there this male and female dog couple here?" The brother who helped you said, "My mother said that you and your father fell into a coma while playing the game and had to be hospitalized. I immediately went into the game to find you, right? Where is my father?" Brother and uncle fought monsters until level 20 when they reached the lobby to transfer. Function, a problem occurs. I suddenly remembered the past. My uncle was successfully transferred, but I was inexplicably sent to my destination. My cousin looked down at the water and was surprised. The system also said that I was the reincarnation of Ba Ban Ibo. He cried and begged, "Brother, please save me, 9-headed worms, restrain me, make me stay here every day, fighting with the fishermen." He was momentarily startled. He quickly ran away and shouted loudly, "Run quickly!" Below emerged a giant iceberg. The 9-headed insect appears. "Mortals who dare to enter this king's territory, please donate your essence." Everyone is starting to get confused. Damn, the boss of the area will definitely drop a lot of items just in time to try out my new equipment, and drop good items. No one should try to disguise themselves with me. He observed it for a while, incorrectly. The 9-headed worm was not a given monster designed for players to practice and swallow, waiting for the player to donate their essence. The Gongbao body appeared in his mind. There was only one possibility, that it was in the same group as the Gong Bao body. The crowd rushed up and shouted loudly. The brothers attacked and joined forces to kill it. He narrowed his eyes and ordered to stop. The murderous aura from him threw away everyone who approached him. The girl who was laughing just now said with an extremely scared face and trembled. Just the pressure knocked out an entire level 25 mini-boss on the mini-map. Why is it so strong? The huge hand with sharp iron claws of the area boss here reached out to absorb the gas soldiers. He laughed evilly and horribly. Kukuku, my son-in-law has been suppressed for over 1,000 years and his cultivation has lost a lot, just in time for you guys to supplement me a little. The aura of those who died in battle is gradually being absorbed by him. When a person loses all spiritual energy, the body will gradually wither and rot. The nine-headed insect has absorbed enough energy, so now he needs to absorb those things into his body. The body will digest them for a while. The brothers captured them for me and then brought them back to the cave to use. Net obey orders. Hearing his orders, a group of demons rushed forward to start the battle. At this time, someone used a spell to deal with them. Lunian is the one who uses spells to destroy monsters, 5 thunder spells and fire spells, above. The spell was cast, causing the monsters to be electrocuted. Kim Siu was also having a hard time fighting with us and shouted, "Damn it!" Before there was a tri-cock weapon that only needed one blast of wind and electric cannon. If close combat couldn't be fought then ranged. He summoned weapons to fight these tough monsters. He was already very angry and indignant. Fighting the enemy had to capture the general first. I couldn't believe that I couldn't destroy these insects. He opened his gun and shot at the monsters, screaming, "Die for everyone!" A round hole pierced through the boss. Seeing that, everyone cheered and praised him, making him bloom. See, that's the technical power. This boss must have been blown away. No wonder Kim lacks martial prowess. No wonder he's a man. Mine is much stronger than that trash Lunian. He is just a trash. How can he be compared to this young master? And you and Biodi are still trying to pretend to have a fight. These two crazy guys still think they're playing games. You'll know later, and I'll run away from here first. Thinking for a long time made him laugh out loud with pride. But he absent-mindedly didn't notice that the 9-headed insect had come back to life. He was very angry because he was shot in the chest like that. "You mortal, you have successfully angered me." When he opened his mouth to speak, Kim Siu discovered that he was standing frozen in place, his face completely gray. Being flanked left him with no way to escape and counterattack. What? Suddenly he turned from a man into a woman. Damn it, why did he turn into a woman like this? After venting his anger, he sent his small entourage to Kim Siu and bitch try to enjoy. The brothers who have worked hard recently should enjoy a little rest. Those terrible monsters are so passionate about beauty that they're drooling. "Thank you, your majesty, for your kindness, then we won't be so polite anymore." They each touched his body and tore his clothes, causing him to scream, "Go away, even if I turn into a woman, I'm still a man." Our Sea tribe also has a type of transformation. Male to female, all can be used. He was tormented by the monsters who pressed him to the ground and said cough because they were a group. Bitch Try was denounced by the octopus monster hanging in the air, saying he was the singer of Ban Ba Ni Ba, and they acted together. Her words made him seem angry, so at this moment he used magic to fly towards him, or for your name, then die along with that human. He also summoned his magic but discovered that he still had 3 left. He delivered a fatal blow towards Lunian. He also did not give up and used his magic to fight back. He was thrown to the rock and painfully wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, and there was a notification bar showing the percentage of his health that was about to be depleted. Even with the 9 miraculous heavenly dragon cloak of the Mine Tower, he was still seriously injured. The 9-headed worm is truly a mythical character. If he received this attack, he would be crushed to pieces. She and he were now brought close together by the octopus monster. "Lunian, quickly come over here and join us in taking the blame." But because of her carelessness, she was picked up and punished by another giant monster. She even dared to look east and west, so why not take one of my sticks? The 2 monsters were fighting over the beauty, so they were glaring at each other. The shark monster that took her back said, "I have 2 tricks to see who makes her scream louder." As for his side, the health bar had been restored by using the healing technique, and the ice jade incense top had been damaged. He resisted and fought back against the 9-headed insect while angrily thinking, "These 2 idiots want to take me to death with them. If they are still alive in the future, I will definitely break us into 10,000 pieces. Now even if revealing your identity is not necessarily effective." A magic circle appeared at the feet of him and his cousin. Jade teleported. If he didn't use the Jade Sisters' teleportation, he would definitely die now. He hoped he could take his cousin with him. He discovered your intention and made him excited to open the ban. You are the new emperor. His transmission was destroyed, making both of them surprised and frightened. His face turned pale, thinking, this is really over. The monsters were also surprised and excited when they heard his identity. He was the new emperor. He was the reincarnated king. It was said that eating his meat would make him immortal. The big one bullies the little one and hits the one who says something wrong hard on the head. That's the way of a monk. It spoke arrogantly and authoritatively. One mouthful of his royal essence could enhance 1,000 years of luck, and becoming an immortal would be within reach, which was unbelievable. He braced himself and used his internal force to counter the attack, sending him flying away. Being blown away by the internal force, his health bar had almost run out. At this moment, under his anger, he had grown 100 times larger than before. And his health bar is still full, just missing a little. If I hadn't been suppressed for thousands of years, even if you were the reincarnated emperor, you still wouldn't be able to hurt me. Let me show you the distance of mortals and enlightened people. He didn't pay attention to him, and just focused on the next attacks. A fiery phoenix surrounded him, causing his aura to become fiery, so let me use this rusty sword to cut that damn distance. His attack attributes and speed have increased, but his health has been reduced a bit. Nine-headed worm knew clearly what was going on. He panicked and said, unbeknownst to him, he was burning the life essence of the human emperor. Before he could take precautions, he used the sword to cut his body in half. In a certain cave, then Song Bao's consciousness suddenly discovered something. He excitedly stood up and said to himself, Emperor, you have finally appeared. Everyone in this game stood up and cheered. We were saved. Lu Nian killed the mythical monster. But the monsters instead laughed loudly and said, ha ha, you guys are happy too early. The body of the nine-headed insect was gradually merged. His tentacles sprouted in front of him, and he also, I've already underestimated you. His face has gradually regained its shape. After his body returned to its original state, he smiled sinisterly and said, from now on I won't give you any more chances. Lu Nian thought in panic, this kid actually dared to sacrifice a snake head to regenerate the severed human head. It seems like the damage is still not enough, damn it. Now I don't have any energy left. The snake heads around him began to condense into small balls. He said, a mere mortal, no different from an ant, could hurt me, even if I cut you into thousands. Nothing can erase the resentment in my heart. I'm so helpless that now I have nothing to fight for anymore. I only regret when I miss my loved ones, dad, cousin. He closed his eyes and waited for death to come. But right now, high in the sky, a golden light shines down like a flame of hope. The attacks from above are aimed directly at the nine-headed insect. Do not attempt to harm my majesty. A golden dragon flew straight down and swallowed him inside. His head was severed and blood was everywhere, but he could still complain and scream, I'm not willing. The notification system appears, congratulating the player for helping destroy the wild boss Q-headed worm and obtaining the nine-headed worm demon pill. He received a purple demon pill with a high level from level 20 to level 24. The announcement bar further explains its use. This type of pill is a high-level inner pill that the great demon transforms into, and can be used to activate magic weapon refining. After receiving the demon pill, he noticed a majestic animal rider flying down from the sky. With just one move, he killed the nine-headed insect. Who was he? A powerful martial artist named Van Trong came to help him. Van Trong was originally a monk of a benevolent family who died fighting because of his mercy. After that, his soul was absorbed by the divine board, and was then preserved. Consecrated into 9 heavens, the element of lightning, Tan Fo, transformed into heavenly venerable. He landed in front of him, and stopped here. Suddenly he firmly knelt on one knee to the ground. And respectfully, old man Van Trong, please forgive me for being late. I really didn't expect that I would have the chance to meet your king again. The monsters he sent were also thoroughly destroyed by him using a bit of magic. At this moment, suddenly 2 streams of yellow light flew in. First, a person who landed first also knelt down and solemnly introduced himself. I am the chief of the military, Truong Ke Phuong, and I would like to meet your majesty. He was quite surprised to hear a familiar identity. Isn't this the man famous for his dismount technique, Truong Ke Phuong? With just one person, he defeated dozens of Western Zhou generals such as Nam Kung Tik Tan Jayap. Hong Min Cycle, he was also among the top 10 martial generals of the undefeated Western Zhou dynasty. This is Truong Ke Phuong. In the end, he was defeated by his own group of defeated soldiers. Then his soul was raped. Sucked into the divine table to be ordained to become Tang Man Tin Quan. At this time, A person who came down also knelt down to pay his respects. Prime Minister Truong Q, the late general of the city, asked to pay his respects to His Majesty. Lu Nian also knew his name. He was Truong Q, who planned to kill the earthly venerable. Both husband and wife were loyal soldiers who died in battle for the hospital. All the information came so suddenly that he sat down tiredly on the ground. He didn't expect that after 1,000 years, the mandarins of Thuong Tang were still so loyal to Emperor Tan. Found a network again. After thinking clearly, he stood up and thanked these three gods. Thank you for your help. Please calm down quickly. Suddenly he heard the voice of his cousin calling, Cousin, please save me. Looking at his dangerous situation, he asked the three talented generals, Can you save my cousin? Truong K. Phuong gave him a medicinal pill. After giving him the drink, he looked up and said, Please rest assured that after taking the medicine, he will soon recover, the evil energy on his body will dissipate, and he can turn back into a human. After a while, according to his brother's words, he turned back into a human, and also became healthier. I sincerely thank you General Truong. Your Majesty, please don't do that. It's just a small matter. At this time, Van Trong spoke. His subordinates have all entered the Divine Seal list. Their souls were originally restricted by the panel, so they cannot be in the fairy world with each person doing their own thing, which is a pity. Truong Q also added that we are surrounded by the deity list. We pray that your Majesty will soon ascend to become an immortal so that we can help you break these chains. He smiled slightly and advised the two of them to stand up. Everyone quickly get up and go. In the future, I will definitely try to practice hard, so that I can reach the highest level as soon as possible. Hey, I still want the generals. Take me to the dungeon for a bit, then I just need to stand in front of the door and enjoy the crazy upgrade boss's treatment. That's really flying high. Hearing such things, he immediately warned him, Your Majesty, you cannot think like that. Originally, the path to cultivating immortality had to be walked slowly and even step by step to be good. Okay, I just said it casually, I will definitely practice well. Truong Q noticed the other mortals here and asked, Your Majesty, how will the other living people deal with this? He turned big and expressed that he wanted to kill them all, making everyone's hair stand up in panic. The last general suggested that they should kill them all, to avoid them exposing the king's identity. Please don't. Kim Siu has returned to his original appearance, and is now crying and begging for mercy. But we don't see anything, we don't know anything. He also thought hard because what General Truong said was partly right. If he could erase their memories, there would be no need to kill them. Just erase their memories, because he was limited. Because of the game system, I really can't kill other players. If I let Van Trong kill mortals and get discovered by the deity board, this could bring disaster to them. The three of them looked at each other because of his thoughts. And without appointment, we knelt down and chanted, Great King. Suddenly another eye appeared on his head, a third eye opened. The mortals controlled by the game have now been hypnotized by him to erase memories they should not know, so sleepy. Everyone was in a coma and in a deep sleep. A notification appeared. The players present had encountered Lu Nian at Bai Ba Dam. All memories had been erased. Everything has been thoroughly resolved, so the three of you must say goodbye to me and return. The matter here has been resolved to avoid being discovered. We should not stay too long. The three of them have gone far, but the sound still echoes. I wish your Majesty to soon cultivate to great perfection and ascend to immortality. After saying goodbye, he and his younger brother high-fived each other happily and said, Cousin, you have now recovered your body and can return to the new village and continue practicing. I have other things to do. I have to do it, so I'll go first. Thank you, cousin. I will try my best to practice and upgrade. At a luxurious underwater palace. The destiny tablet engraved with the name Q-headed worm has cracked a bit. The destiny tablet has been broken. Who killed this palace's son-in-law? On Princess Van Tan's face was a look of anger. Who was it? Princess Van Tan, the daughter of Van Tan Dragon King in Bai Ba Dam and the wife of Q-headed insect, in order to block the way for monks to request sutras. Therefore, it was suppressed by Pigsy, and the soul was thrown into the demon world forever, unable to return again. The three of them have gone far, but the sound still echoes. I wish your Majesty soon cultivate to great perfection and ascend to immortality. She holds a grudge in her heart, and goes to find out the truth of the person who killed her beloved husband. When I find out the truth, I will definitely avenge the son-in-law, whoever killed the son-in-law of this palace. Everyone deserves to die. Standing in front of the fainted people, he thought and lifted his feet to leave. He condensed into a regretful cube and thought, I forgot to tell Van Trong and the others about the official announcement. Let's just forget it, and tell them next time we have a chance to meet again. This risk has made me understand that I must quickly increase my own strength. A notification appeared and the Jade sister transmitted it. At this time, I have returned to my arrogant status. My beloved concubines and my king have returned. Your ladies are already waiting to pay their respects to you first. I would like to meet the king. Ai concubine, Nio's sister, please stand. Oh. He wondered, ho hi me, why didn't he see Dat Kai? My Majesty, my sister, said she wanted to prepare the essence to warm the double ear hole in the inner palace, so she didn't come to say hello. I hope your Majesty will forgive me. Then he calculated something that made Nio DM a little excited. If that was the case, then this king would continue to practice his unfinished double entries last time. After saying that, he happily grabbed her and ran away. Go inside the room to continue the unfinished story between the two. The two of them were enjoying themselves, making her moan in pleasure. Oh my lord, he is so strong. The double Mu acupuncture point practice has been completed, and the elementary golden star fire eye skill has been learned. After completing the mission, his strength increased a bit. It felt like his eyes could move and kill all things. It was amazing. Finally, Dat Kai appeared and she went to his room to pay his respects. The king had finally returned. Dat Kai had been in the inner palace for half a day. He and she hugged each other intimately. The main wife had returned, so DM gently withdrew, in order to help the king practice the 9 acupuncture points. But it was really hard for his beloved concubine. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. Please leave first. He was hugging her, but there was a girl standing in front of the room door that made him wonder, who is this person? A girl with a beautiful figure gradually walked towards him. She solemnly visited him. Her concubine, Tuiengeng, asked to pay her respects to the king and prayed for the king's happiness and peace. He was fascinated by that beauty and asked, Dat Kai, who is she? Your Majesty doesn't know, but she is a demon spirit on the east coast. She walked over and lifted Tuiengeng's dress and said that her first drop of blood had a very magical effect, allowing people to hear in all directions and distinguish all subtle sounds in the world. You have to search hard to find her to serve that king. Listening to Dat Kai's description, he was so excited that his nose bled. It turned out to be like that. So how to get it? This king is trying hard to plow Dat Kai. Do you want to take blood? A long knife appeared. She took it and said, Your Majesty, Tuiengeng's first drop of blood is very precious. It cannot be tainted, so you have to use the town and jade bottle to carefully take it out. He pretended to be angry and said, Isn't that saying I'm impure? Seeing him angry, she helped him calm down his mood. Please calm down your anger. Would you like to personally experience the feeling of taking it out? Tuiengeng was already on the bed, ready to lie down, just waiting for him to come pick her up. I am a little demon, and being able to help the king is the greatest honor. Seeing her lying provocatively like that made his nose bleed. Small scene. He holds a sharp knife and prepares to enter. If you're ready, let's go in. When the knife entered, it hurt so much that she cried out, It hurts so much, my king, it hurts so much. He spoke to comfort her, to relax because the more nervous she is at first, the more painful it will be. Gradually, she will feel comfortable. Dat Kai was next to witness the incident, which made her a bit angry. At this time, her tolerance limit had reached her limit. She slapped Tuiengeng on the butt and shouted, in order to serve the king, she couldn't bear this bit of pain. He quickly advised her to calm down. Dear concubine, don't be angry, it's because my technique is not good. Tuiengeng was protected by him, which made her extremely grateful. Thank you, Your Majesty, it is because I am not good. Let me try harder. Your Majesty is really warm. He began to continue his unfinished work. Okay, this time it will be bigger. You try to endure a little. The first drop of blood has fallen into the vial. The drop of blood glowed bright enough to illuminate the entire road. It seemed that this was Tuiengeng's first drop of blood. After getting married, she was in so much pain that she was panting. Tuiengeng had worked hard, and the next day I would give her the best. She was surprised and happy when she heard there was a reward. Your Majesty said there would be a reward the next day. He turned to his beloved concubine and happily said, Dat Kai, half a bottle of raw liquid has been collected. Your Majesty, please also rest your head on my leg, so that I can perform the final training work for you. Any. He obeyed and went to obediently lie down at her feet. Your Majesty is ready, let me begin. The precious first drop of blood she dripped into his ear. He felt it slowly creeping into his body, a cool liquid slowly flowing into his ears. This feeling. It felt like he was lost in a romantic garden with captivating songs in the air. This virgin's blood was truly extraordinary. This king seemed to be in a fairyland ringing in his ears. is the sound of fairy music. All the noise of the world has disappeared. The notification pops up again. The 2-year hold training has been completed, and the elementary skill of following the wind and ears has been learned. Having completed the retraining, he told her more. The ears have been retrained successfully. Now there are only 2 acupuncture points left in the 2 nostrils. Have you taken any measures yet? Have already prepared them. Then please, Your Majesty, please follow me. The 2 of you went out of the room to meet the other girls, sisters. Have the ling lung fruits been marinated yet? That's of course, so wait for us to go get them. A ling lung fruit was given. It was very bright. The color also looked very delicious. This is the ling lung fruit used to train the 2 acupuncture points in the nostrils. I remember last time Dat Kai talked about increasing skills. I've learned it to the highest level. I wonder how much it can be improved. Ho Hai Mi held the lin lang fruit and said the lin lang fruit needs to be refined to be able to have that effect. Your Majesty, please focus on the snake point. She held the fruit closer to his nose. When you smell the fruit, you feel like you are lying on the sea and sand. This delicate fruit has the scent of sea salt. When you smell it, you become comfortable and happy. Suddenly yellow balls lifted him up. Here this is. A bright light was emitted. The notification appeared again, congratulating you that your 9 ability has been successfully refined. Unlocking this type of technique can increase the level limit of the skill to +6. He happily cheered in his heart. Well, I can't change positions because the skill limit is only 4. Now with 6 more I can reach full level. So won't I be the strongest flirt in the future? What's more, not only can you use tricks, but you can also use advanced skills. This is a true master. His beloved concubines also sincerely congratulated him, congratulated the king on successfully retraining the 9 skills, and wished the king to be invincible and unstoppable in the future. To be where we are today is thanks to your efforts, so I do not hesitate to praise and thank you for your love. In the future, this king will definitely try to cultivate, as soon as possible. Save you from the porch of the tomb. The notification sounds dong. You have an event update notification, please check it. He curiously clicked on the notice board. It appears, announcing the update of the Glorious Continent event. A large-scale copy event will be refreshed at Van Min Kok at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We would like to announce the reward received. The reward is, Clear Ice Stone, Mixed Yuan Jade, Mysterious Iron Stone. These are all very important ingredients to create dragon and phoenix swords. He pulled out the rusty sword and said, if that's the case, this king will go to Van Min Valley, competing to get the dragon and phoenix sword as soon as possible. Van Min Kok is a dark and evil place. Here, Princess Van Ton was looking for the person who killed her husband. She heard Then Song Bao say that her husband-in-law had been murdered by the reincarnated king and Van Trong together, although Van Trong did not touch him for the time being. Yes, but if the king of the throne changes, I will definitely have to force him to strip his bones and tendons. Returning to Princess Van Ton's memories, she stood below and shouted asking Then Song Bao, who sat calmly looking down, Then Song Bao, who killed my son-in-law. He was still sitting and calmly exhaled and said, Princess Van Ton, please calm down. Originally, the 9-headed horse's concubine was extremely safe in Dam Bitch Ba, but he did not expect that there would be a change in that group of players. Emperor Tan's reign, Tru Vong's reincarnation burned the emperor's blood essence, leading to Van Trong's group killing his son-in-law. It was truly a pity for the son-in-law, and I was also very heartbroken. After he finished speaking, he suddenly saw her so angry that she was shaking all over. He raised his hand to support his head and closed his eyes pretending to be sad, thinking that Van Trong would completely kill those mortals protecting Tru Vong's secret, so he could borrow his strength of the deity table to overpower them. But when I sent my men to rush over, the lucky player who was still alive was not dead. Princess Van Ton was still angry and replied, if that's the case, why don't you arrest all the players near Bitch Ba Lagoon and force them to reveal information about the reincarnated King Tru? He stood up and retorted. Her words were easy to say, but Van Trong cast a spell that caused all the players at the scene to lose their memory, and Tru Vong also ran away. She was a bit impatient to catch the reincarnated King Tru. It seemed that the King Tru was very careful. He probably wouldn't show up easily in the future. He walked step by step closer to her, and advised her not to be hasty. Tomorrow the large copy of Van Min Kok will open. It contains a large number of rare materials. I think King Tru will definitely be interested. He smiled and put his face down, almost touching her face, causing her to be slightly startled. The human blood essence ring is extremely precious. If you can help me find Tru Vong's true body, the leader of the heavenly sect will definitely be important. The reward, even if it is eternal beauty and immortality, is a small thing. Princess Van Ton turned around but still tried to look back and smiled and said, "Copy of Van Minkock, I know." He stood and looked at her back, turning away, and suddenly a calculation arose in his heart. Before the heavenly sect leader appeared, it would be better to be careful. I am not yet a match for those merciful old gods. Just let that girl go find the way first. I'll go find my son's seventh saint to discuss a bit. He smiled with sinister eyes and said, "Princess, please stop." Princess Van Ton went to a place near Van Minkock. Princess Van Ton stood slightly frowning thoughtfully. "First I will pretend to be a normal player, here to spy on the hearts of these mortals. Great demons and enlightened immortals can spy on them. The hearts of mortals with low cultivation levels." Lunian came from afar with something yellow in his hand. He looked to the side and thought. The previous battle had almost exposed his identity to the light. The new dungeon activity was complicated, so he still had to be a little more careful. First of all, he should not use the long Fuang sword. He took out his phone and started searching for something, but he couldn't manage many things, so he needed to find some props first and then calculate. On the other end of the line was Bat Gyoi, who was standing there drawing a picture and said, "Yeah, isn't this Master Lunian? What are you looking for me for?" He replied, "Little Bat Gyoi, I want to buy some props to enter." Duplicate. Just in time for Bat Gyoi to send over a list of props. "Okay, just got a bunch of new items. Master, take a look to see if there is anything pleasing to the eye." He looked at a series of props on the list and thought, "You can't just use the long Fuang sword, so you should prioritize using combat spells." He clicked to select the spell and then held up the black card and said to Bat Gyoi, "Okay, take 50 of these first." The other side of Bat Gyoi laughed out loud happily. "Master is generous. Give me the location so I can express it to you." The announcement rang loudly. Player Lunian had paid 10 million. From far away, the flying pig delivered the goods. "Tut tut tut, your courier has come to pick it up. Remember to rate it 5 stars. Bat Gyoi added, "Thank you for taking care of me. I gave you an extra power increasing prop, which can be used to save your life at a critical moment." He looked at the prop chest and smiled and replied, "Okay, thank you. You're still on the phone and have something to say. Don't hang up. I've finished reading the previous book, The 418 Recipes of Love. Is there anything else?" A girl appeared behind Lunian and walked slowly forward to hear the conversation between him and Bat Gyoi. He said on the other end of the line, "I'm busy this time. If I have time I'll find it for you, Bat Gyoi." "Thank you." Quickly, "Okay, then thank you Master in advance." That girl was Fuang Dai. She walked over with an angry attitude and said, "Lunian, where are you going? You didn't even answer the phone." Lunian was a little confused and quickly turned off the phone. "Not talking anymore, yes. If you call me back later," he explained. "I suddenly knew the location of where my father was missing, so I rushed over." She knew what had happened, so her attitude was softer. "So I see, the money I gave you wasn't enough," and then came from behind. She appeared 2 other girls. He asked curiously, Enough, Fuang Kai Ni, you also came to participate in the replica activity." The 2 in the back were. The purple-haired girl is the character Ha Su, a gunner, level 21, and the red-haired girl is the character Tu Maikyo, a soldier, level 22. Fuang Dai stepped up to introduce, "They are all my close friends, Tu Maikyo and Ha Su. We are still looking for teammates." Tu Maikyo asked her again, "Fuang Dai, do you know this kid's name?" She quickly rushed to Lunian's side to introduce him to her friend. "He was my family's in-law, but he was also very strong. That is, he defeated the mysterious ginseng plant, or let him join the dungeon." Tu Maikyo's face was a bit surprised. "Huh, this is your husband," Fuang Dai countered, "just a live-in." Lunian thought, there should be no problem with the person accompanying Fuang Dai. Only then did he say, hello ladies, I'm Lunian, professional flirt." Ha Su stood with his arms crossed and said, We are lacking a control magician. This kid is just a level 24 rogue who hasn't yet changed positions. His highest level of control skills is only 4. It is completely impossible to control the little monsters in the team that will only hinder." Tu Kiomai also added a few more questions. "I've seen a lot of full-time players, and I still want to be a free player. Do you have a chance to get injured? Later you will know how weak you are." "I don't know why." Fuang Dai Tu Thursday respect you again. Both of them looked at him with eyes without any sympathy. He worriedly thought, why do these 2 people have so much grudges? It's not like they've ever been hurt before. Someone spoke up and said, "If you guys lack teammates, you should team up with me." That person is Princess Van Ton. She holds in her hand a large staff, shaped like a dragon's body. Fuang Dai happily jumped back and forth next to her, a level 26 female mage. Her outfit didn't look bad. Ice Magic was a very strong control system mage. She was truly the best candidate for the team. Ha-Su also called, "Our team just lacks a magician. Little sister, come to the team with us." To Mikio added, "We sisters are all family, equipment and props fall to us. Will be divided equally." Lunian was confused when he saw her gradually moving towards him. She put her hand on his shoulder, startling him. "Little brother, do you want to go to Beach Ba Lagoon?" One of his eyes glowed with bright yellow fire. "That is a specialized skill, the Venus Fire Eye activates. There is a source of purple fire surrounding her body." Princess Van Ton, level 26, daughter of Van Ton Dragon King in the chaotic Beach Ba Lagoon, wife of the nine-headed worm, requested to obstruct the monk's path. The capital was suppressed by Pigsy, and the soul was thrown into the demon world, unable to escape forever. He put his hand behind his head and pretended not to know, asking, "Beach Ba Lagoon, where is Beach Ba Lagoon?" He couldn't see the angry expression on her face and thought evilly, "This girl is so beautiful, slim waist, big breasts and big butt, delicious." She saw through the identity of Princess Van Ton. Lunian knew her well. A highly cultivated person can freely spy on the voices of mortals, so he deliberately thinks haphazardly to confuse the other party. She angrily pushed him away and cursed loudly, "You rotten pest, get out, you pretend to be innocent, this girl is so strange." She gritted her teeth. Her face darkened and she cursed silently in her head. "Today, I tried to listen to the hearts of hundreds of men. There was no one who was kind. If it weren't for the fear of the heavenly soldiers patrolling, I would have sucked them all dry right now. It's all of you." Fuang Dai ran over and hugged Lunian's arm, somewhat angrily saying, "You ugly thing, how dare you touch my man?" He saw that Princess Van Ton was so angry that she burst into flames, so she smiled and pushed Fuang Dai away. "Sorry, let's go. Let's play a more important copy." At this moment, she remembered her purpose and called after her, "Wait, don't you guys lack a magician? Just happen to know that I am the magician." She clasped her hands together to look cute. She was just joking, begging everyone to let me join her in the dungeon. She showed a sinister look in her eyes and a smile, secretly calculating in her heart, "Daring to call me ugly, you must die. I want to kill all of you inside the copy." Regarding the outside activities of Van Min Kok Cave, in addition to those who are preparing to enter, there are also young people live streaming. Moments later, K. Fuang appeared in the air. He urgently announced that the captain of Van Min Kok had opened, players could enter. When a player saw him, he shouted loudly and signaled to everyone, "Look quickly, it's Tang Man Tin Quan, CK Fuang," a girl who quickly fell in love with him. "So handsome, why is he called Tang Man Tin Quan?" But really, K. Fuang's face is so handsome, a face that makes every girl fall for her. However, when he was told that he was Tang Man Tin, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken and look down on people too much. When the king incarnated and transformed into a saint, he must burn that divine list, otherwise I will never accept the title of Tang Man Tin. I understand that after Truong K. Fuang committed suicide and sacrificed for his country, his soul was forcefully absorbed by the consecration platform. Following Quang Tu Na, he accepted and used the deification and was appointed Tang Man Tin Quan. At this time, the player quickly runs through the door to enter the Van Min Kok Cave. There is a limited quantity of falling materials. Come on, brothers, I will definitely get the rare materials. I have to add them to the magic weapon. Ghost. Suddenly K. Fuang looked at a group of players, including Van Ton Princess, who was reminding everyone, "Whoever comes first is fine, we can't fall behind, let's go quickly." At that moment he noticed her. Just as the two were about to start a fight, someone suddenly spoke up to stop them. It turned out to be Na Tra. He angrily scolded them. What kind of system could there be such a fuss? After thousands of years they still distinguish between Truong Chu and what? Now everyone is for heavenly court to maintain the heavenly order. God, don't make fun of people. Although Tian Tuong was still a little annoyed with K. Fuang, he quickly changed his attitude and clasped his hands to accept orders. Third Crown Prince Na Tra was right. By the time Hong Tian Tuong had left, K. Fuang quickly stepped forward and respectfully informed him, "Third Crown Prince Na Ta, I just discovered that there seems to be a demon mixed in with the player and the copy. Wanted to go forward to investigate but did not expect to be blocked by Hong Tian Tuong." Hearing that, Na Tra solemnly admitted, "Well, I also heard that recently the small world has demons mixed in." After that, he only left one sentence, "You continue to stay vigilant here. I'll go take a look." Then he quickly ran away. He quickly entered the gate and entered Pho Ban Van Min Kok. Inside Pho Ban Van Min Kok, Lunian's group was walking and closely observing the situation. When he looked around for a while, there was no one left, making Fuang Dai feel very confused. It was strange. There were so many players just now, why was there only a few of them left after entering the dungeon? Lu Nian explained to her that the system of Fo Ban Van Min Kok is quite special, the elimination mechanism, assigning each small group to a random area. Only if you successfully reach the final boss level of the dungeon can you participate in the group battle. At this moment, I secretly feel very lucky. Before coming here, Dat Kai gave me detailed strategy information to explain. The copy situation is clear. This location is very far from Vantan Princess. Perhaps I can't check my voice. She must have followed in because Fuang Kai scolded her for being strange and ugly. There are Tian Bin Tian General outside. That's why she didn't dare to make a move. Suddenly he turned his head and glanced back. After that, he thought to himself, this time I deliberately left my footsteps behind Truong K Fuang's footsteps. But Fuang Kai Ni forcibly dragged me into the copy. Truong K Fuang wouldn't have discovered it, but would have known to come out directly. The eight worldly light-protecting Dharma, shouting her name is Princess Van Tan, but the fact that I have a golden star fireman who can see through demons will be exposed. Those demons will definitely target me and kill me, but there is one more plan. First use the Fire Eye Venus to see if there are any demons mixed in among the NPCs of this dungeon. If it's a normal NPC, if they kill you, you can recover to get out of trouble. In situations where your strength is unknown, it's best not to directly conflict with the great demon, then quickly use fire. The golden eye activated, and immediately all the wild things appeared before his eyes. Lu Nian saw that it was all regular wild monsters, so he felt more secure. Very good. They were all real NPCs. At this time, Maikyo spoke. She made a plan. I'll go lead the little monsters later, then you mage will freeze them all to death. Ha-Su agreed unconditionally. Yes, we still have to use the blizzard's attack on the little monsters, slowed down their speed. On the surface, Princess Van Tan agreed to follow them. Leave it to me. I will use my best to fight with everyone. In fact, in her heart, she already had a plan in mind. When she goes a little deeper, I will destroy all of you and drain you dry. Just thinking about it makes her happy. After Fuang Dai closely observed the situation, she announced that the miasma was getting thicker and thicker. Everyone be careful, the first wave of monsters is coming. At that time, Yu Min Quan had already come to attack them. Fuang Dai, while dealing with them, said, during this time I have been trying to clean up my duties. My level has increased a lot. Look at the sword. On the other side, Ha-Su and Maikyo worked together to destroy them. Some shot guns, others used knives, just wild ghosts and bullet spirits. Fortunately, Van Tan Princess arrived in time. She quickly used the bitch Bahan Bang, and the monsters were quickly destroyed. This made Ha-Su admire her very much. The little sister's mage was so powerful. She killed all the monsters in a second. Maikyo also gave a like sign. As expected of a level 26 senior mage. She just smiled modestly. Don't be polite, this is what we should do. However, she also has her own reasons for doing this. I can't let you guys be killed by these NPCs. If you're not killed by our demons, you can be reborn with recovery points. Her body also showed sweat of excitement. As for Lu Nian, he was beaten up by two people, Ha-Su and Maikyo, because of his foolish actions. He's already level 24 and the props narration doesn't read, you should be dismissed, you should go back and study again. Go, you almost destroyed us. I want you to crash and die. This caused Dai Fuang to apologize on his behalf. Sorry, this kid was not in his right mind today, using miscellaneous props, causing everyone more trouble. She quickly pushed him away. Away from them, Lu Nian knew he was wrong, so he didn't care. On the side, she also reminded him, next time remember to read the props explanation clearly. Don't make mistakes like this again. You are my person. Don't make trouble and make me lose face. Lu Nian was flustered. I agree, I know. I'm really sorry, Ms. Fuang Kai Ni. Maikyo huffed and forgave him. Humph, in honor of Miss Fuang, let me forgive you once. If you make trouble again, I will kick you out of here. Ha-Su even pushed Princess Van Tan away and mocked you, little magician. Let's go, don't reason with that retard. Later on the way, Fuang Dai took the lead. When she saw the giant spider appear before her eyes, she immediately took action to stop Lu Nian. The boss was getting closer and closer. At any time there could be powerful monsters. Everyone be careful. This giant spider turned out to be Sun Tri Chu. She looked at them and smiled teasingly. Looking at what the old lady discovered, a group of fresh prey personally brought them to the door. Among them were the remnants of southern books. Sun Tri Chu, giant spider and hemostatic silk. Right after that, Sun Tri Chu turned the spider towards them. shooting out silk in one shot. I want to devour you to gain more power. To their surprise, this thread took away all their weapons, my Gatling, returned my sword, my palace. Faced with this situation, Lunian quickly used magic, issued a law order, and left the fire palace. This makes Tri-Chu extremely disdainful, thinking that just a few leaves can destroy me, so he should obediently become nutrients for me. Immediately after that, all 4 of them were tied up by the thread. Only one person, Van Ton Song, escaped. A few people were suddenly tied together and became uncomfortable. Damn it, you stay a little further away from me. I don't want it either. Lunian quickly think of a way to go, like last time. Tri-Chu's appearance made Van Ton Princess feel like she had lost her prey. She could only use a big move. Little Tri-Chu dared to ruin my good deed and die. The sword immediately rushed straight into Tri-Chu's body, killing her in one shot. Just like that, the remaining people were successfully untied. The 3 of Ha-Su were extremely happy. That's great, they passed the door, they killed the boss in one move, that's too strong. The system also pops up to inform them that the player's celebration of killing Sun Tri-Chu and the boss level of the copy have begun. Dai Fuang happily pointed to the door in front of him. Everyone saw, that is the door to the boss floor. Finally, we have reached the boss floor, here we come with rare documents. Suddenly Lu Nian pushed her back. He stood in front of her and quickly told them, everyone to go. However, Princess Van Ton showed a sharp look in her eyes and did not let them go. I'm sorry, none of you can go. The 2 people, Ha-Su and Mai Kyo, still thought she was a good person, so they even confronted and protested to me. Lu Nian, what are you doing, in front of a master magician? Sister, stop quickly. Making him very angry, he loudly said to them, these 2 idiots, you still don't understand, can a normal level 26 mage kill the boss in just one move? She is a demon. From the evil world sneaking into the game, if we are killed by her then we will really die. That's why I want to wipe out the whole group and make everyone die and respawn in that dungeon. Hearing that, she also laughed. Oh, so you also have the ability to identify demons. I really underestimated you. Then she used summoning and the dark field to create the dome shape trap them all inside. While the system still sounds, you cannot use any traditional props in the dark field, nor can you leave in any other way. You can only destroy the summoned demon. Recover from the dark field, then the field can be dispelled. When Mai Kyo heard about this, she still couldn't believe it, confused and asked the question. I already knew from within the family that this game allows you to practice to become an immortal, but I've never heard of it. Real demons, aren't they all NPCs created by Kwang Tu Na and do no harm to the players? Ha-Su nervously bit her nails. Yesterday I just received a notice from my family, saying that there are demons invading that game world. If they kill them, they will not be able to regenerate. Tell me. I have to be a little more careful. I didn't expect to encounter them here today. Let's go to class with Dat Kai for a bit. Tui Tien Tun opened the deification list to recruit gods to heaven. They all entrusted their dreams to their descendants, telling them to send elite clansmen. Enter the game to practice, thereby achieving the qualifications to become a civil servant in heaven. When big things happen, they will also remind their juniors through dreams. Junior Huajia. Huajia, old ancestor, Miss Hua Tian, yes, order me to inform you that there are demons sneaking into the game world. You must be careful to build a hospital very carefully. If you are killed by a demon, you will really die. Remember that clearly. Princess Van Ton giggled again, her demonic eyes looking towards them. A mere mortal dares to scold this princess. You all will die. Lu Nian ignored what she said, smiled. He could only rely on the magic weapon that brought you home. Then he summoned a large round plate. A shadow of the World Hunter appeared, blocking the huge blocks of ice that she unleashed. Realizing that the situation was not good, he turned around and warned everyone, a demon of her level cannot be handled by normal players. The 3 of you should hide in this defensive shield, remember. Don't act rashly. She stubbornly threw out other ice blocks to break them for me. He looked at her and smiled slightly. He knew, and then Lu Nian quickly left the barrier. The 2 people, Ha-Su and Mai Kyo, were inside, hugging each other and trembling. They were both extremely afraid that they would die. Once he stepped out of the defense layer, if he couldn't defeat him, we would die. When he went out, she sarcastically said, don't worry, I will definitely see you all part of the way. She happily exclaimed, soon your souls will be sacrificed by me. In a high place nearby, Na Tra is leisurely sitting and watching them fight. It's interesting, this mortal is not afraid of fighting a demon girl at all. We have to see how he can fight against Princess Van Ton. Returning to Lu Nian, before her attack, he immediately used his Taoist technique and shadow fighting to run to another location. When it was favorable enough, He used the Taoist technique, and the body talisman to create talismans and bind her. He also used the magician technique, Great Fireball, to throw fire at her. Lu Nian immediately clasped his hands together, ninja magic, shadow clones, and so 4 copies of him quickly appeared. All 4 of Lu Nian used warrior techniques and wild insect attacks to deal fatal blows to her. Seeing this scene, Maikyo couldn't help but praise, "That's the way of fighting like a flirt, it's really powerful." However, Ha-Su felt a bit disadvantageous. "It's useless. Flirt has no profession or level. The highest skill is only 4, it won't cause any harm to Princess Van Tan." Na Tra in the distance also silently agreed with her. "That's right, Tan Nan can indeed learn all skills, but the highest level is only level 4. The damage to a great demon above level 20 is very low. Could this kid be ignored?" But the next scene immediately surprised him. His eyes widened. What? How could this be possible? It turned out that Lu Nian had almost completely torn the outer layers of her dress. "You are just a scammer. Your skills are only level 4. How can you have such high damage?" he flashily teased her. "Who said my skill level is only level 4? I'm a flirt unlike any ordinary flirt." Because after Lu Nian successfully trained the previous 9 acupuncture points, he unlocked the skill Huangqi Fortune. All combat skill levels +6, so each skill has reached level 10. Level, the time I received a notification from the system. "Congratulations on your successful training of the 9 skills. You have unlocked this technique that can increase the upper limit of your skills." Being Lu Nian is extremely happy. "Nice, not only do I have an upper limit of transfer skills of only 4, but when I increase it by 6, I become full level. From now on I won't be the strongest recruit or not." Why, not only can he use many moves, but he also has max level skills, making him a true all-rounder. At this time, Princess Van Tan became angry. She was determined. "I don't care what kind of person you are, today you must die here. Quickly go and die for me." The dead man was flying around, and she immediately released 3 monster shapes to approach him. Looking at this scene, Na Tra still worries for him. "It's dangerous. Even the overseas Americans are extremely scared for you. Old man, be careful, your family is in good hands." At that time, Lu Nian was in a dangerous situation. The power of this attack was very great. If he hid behind the defense, he could involve Fuang Kai Ni and the others, making him very embarrassed. At this moment, Fuang Dai from behind threw him a new piece of equipment. "Husband, take this." As soon as he equipped the magical tools and wind and lightning weapons she gave him, his body seemed to become more agile and could fly up quickly to escape her attacks. However, the others still chased him. She even sarcastically said, "It's useless. As long as you are identified by my basilisk, you will die without any doubt." The next second she revealed her true face, smiling sinisterly at Fuang Dai's group behind her. "As for the women on the other side, when this guy is dead, I'll make them add them as gifts." The servants used it, and then peeled off their skin. That was the only way to relieve the anger in their hearts. Now Ha-Su and Maikyo can only helplessly hug each other and cry, "It's over, we're definitely dead." Fuang Dai gently approached them. She gave them more hope. They had to believe in Lu Nian. He would definitely defeat Princess Van Tan. At that moment, a monster bit him in the butt. "Makes you pale in pain, damn it, my chrysanthemum." This made Ha-Su, who had just had a little hope just now, even more negative, and Fuang Dai was very helpless. She still tried to speak for him. "Lu Nian will definitely be okay, just not careful." Then she seriously told them, "We shouldn't just stand and do nothing now. We should cheer for Lu Nian if we have the chance. Let's sacrifice magic weapons to help Lu Nian win. Let's win." Thanks to her inspiration, they immediately stabilized their state and agreed. At this time, the monsters were still chasing him without stopping. Seeing that the monster still hasn't caught him, it makes her extremely uncomfortable. This kid is a rat, how could he escape? Then she used more power on the 3 monsters. Because the monsters but bite earlier had affected him somewhat, he already coughed up blood and his HP also decreased, making the 3 of them extremely worried. What's going on? Why is Lu Nian vomiting blood like that? She didn't hide it at all. She smirked, then told them that just now that boy was bitten by my dragon snake, and my dragon snake is inherently poisonous. The poison must have started to spread by now. Although it was a bit painful, Lu Nian still tried his best and added more blood-boosting pills. "It's okay, I still have blood-boosting pills," and immediately his HP quickly increased thanks to that. Seeing that it wasn't good to keep running, he silently wondered, he couldn't just keep running away, he had to find a way to fight back. Didn't this wind and thunder weapon have any special skills? Suddenly he thought back to what she said, "It was useless, if you were locked by my basilisk, there would be no doubt about your death. These words gave him a bold idea. He could only bet one game. He ran back to confront her directly, using at the same time, Celestial Tyrant, Wind, Thunder and Rain, Kick, triggered 3 times in a row, activated hidden effect, appeared quickly. Immediately after that, Lu Nian split into 3 people and surrounded her. Before she could tell where he really was, he ran behind her. Sure enough, this Wind and Thunder weapon also had the ability to be specially protected with his Celestial Tyrant. He immediately used his body to tie her up. Just like that, she stood up to block the monsters she created on behalf of Lu Nian. The original target was not in sight, the target disappeared, determining a new target. Just like that, she was retaliated by her own attack. Then, Van Ton Princess' entire body immediately exploded. The system also informed them that the effect of the dark field had been removed, they had escaped the combat state, and the effect of calling the 8 Worlds Pig Shield to defend the simulation mirror had been removed. At this moment, all 3 of Fuang Dai were so happy they could die. We won, we won. Na Tra was behind him. After watching the match for a while, he also highly praised Lu Nian. This kid can't master all the skills in Kuang Tu Na's game based on elementary magic level, yet he was able to activate the magic weapon's properties 3 times in a row. It seemed like he was a person with a gifted bloodline. Moreover, with his current attack power, he wanted to quickly killing Princess Van Ton is very difficult. Fortunately, he came up with the idea of throwing tiles to shed pearls so he was able to attack. At this time, the system also congratulated him, congratulating the player on defeating Van Ton Princess, obtaining the Demon Pill of Van Ton Princess, and receiving Clear Ice Stone XL. Lu Nian thought as he received the system's item. The Clear Ice Stone is one of the tools that activate the Dragon and Phoenix Sword. Now only the Mixed Yuan Jade and the mysterious Iron Stone are left. Suddenly Fuang Dai jumped into his arms. My dear husband. Ha Su also hugged his arm and praised. Lu Nian Gigi is so handsome. Stay with me. We will become a big family. That cultivator, Maikyo, quickly ran to him and was grateful. You are so strong. Can you be my master? Then we can communicate more deeply. Of course, Lu Dai didn't even agree with the 2 of them. She was openly jealous. The 2 of them should be a little more considerate. It's really a fire prevention to prevent the theft of best friends' rooms. Lu Nian can only marry into my Fuang Jia. Anyway, she single-handedly threw the 2 of them away. Then she happily gave him a kiss, thanking him for saving me. But remember that I am yours. Suddenly being eaten by a dog makes the 2 Americans' eyes red. After that, I told everyone, now that we're out of combat mode, let's first use props to replenish our health and fully recover, then we'll go to the final boss floor. While the group was healing each other, a clap of hands rang out nearby, catching Lu Nian's attention. It turned out that Na Tra came. Not bad. Only a cruel player with more than 20 levels could win against such a true demon Van Ton Princess. That boy is truly a genius. Seeing Na Tra, he immediately alerted Fuang Dai. Who are you? Making Na Tra angry. I'm in this outfit. Don't you guys know who I am? Looking closely at the clothes he was wearing, they were shocked, because they knew it was Na Tra, the 3rd Crown Prince Na Tra. He moved closer to Lu Nian, gently grabbed Lu Nian's chin. He just saw him fighting. He felt that the boy had some talent. He should be my little brother. From now on I will cover for you. Take action. This made Lu Nian unable to help but have doubts. Could this 3rd Crown Prince Na Tra be a good dragon? Looking at Lu Nian's strange expression, he immediately guessed what Lu Nian was thinking, quickly flirting with Lu Nian. What nonsense are you thinking, little one? Didn't anyone tell you not to think nonsense in front of the gods? By some force, his blow was stronger than expected, causing Lu Nian to lose consciousness. What's going on? Fuang Dai even knelt down to apologize to Na Tra on behalf of Lu Nian, the minister of the 3 groups of seas, the 3rd Crown Prince Na Tra. Lu Nian is not a descendant of any cultivator family, but just entered game, so he doesn't understand the etiquette in this small world. Please forgive his rude behavior. Na Tra used his strength to examine Lu Nian, then he told him that it was not I who hurt him, but the poison of the purple dragon in his body that had developed. If not treated, he would die. He probably will. That death, his eyes were full of danger looking towards them. This made them extremely worried. It turned out that he had just been poisoned by that dragon. Because he was worried about the person he loved, Fuang Dai asked with tears in his eyes for the antidote. Then please, your 3rd Crown Prince, please do him a favor. Lu Nian is about to die like this. I don't know if you have the medicine. Can you solve this problem? Na Tra said there are medicines, but this medicine of mine can only remove toxins deep inside the skin. But you have to clean the toxins on the surface yourself. Disease can be cured. She quickly begged him to save Lu Nian. she said in the most sincere way, so I hope the third crown prince can explain a little more, what method must be used to be able to save Lunian. I can clean the toxins on the surface. As long as I can save Lunian, I can do anything. Natra sneered, this is very simple, the three of you need to work together to put true energy on your tongue and lick the wound. You can only use your own true energy to eliminate it. The toxin of that gamete. After hearing that, they all gasped, used their tongues to lick, each girl had it all over her face. Maikyo also shyly said, Lunian was bitten on the butt by a lion, so she accidentally licked another part of him without being careful. At this time, Hasu loudly agreed, Mr. Lunian once saved us, helping him purify the toxins is something we should do. At this time, Fuang Dai grabbed Maikyo's hand begging her to help him. Maikyo, I know it's very difficult for you, but because we are good sisters, and also because Lunian just saved everyone, I hope you guys can help him. Natra on the side glanced at them from top to bottom. From the bodies of the three of them, I could feel the aura of a few people revealing their divine appearance, the appearance of the spirit from Mao Tsong and Ha Tian Company. Yes, it seems like these three girls in front of us could be their juniors. To explain a bit, Fuang Tuong was the palace general of Thuang Tru and Tru Vong. Later, he returned to Tai Kai and died in a great battle. Afterwards he was given the title Kai Lo then by Fong Lin Bang. Right General Tin Tu Mao Tsong, a famous general of the Tang dynasty, had great merit in helping the Emperor Tai Tong pacify the world. Afterwards, he was given the Lai family name, Ha Tian Ko, one of the 8 immortals of Taoism in folk legends. Time is a fairy who can use lotus flowers as a means of crossing sea, and at the same time has magic to call rain, eliminating epidemics. Maikyo also agreed, but she was still a bit shy and said, okay, as long as Fuang Nikai is not jealous, I'm just afraid that when that time comes, I won't be able to help myself and lick the right spot. That's just his. Seeing that they were still procrastinating, Natra shouted, do you still want to save people? That kid is about to die. If you girls can't do it then leave it alone. Let me do it. Suddenly Lunian coughed up blood again, and his HP decreased a lot. So Fuang Dai didn't want to wait any longer, she reached up and gently pulled down his pants. As soon as their pants were pulled down, Lunian's treasure was revealed before them. Looking at his terrible treasure like a dragon, everyone was amazed. Maikyo even shyly compared it to stealing a gold coin. It seemed like I had seen a gold coin. Why was Lunian hiding a gold coin there? Even Natra saw his treasure, and salivated with longing. This is not a diamond at all, it is the result of Lunian's drain being drained. Polishing and cultivating, but for him to be able to train and cause this kind of strange phenomenon, it means that this kid has a very dirty talent in dual cultivation, if there is any. If you can practice dual cultivation with this kid, your spiritual power will increase if you upgrade many times. Your experience will double, and your body will also be cultivated. This kid is truly a top-notch dual cultivator. Thinking about it, the two girls, Maikyo and Ha-Su, couldn't help but resist it. Looking at them like that, Fuang Dai was very angry, but she just told them, don't stand there idly anymore, hurry up and save people. Then she immediately gathered her true energy, and started licking his peaches. The other two did not hesitate to follow her, we also joined in. This is Ha-Su. Maikyo gently licked him to help him recover quickly. Surface toxins are also quickly eliminated. Maikyo couldn't help but tease him when looking at his treasure. His appearance was majestic, and his veins were also very large. Just like the third crown prince Natra had said, he was truly the best at dual cultivation. Ha-Su next to her advised her, hey, quickly get rid of the poison, and don't think about other things like that. Saying that, Ha-Su's hands once again groped to touch his treasure. Just touching it made her feel like she was going crazy. I just touched it a little bit, then felt it once. This is really some kind of magical double 2-2. Fuang Dai was very angry, but in order to save Lunian, she only had to talk to them. What are you guys doing? Why aren't you treating Lunian anymore? I know what you guys are thinking. As long as Lunian can be resurrected, I can let you all share in the enjoyment of my husband. They were very happy when they heard that. Maikyo's eyes lit up. Was it real or fake? You can't regret it. Ha-Su was drooling. She was a legal loli who had just reached adulthood. I really can't wait. She accelerated her licking while reluctantly saying, this is real. From now on, Monday, Wednesday, Friday and Sunday, those 4 days will belong to me. The rest of the time will be for you guys. Share that. They also sped up. But there was still a feeling that the division was unfair, that it wasn't right, that it couldn't be decided like that. Fuang Dai warned them, don't go too far, Lunian is my husband, If I can share with you like that, it's my most kind heart, right? Arguably, we are also willing to marry him. This small game world has no rules about monogamy. At this time Lunian slowly woke up. He whispered that the eldest brother felt weak and wanted to stand up and teach. Why couldn't the four of us practice together or something? When they saw him wake up, they all froze at each other. They didn't have to speak but hit him in unison. It wasn't until he was about to faint again that they frantically worried about him. Are you okay? I wonder if the poison has been removed. Na Tra observed his face and said he should be fine. After using this needle pill, he will be completely cured. Na Tra slowly lifted his head up, then let him swallow the pill. Knitting needles. As soon as he finished swallowing the golden pill, the system quickly informed him that the poison had been completely eliminated. Na Tra then proudly told him, "It seems like you saved your kid's life. Luckily you met this deity. Becoming my little brother is a sure thing." As soon as Lunian opened his mouth, he wanted to refuse, but Na Tra quickly stopped him. "Don't refuse, your deity also needs to have face." Then Na Tra threw him a roll of paper. "You take this." He explained to Lunian that in this thing is my elementary clean gold magic pill. With so many rich ladies supporting and nurturing you like that, you don't have to worry about how many pills you're missing. Let's go with yellow bricks. We still have to patrol some other places. What Na Tra just gave him, to be more precise, the golden brick is one of the magic weapons that Na Tra's ancestors often use. This treasure was given to him by the Thai people. It is a type of surface attack weapon. Na Tra's width can cause damage to the entire crowd, which itself is the treasure of money, which is made of pure gold. At this time, Na Tra walked through the front door, dressed in her usual uniform, untainted with peach blossoms. Of course he couldn't just leave Lunian like that. Before leaving, he used magic to prick his peach. Na Tra smiled excitedly. "Little guy, if someone dares to bully you in the future, please activate this lotus flower seal. Remember to practice well. I will wait for you." As soon as Na Tra left, he quickly lifted his pants to check his butt. He was immediately dumbfounded. "Damn it, why is this seal on my butt glowing?" Na Tra rode a rocket and flew away at the speed of light, thinking to herself, "Today's patrol just happened to meet the little girl whose mother asked me to take care of and also got to watch another show, which is really interesting." He silently exclaimed, "But that kid's talent isn't bad." In Na Tra's memory, Ladian went to see Na Tra. "A few days ago, Master Van came and begged me to ask you to take care of a player named Lunian. Master Van rarely asked anyone for help. Na Tra, can you help him once?" When I heard that, I immediately agreed. "Okay, mother, please leave this matter to me." Na Tra is reassured by his arrangement. Currently Lunian has been left with the lotus seal to protect him. If he encounters any danger, the lotus seal will help him fend off it for a moment, which can be considered complete. The mission his mother has assigned him, the road to becoming an immortal, is very dangerous. I hope he can reach the destination. Suddenly he turned serious and continued to perform the next mission. Next, he continued to patrol. There was a group of demonic rats sneaking into the game world that needed to be cleaned up. At the final boss level of Van Min Kok Lan Nok Temple, there is a group of people going inside. The Yu Min Guild ranked 168. At this time, Tu Van, a member of the Yu Min Guild, a level 23 swordsman, suddenly spoke up, hearing that recently in this game world there really are demons sneaking in. "Young master, you must be careful." Tu Diem Ma, president of the Yu Min Association, level 24 necromancer profession, immediately spoke up to reassure, "It's okay, aren't you all here, and we are descendants of the Wind Dynasty. Emperor, we can still use our innate bloodline in the underworld to deal with these small shrimps. The Fingdu Emperor is the head of the underworld, the lord of the underworld, and all demons. The demons in the world are all under the control of the Feng Dynasty soul." Tu Diem Ma and Bok Cha carefully observed ahead. Suddenly, Black White was killed, a member of the Yu Min Guild, with a level 23 mage title. Sensing danger, he immediately warned the young master to be careful. In front of them appeared a group of zombies, level 24, coming to attack them. Black White Double Sat immediately cast magic to protect Tu Diem Ma. "With Black White Double Sat here, don't try to harm the young master," the zombies screamed. After that, they continued to advance towards the Yu Min Guild. Tu Van picked up his sword and shouted, "Mysterious sword, go!" Suddenly countless swords appeared around him. Those swords immediately flew towards the funeral procession. Hong Tru, standing next to him, saw this and sarcastically applauded. "That's great, he belongs to the Elite Spirit Guild, level 27, Spirit Guild ranked 6th. Dat Kai appears to explain in more detail. Dat Kai's small lecture, There are hundreds of large and small guilds in the game's small world led by 6 large guilds. The mighty Vermilion Emperor who digs flowers, rampages and spirit. Accompanied by illustrations for Vermilion Duke, Hung Bo, Hong Du, Vung Tao, Peach Blossom Lo, and Spirit. Suddenly, Hong Tru's henchman raised his computer screen and reported, "My little guild master has already investigated and found out that they are a newly established guild that has only been ranked 168th. Hong Tru hatched. Scornful smile, standing outside the 100th place. Why are there only 6 people left? Then he walked towards Hak Bok, looked closely at the 2 plump grapefruits, and kept talking non-stop. I am Hong Kim's younger brother, the president of the Tin Tin Guild, one of the 6 major guilds. Everyone respectfully calls me young master. I've noticed you guys." He smiled triumphantly, thinking that he had been able to lure the black and white double killer. Such a newly formed small group would definitely happily hug his big thigh tightly. At that time, he would find an opportunity to deal with these 2 sisters. Hong Tru revealed her eager face and invitations. "These little beauties protruding forward and protruding from the back just need to follow me and they will have as many resources as they want." Hong Tru's henchman also quickly pleased him and bragged, "How lucky for you to be favored by our little guild leader Hong Tru. We are one of the 6 largest guilds in the entire machine." "Boss, one of the 6 major guilds, do you know what it means?" The game progresses 1 step faster than anyone else. All resources and equipment are available. No one dares to randomly PK you guys. When walking in deserted places, cities, the members of the Spirit Guild also laughed heartily when they heard that. They kept praising Hang Tru. What could be more wonderful when the young president also freely traveled to the Holy Land, APK University, to study game planning and was someone who could easily break the various levels of upcoming dungeons and will soon be promoted to vice president. Tu Diem Ma was about to attack Hang Tru when suddenly a voice rang out, "Do you want to die?" His hand immediately relaxed. Black White shouted with murderous intent, "Go away." Seeing this, Hang Tru immediately panicked and retreated. Although he was trembling, he still did not forget to threaten with his identity. "What do you guys want to do? I am a citizen of that free country. My brother is the president of the Super Guild." As for Hang Tru's henchman, he frowned angrily and shouted, "You guys don't even want the wine but still want to drink the wine as punishment? How dare you offend our President Hang's younger brother? Just wait for our masters. Your guilds are being targeted by us every day. When that time comes, you won't be able to level up in the wild map anymore." He then caressed his face regretfully. "I just hate myself for not being a woman. Serving the little pink guild leader is a wonderful thing, but..." Suddenly, a yellow brick flew out of nowhere and hit Hang Tru's henchman right in the head, causing him so much pain that his eyes popped out. When Hang Tru saw this, he panicked and immediately called for someone to protect him. "Who wouldn't say martial arts would attack me like that? Hurry up and tell me. How dare that bastard dare to injure a member of the spiritual guild?" Tu Diem Ma is still standing and observing the situation. At this moment, Lu Nian suddenly spoke up. The secret technique he had just learned was still not yet mature. He scratched his ear and said disappointedly, "The golden brick did not hit the big beast but instead hit a small shrimp like this. It was a big loss." It turns out Lu Nian used the elementary golden brick skill. PvP skill in the game was taught to Lu Nian. If you throw it while playing, 500,000 game coins will be deducted. Hearing that, Hang Tru immediately frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "You are just a small guild ranked 168th. I advise you not to worry about too many things." Lu Nian didn't care about his threat. He was still playing with the gold bricks and leisurely replied, "The best thing in life is to take action when encountering a grievance." He threw those bricks at their faces while shouting. When he encountered a grievance, he shouted loudly when he needed to take action. His gold was immediately deducted corresponding to the number of bricks he had thrown. After that, I still felt regretful in my heart. Every time I hit this golden brick, I lost 500,000. Lu Nian suddenly looked at Yu Minhui with doubt. Was this ranking of 168 trustworthy? Just now, just to be on the safe side, he used his golden fire eye to check on these 4 people. After checking the results, he saw that they were all from Fong Dutan and had a special prefix that hid their Fong Dutan profession. He saw Tu's profession. Diem Ma is the summoner of Wind Capital, T2 Van is the swordsman of Wind Capital, and Black White Song Sad is a wind magician. Lu Nian speculated that based on the mortal cultivation handbook given to him by Sister Na of Bao Hoa Tower, it introduced some people in the Wind Capital's elite who could use spiritual magic to summon divine beasts, and some can even reincarnate and revive historical heroes. Those who come to the game's small world are the elite of all races, so it is impossible not to have this ability to determine their ranking. It's only a matter of time before they skyrocket, more so in the future, when they attain enlightenment, they will most likely become gods in the underworld. You can also ask them to help your parents increase their longevity. You must hold these big thighs firmly and not let them go. Exit. The two subordinates who were hit by Lu Nian's yellow brick held their heads in pain and cried, "The pain is going to die, please help." Hang Tru reassured them, "Don't panic, this skill will consume a lot of money. Let's sacrifice a magic weapon to kill him to see how much money he can spend," saying angrily, "My chin." Suddenly Fuang Dai spoke up, "So why did the group stop harassing my Fuang Ti?" Tu Qiu also spoke, "My culinary giant too. Ha Su is no less sexy, and Hua Jia Guin is also my martial artist." They said in unison, "We will provide endless gold for Grandpa Lu Nian to use. They are Lu Nian's group of rich women." When Hang Tru saw the three of them, he suddenly shouted loudly, "Fuang family of Tu Kingruk, Tu family of Dai Duong restaurant, Ha family of Guin Quan Ha family." The henchman's eyes widened and he looked incredulous. These three big families were all the most famous families in China. Hung Zhu frowned. How could this be possible? Lu Nian massaged his shoulder while still holding the golden brick with a proud look on his face. To see who I could fight next, he used the elementary skill needle to teach PvP game skills to Lu Nian to use in the PK stage. Minus 500,000 gold coins. After that, Lu Nian bluntly threw a brick at the henchman. It was him. Hang Tru stood next to him and angrily shouted, "Don't be too harsh, brat." The brick was thrown directly at his face. At this time, Hang Tru's surroundings were protected by his comrades, so he acted arrogantly. Although these three families were very rich, the game world's current big guild was a powerful warlord who was still afraid of the rich. "Why, then give me an order, come up to me." However, Lu Nian only needed to throw a few bricks to defeat them easily. He sarcastically said, "Right?" 500,000 was deducted for each brick thrown. They were thrown out in pain. Distant. He saw the three of them arguing because he felt a bit heavy in his heart. Is this the feeling of being wrangled by a rich woman? At this time, Black White Song Sat came to thank him. "We Black White Double Sat, thank you for your support." Lu Nian politely replied, "No need to be polite, this is what I should do." Tu Diem Ma also bowed, "Thank you just now, my name is Tu Diem Ma." Lu Nian raised his hand to introduce himself. "My name is Lu Nian, they are all my harem teammates." Tu Diem Ma observed him carefully. The level of the casual cultivator was not high, but the move just now was clearly the Taoist's immortal method. This person's status was not simple and his dignity was also good enough to be associated with. Hearing that, everyone immediately turned around and left even though they felt very regretful in their hearts. If they touched the spirit of the guild, they would always be hunted down, otherwise they would just forget it. Sigh, money is not easy to earn and you can't offend the guild. Fuang Dai couldn't let them leave so easily. She raised her yellow card and shouted loudly, "If anyone wants to come, I'll pay immediately." People fall into an internal depression, struggling between choosing money or leaving to choose peace. Hang Tru mocked with satisfaction. It was useless. They all understood that if they made money, they would lose their lives. This was the power of the spirit. Fuang Dai looked at him angrily. At this time, Ha Su and Tu Mai Kyo teamed up to question him. "You dare to threaten others to form a team with us? If you have the courage, go it alone. Ms. Nai Nai, I will beat your teeth to the ground, Ha. Su is also determined to take revenge. I also remember you and I will not let you go so easily." But Hang Tru didn't care, he still challenged. "I admit that you are an extremely wealthy family, but in this world you don't just need to be rich, you also have to have the right to be powerful. We have many members like that." A mouthful of saliva from each person can drown everyone. Lu Nian turned the golden brick in his hand and happily said, "It's okay if I don't have cannon fodder. I've already thought of a way to pass the level, and who knows, maybe we can break the record for passing the level and receive special rewards." In particular, he had other plans in his heart, but he was the strongest wandering cultivator and had the 9 miraculous Sung Dragon cloak that could handle both physical and magical defenses. And his skills were all at level 10. Resists damaging damage, and even heals itself. Healing the wound and going through the dungeon will definitely be no problem. Hearing this, the people of the Spirit Society all looked at him with wide eyes. Then they hugged their stomachs and laughed. "Look what I just heard, he said he could break the record and get a special reward, what a braggart." Tu Diem Ma approached you, "Lu Huin, I believe you, let's go in and give it a try." Heng Tru aggressively offered to bet with Tu Diem Ma. Slow down. Why don't we bet if you can pass successfully I will kneel to you and from now on I will never let anyone in the gang society bothers you. He excitedly pointed at the black-white twin assassin and laughed loudly. But if he lost, it would be very simple for these girls to leave the guild and join our guild. Tu Diem Ma saw that he wanted to touch his teammate and shouted murderously, "Don't bother." Heng Tru was provoked by the encroaching country. Why didn't you say you trusted him? Why don't you trust your brother Lu anymore? Just let them join the spiritual guild, that's all I have best tank here. Suddenly, at this time, Pham Van Tan, a member of the 28th level Warrior Profession Spirit Association, appeared with a majestic spear that made everyone around admire him. He was covered in bullets with a purple quality buffalo blood armor. Strongest blocker around level 30. Heng Tru proudly placed her hand on him, not thinking that after he joined our guild, in a short week he would be the strongest tank in the beginner group only if he joined the big guild. If there is a future, it is the creation of beautiful sisters that when they can join our association, I will treat them well. Lu Nian listened to his boastful words and casually threw a brick. All the blondes in the world are hypocrites. Pham Van Tan immediately stood in front of Heng Tru. The brick just flew straight into Pham Van Tan's face. He fell backwards, making Heng Tru unable to believe his eyes. How was this possible? Heng Tru became more and more angry and shouted, "If you die, you brat will definitely sabotage my good deeds over and over again. I will have to keep you from leaving the safe zone forever." Tu Diem Ma immediately spoke up, "Brother Lu, this is our guild's business. There's no need to offend our spirit because of us. In their guild there's an assassination of the #1 ninja. Lu Nian advises, don't I agreed with their bet because I was unfamiliar with these bullies." As he spoke, he thought, wondering if the lotus seal on his butt had the power to threaten mortals or not. Tu Diem Ma proposed, "I have a backup plan to ensure that I can survive in the dungeon, so I want to bet this time. The two of them completely trust you. I hope you will explain." Deputy. Tu Diem Ma is full of determination. "That's good. I believe in Brother Lu and I'm also confident that I can pass the level." You and Heng Tru quickly made a contract accepting a bet with him. "So I accepted this bet, but you must ensure that after we pass the level, you will not use the power of the Crystal Guild to retaliate against us." Heng Tru also promised not to violate the contract. "That is, of course, I swore to heaven that if I broke the contract I would be struck by lightning forever and never be reborn." As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck by lightning and burned black. Everyone saw this and immediately wondered, how could lightning strike when it was peaceful? The system screen suddenly appeared. Did the player want to challenge the final boss of Lan Truong too? Lu Nian secretly calculated carefully. If Tu Diem Ma accepted the bet, he would try to break the vice record and gain a reputation so you can later form a guild to recruit people. A space vortex appeared, taking them into the dungeon. Heng Tru smiled sinisterly. Even without a tank, he wanted to pass the test. As long as these beautiful girls joined the group, he had all the means to control them. At the final boss level of Van Min Valley inside Lan Noak 2, the system prompts that there is a black sun old demon guarding Lan Noak Tuesday. If you kill it, you can receive props and item rewards. Rich, can enhance the player's strength. Tu Diem Ma shared his knowledge in this table. According to my investigation, the boss at Lan Noak Temple will unleash a great move every 30 seconds. If he did not have the tanker profession, he would be instantly killed immediately, so to ensure safety, it is best for the team to have both main and secondary tankers to alternately use life-saving skills to fend off the boss's great moves. Lu Nian reassured, "Rest assured, when the time comes we will gather our forces and attack fiercely. I will use great moves to counter the damage. Don't forget that my profession is to scatter people." Tu Nian. Diem Ma is worried, but Brother Lu's skills are only level 4, and someone needs to treat him too. Tu Diem Ma offered to help you. I have a very special bloodline talent that can allow me to switch to the hidden profession of summoner, or the profession of healer. If you don't hate me, I can help him. Then, a little embarrassed, I turned my face away, which was to treat Brother Lu. Hearing that, Lu Nian immediately put his arm around his shoulder to encourage him. "It's okay, just rest assured and go ahead, I'll treat myself. We not only want to complete the copy, but also want to break the record." "It won't take much longer to complete," Tu Diem Ma agreed. "If that's the case then everyone will listen to Brother Lu's words." Tu Diem Ma quickly used the summoner skill to summon a little devil from hell, and the little devil immediately appeared in front of him. Hell Little Demon is a hellish creature that can release attacks like hellfire. It speaks fixed pre-programmed sentences when it appears, and sends little monsters out. "Boss, can't you beat it?" Dekai appeared to explain a bit to help everyone understand better. There are a total of 10 professions in the game of honor: warrior, swordsman, ninja, mage, martial artist, Taoist, summoner, gunner, and Taoist. Sting, in which the professions that can be used as tankers are soldiers and martial artists. In other words, the main character Lunian happens to have 2 tanker life-saving skills with a skill cooldown time of 60 seconds. Can use each other's prestige. Savage laughter rang out. The black and white double killer warned. The young master was careful, and finally the boss appeared. Once again, the system popped up asking the boss in front of Black Sun, Old Demon, if he wanted to watch the introduction video. Lunian pressed the yes button and spoke. He should have looked around and maybe he could find more clues to the strategy from that introduction video. By the way, it also helped him identify the monsters. By the way, I can also use the Venus Fire Eye to see if they are really demons or not. The notification system begins broadcasting an introduction video. In the video, the old demon Hak Sun stroked Neep Tu Tien and whispered, "Neep Tu Tien, you don't want Nin Tai then to be eaten by me, right?" She pondered and thought, Neep Tu Tien and Nin Tai then are people. Each other's lovers, they and the old demon Hak Sun both come from boy stories. She clenched her trembling hands. A subtitle appeared in the video. A plot cutscene. Please don't take it as real. Niet Tu Tien tearfully begged, Master Hak Sun, that place is not suitable. He bit her neck and whispered. His mouth said don't, but his body was very sincere. Niet Tu Tien was powerless to stop. Don't. While the 2 Lunian people were watching the video, the rich ladies behind them didn't seem to like the video, their faces filled with murderous intent. Lunian sensed danger somewhere, so he fought the fire by choosing to skip the introduction video, then pretended to speak. Well, it seems like there was no clue at all, so ignore it, and prepare to attack the demon Any. He secretly complained in his heart, that old guy Kwang Tu Na must have watched a lot of JAV movies. But the game was not done properly at all. Suddenly, a level 28 old demon of Black Mountain appeared with a threat. This is the territory of the demon king of the underworld. This demon king, I want your souls to forever stay in this Lan Nok Pagoda, old demon of Black Mountain. He is the demon king of the underworld, originally a black mountain in the underworld, cultivated to achieve profound virtue, the king of demons and the king of ghosts. Lunian used the golden fire eye. His eyes suddenly lit up. Information about the old demon Black Mountain appeared. The boss of the level 28 NPC copy of Black Mountain. Teet Tu Van spoke up from behind. This old demon Black Sun is just an NPC in the game. I used to participate in my father's golden game group, so I am very experienced in those group games. Everyone please listen to my orders. Teet Tu Van immediately gave an order, preparing to release the black-white double-kill monster. Tu Diem Ma and Hot Shoe stood in the 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock directions, 30 steps away from the boss, and the other melee team would attack. After attacking the boss with all his strength after 5 seconds, Lunian immediately flew forward like a satire warrior storming with a talisman in hand. He immediately used the talisman's Taoist technique to bind the old demon Black Sun, then stuck the talisman on his forehead. He turned back and reported to everyone, "Good job, I have established hatred to hug the boss." After building the hatred value to fight with the boss will prioritize attacking players with high enmity value and other players can safely deal damage. The black-white twin assassins quickly used cold ice arrows and fireball techniques to attack old demon Black Sun. Ha Su also used the Vu bullet spirit to help. Black-white double kill quickly launched a move to rush towards the old demon Black Sun. Xian Bang Dragon Feather Sword technique. 8 my 4-way attack to break the sky. Tu Diem Ma uses the Purgatory Fire Sword. Surrounding him are powerful streams of spiritual energy. He worriedly asked Lunian, "Didn't Brother Lu need treatment?" Even though Lunian lost half a stick of blood, he still reassured him that it's okay. Look at me. Hoi Xian narrative. Level 10 Spring Healing. Restores 3% of the player's maximum health every second for 5 seconds. He used spring magic to create a shield in front of him. Both Tu Diem Ma and Teet Tu Van were surprised by this powerful skill. Level 10 Spring Return Technique. How could this be possible? Only after changing profession to become a priest can one learn level 10 Spring Return Technique. 10 is okay. Lunian continued to use another self-healing skill, but the holy word healing magic was not over. His health gauge immediately gradually recovered. The holy word healing magic he uses grants a level 10 ability to restore 20% of the player's HP. Tu Maikyo kept on exclaiming. Brother Lunian's actions were so amazing, it almost made her suffocate. Her mind kept imagining dirty images. Fuang Dai standing next to him also excitedly cheered. Nice, Brother Lunian is too strong. We should continue to attack with all our strength. Suddenly he warned everyone, "Close combat, step back, the boss is about to unleash a big move." The old demon hack Sun used a fierce attack, causing the black-white double killer to return to a defensive position. Lu Nian used the warrior's technique to break through the deep palace, and immediately countless shields appeared around his body. He used his magic skills to approach him at the speed of light and thought, "I have to pull the monster out of the crowd like that. No one will lose blood, if only slightly injured, then that's fine. Just take the medicine and you're done." As soon as he tried to pull out the Black Mountain Demon, he lost 50% of his HP. Lu Nian used the sacred word healing technique to restore HP. He ordered, "The first big move of the old Black Mountain Demon has passed. Let's continue to stand firm and go into battle." Everyone in the back spoke in unison and clearly. The level 10 also shield skill envelopes all allies in a sphere of soul light, can reduce damage by 30%, and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. Immediately, balls of blue light enveloped everyone, reducing the damage caused by old demon Ho Sun's move. Finally, the great move ended. Black-white double sat inside the ball of light also had to admire its effectiveness. This damage-reducing shield actually could withstand its great attack. Bok Sat was also the same star, but she let it go. About their remaining health. "But we don't have much health left. Even if we can reduce damage by 30%, the next big move will wipe out our entire army." Tu Diem Ma's health was increased by 50%, which surprised him. The amount of healing was really high. It turned out Lu Nian had used it. All sacred words healing magic have a 60-second cooldown. Lu Nian's current health is only half. He was also seriously injured after the first big move of old demon Black Mountain. He wiped the blood from his mouth with a worried expression. Just now he almost had to cut members. This must be the old demon Black Mountain entering phase 2. Healing the whole group has cooldown time, so next time it will be difficult, but I saw Dad play in the World of Warcraft raid well. He killed the boss. In the end his entire teammate was destroyed. In this game, I'm the strongest player, so there shouldn't be any problems. Tu Diem Ma called out while healing himself, "Brother Lu, although you have mastered all the introductory fairy art skills, you are only the strongest in the framework of this game. And I am a bug player who can summon powers outside the framework of that game. This is the reason why I dare to accept this bet. The notification system Kwang Tu Na has divided the skills of entering elementary senjutsu in your top 10 job skills play. Main character Lu Nian has mastered the game's top 10 professional skills, which means he has mastered all of the skills of elementary introductory senjutsu." Little Yama began to recite the spell. "In the name of my Yama, with the power of the spiritual world, please obey the call." A blue ball appeared with a strong source of spiritual energy in the middle and a spell seal appeared. He summoned. The divine beast of the hearing spirit appears quickly. The divine beast of the hearing is hiding under Earth's store Bodhisattva's sutra table. It can recognize all things in the world by listening to people's minds, and is especially good at hearing on the earth. The body of the group of forgathers the group of animals, the superiority of the whole group into a unified whole. The divine beast listened to the summoning and appeared, growling, creating a wind that blew away everything. The black and white twins were equally surprised when they saw the spirit beast. The young master actually summoned it. If he could not summon such a powerful spirit beast, he would be violently betrayed, and his bloodline talent would also be affected. Was harmed. Bok Cha heard this and worriedly stopped him. "Young master, please stop quickly." Lu Nian suddenly wondered what had happened. The Emperor's spirit beast from countless eras and countless great kulpas, the 5 bald and evil worlds, the world without Buddha, is gradually approaching the place where Lu Nian's team is standing. Its spiritual energy creates a wind that blows everything into the sky. It growled and shouted. Its growl made Tu Diem Ma's group freeze for a few seconds. On this side, Ha Su's group also exclaimed in panic. The pressure was so strong. Ha Su clutched his chest in fear. "Is this the game's summoned monster? The feeling of oppression makes my heart want to stop beating." Tu Mai Kyo also has to recognize its power. This is the true divine beast of the throne. Lu Nian looked at the divine beast that appeared in front of him, and found it hard to believe that he could summon a real divine beast. The divine beast's eyes turned towards Tu Diem Ma who had summoned him. It stared at him as if engraved with his image. Suddenly its eyes were fiery and it rushed at him with all its might. It was the brat whose mouth still smelled like milk when you summoned your deity. Ti Tu Van stared at the divine beast. The emperor was the mount of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He did not expect the young master to be able to summon the emperor. Little Diem Ma looked confidently at the divine beast, but with a little bit of strength, he was still bitten back. Right after that, the black-white double knelt down and bowed respectfully, welcoming the Emperor and asking him to take action. On the other side of the battlefield, the battle continues. Old Demon Black Sun smiled smugly. You're done. To fight with him, Lunian had to use a move. The second form of the move was the martial art technique Zen Lam Kim Chung Chao. He rushed forward and punched the Black Mountain Old Demon repeatedly. The second stage boss was still very strong. It seemed like it was still difficult to break the customs clearance record. After that, he gave the order. Everyone continued to promote. On this side too, Maikyo's group of rich women immediately received the order. Okay. Little Dian Ma expressed that he wanted to offer an offering to the divine beast. His junior prepared the offering for the emperor. He angrily scolded him. Your brave junior, thought that the deity would be bribed. A fresh, sweet chicken thigh was offered. Tu Dian Ma held a chicken leg in her hand and respectfully invited it. My junior prepared the chicken drumstick for you, sir. I'm sure your lordship is in the underworld. If not, I'll still be here. As soon as the divine beast saw the chicken thighs, his mouth watered with hungry eyes. It quickly snatched the chicken leg to show its nobility. Seeing that you are a descendant of the great emperor, I am reluctant to do it again for you. Next time I won't be able to do it again. Then chewed it greedily. Mom, prepare your meal. Mom cooked. On this side, Lunian was attacked by the old demon Black Mountain, caused his blood to decrease significantly. He was seriously injured to the point where he couldn't use skills and could only use medicine to restore the lost blood. Damn, it hurt too much. Skills couldn't restore blood, so he could use medicine. Lunian unleashed a new move, letting you know a little about what an all-powerful player is, a great fireball magician. Around him emitted 3 billowing streams of fireballs. On this side, after the divine beast finished eating, little Yen Ma immediately begged, respectfully asking the Lord Emperor to take action immediately. While the divine beast leisurely flossed his teeth, what was the hurry? Kuang Tuya used the crystal demon technique. Demons created games, you mortals are so weak. The divine beast quickly observed the battle between Lunian and the old demon Black Mountain. It commented that this kid seems to have fully mastered the elementary level of fairy magic, and I seem to smell the aura. That is, the Emperor. The divine beast opened its mouth and a golden holy seal appeared from its mouth. The beast's secret treasure contained the holy seal. The holy seal quickly attracted the attention of the Black Mountain Old Demon. The old man angrily determined that he had discovered a new enemy, because the boss felt a strong threat and the hatred value previously established by the senior could no longer restrain the boss, and the boss would commit suicide. Attacking an enemy poses a greater threat to it. The holy seal turned huge and crushed the old demon Hack Sun, causing him to only scream helplessly, damn it. The divine beast slowly approached him to observe. The fake boss in this game acted very realistically. Perhaps there was a trace of consciousness left in his spirit. At this time the remaining blood he had was almost exhausted. The divine beast entrusted me. I cannot help you kill him. Let the other gods know that I help you kill the monster and will be punished when I return. The remaining 10% of my blood will be handed over to you. Lunian quickly seized the opportunity. He threw out 3 talismans. Now is a good opportunity to capture it. When it only has 10% of its health left, we can use beheading techniques. When the boss's health is low, more than 10% of players can use the highest damage slashing technique to defeat the boss. Black White's double killer also immediately supported him, and died. Thuong Dai urged him to hurry up, hoping to break the time record. Tu Maikyo jumped up and used his weapon to attack. Ha Su also used a large gun to shoot continuously forward. Streams of power emitted from their weapons, directly attacking the old demon's body. Black Sun brought his health back to 0%. He weakly wondered, when it was over, why was there only darkness before his eyes? The system pops up a notification, congratulating the following 8 players on successfully defeating the final boss, the old demon, Dark Valley. Lunian, Tu Maikyo, Thuong Kai Ni, Tuong Tuvan, Black White doubles the white, Black White doubles the black. Use 9 minutes and 6 seconds to break the copy clearance record and get a one-time prize draw treasure. Standing outside, Bitch Tri heard the system notification and couldn't believe it. He was so strong in his seniority. Hang Tru was also so angry that he was shaking. This sewer bug actually broke the customs clearance record. At the entrance to the dungeon, everyone couldn't believe that this was true. How could this be possible? They actually cleared the customs. Damn, they even broke the record for the time it took to clear the dungeon. Remember, this is a record. The master of the 6 Heroes Guild left last month. Some people were still impressed by Lunian's team's abilities. The most important thing was that they only had 8 people, no treatment, no tanks. Hang True is bitter. Damn Lunian, you dare to ruin my good deeds. I will not let you go like that. He acted like a despicable villain and ordered, quickly call someone. We have to ambush to rob the treasure. The subordinate heard that and immediately reminded him. But little president, we didn't bet with them, sir. Still sworn. Hang True didn't care and punched the henchman in the face. I told you to talk so much. I told you to leave without leaving quickly. He painfully obeyed. Hang True plans to reveal his villainous face, and will use every means to defame Lunian's team. In the copy, as soon as the boss was defeated, the girls immediately hugged Lunian to celebrate success. We defeated the Black Mountain Old Demon. The system once again displays a notification. Congratulations on receiving 2 sets of Black Mountain Mage. Receiving 2 magical treasures from Yetutien. Receiving 2 Black Mountain Staffs. Receiving 2 staffs. Receive 1 helmet of Ming Tai Dance Green Helmet. Receive 50 materials of rare materials Xian Ving Tian. 50 gems of Mixuan Jade. 10 ice stones of Ming Bing Stone. 88,888 gold coins. Lunian was pleased to look at the reward table he had achieved. This reward was still very rich. What the hell was Nin Tai Dance Blue Helmet? He clicked on the explanation. Ning Tai Dance Green Helmet greatly improved physical attack defense against enemies below level 50. It could activate special skills once and prevent them. Resist critical damage once for a duration of 24 hours. I imagine that when I wear this helmet, I will look a bit bananas. This helmet is very strong and can protect my life. This blue color makes me very uncomfortable. Little DM Ma did not forget to thank the Divine Beast Emperor Thin. He was very grateful to the Emperor for taking action. He turned around and left but did not forget to remind him, next time, little guy, don't be so reckless. I think Mr. Your ability is not bad, maybe in the future we will meet in the underworld more often and practice well here. Then it entered a circle of gods, the deity went here. TUDM Ma's group respectfully sent them off. They bowed to the Emperor's auditorium. Lunian wondered, let's go like this. Next let's divide the spoils. I need ingredients and I also want a green helmet that I can buy with money. TUDM Ma expressed admiration. I seeing that Lu Huin's skills were so proficient that he could kill the boss without any problems. I suddenly summoned the Emperor. Then he suggested, so Lu brother takes whatever he wants, we will share the rest, and there is also a chance to draw prizes to give to Lu brother. I think everyone has no opinion. The rich lady who was infatuated with Lunian also agreed without any objections, giving brother Lunian no opinion. Lunian received his reward and did not forget to explain the reason. It was not because I was greedy to save my father, that's all I could do. I received a mysterious iron stone, 50 mixed element jade people, 50 clear ice stones. Multiplied by 10, the prize draw box surpassed the human barrier by 1. He sighed. This time he thought he owed them a favor. He took all the ingredients, and didn't know if it was enough to activate the dragon and phoenix sword. There's no leveling up here at the picnic. Dare to open the Jade Seal gift package. When I return to Xianlang, I will open the Jade Seal beginner gift box and this prize drawing box. TUDM Ma didn't care about the reward. He quickly replied, without being polite, being able to get to know a random player like Lu brother is the biggest gain this time. Some time later, after receiving the reward Fuang Dai called for and distributing it, we left the dungeon. Everyone gradually entered the space hole to leave the dungeon. As soon as Lunian stepped out, there was a lot of talk outside. He looked at Lunian's group and didn't know what treasure they got. Wait a little longer, there will definitely be a good show to watch. I heard it's a guild spirit. Go mobilize people. As soon as he stepped out of Lunian, he encountered Hang True and the spirit guild. Hang True with a despicable face raised his sword to threaten, if you don't save the good equipment and rewards you just received from today's dungeon, none of you can leave. Hang True ordered his teammates. They just finished fighting the boss and must be very tired, guys. Let's blow them up and we will get good equipment, and we will divide it equally. His teammates were also excited about the rewards Lunian received. Has been achieved. Lunian held up the 4 talismans in a proud manner and questioned, relying on you guys to take the opportunity to rob me. The rich lady immediately spoke up and offered to protect Lunian. There were too many people from the guild spirit. Ha Su and I too Maikyo stopped them. Lunian ran quickly. Hang True pointed at them with a proud face. If he wanted to run away, there would be no such easy thing, so he surrounded me. Suddenly, the sky was clear and cloudless, and lightning appeared, making everyone surprised. Why was there thunder? TUDM Ma secretly despised in his heart, if you swear, I have cast a hellfire curse and anyone who violates the oath will die. Tu Diem Ma brought out items that do not belong to the small world of this game. His body was in extreme pain from the backlash of the Hellfire curse and blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Lightning immediately hit Hang Tru's body, causing him to scream in pain. He opened his eyes wide. Then it was struck by lightning and burned black into an unsightly shape. He was struck by lightning and turned into a human, not even a ghost, but only knew how to groan in pain. Hurt me to death, so hurry up and save me. Hang Tru fell to the ground, then dissipated in space. Tu Diem Ma was satisfied when he saw Hang Tru disappearing in space, but he still had some regrets. The purity of the hellfire he summoned was not high enough. If it were his mother, he could burn it without letting go. Ash again. Dat Kai's small class begins again. Initially Kwang Tu Na set a death limit to avoid death in the game. When the player is close to death, he will immediately be taken to the resurrection altar to treatment and recovery. However, the death protection can only take effect if the player is harmed by creatures and items introduced into the game system by the Jiangzi. So if killed by a demon from the demon world, or if you are killed by summoning items that are not part of the game system, you will actually die. Later, because Kwang Tu Na was sealed, the game did not continue to improve. At this time, the fire summoned by the Little Devil's spell was not put into the system, so the Little President was burned to death. Everyone was startled by Hang Tru's disappearance. The Little President's body had been burned to ashes. If he died, wouldn't his body also disappear? Look at the Little President's game status interface. Has he been revived yet? Because the Little President was not killed by the medicinal item entering the system, the ineffective protection transfer and his body were left in place. The system dinged, the Hang Tru character panel appeared, level 27 swordsman, current HP 0, death status, last online location of the Van Min copy, La Noc 2, guild office. Belongs to the spirit of association. The henchman was surprised when Hang Tru was revived. The little guild master was really dead. Another guy pointed his finger at Tu Diem Ma and accused him that the magic of the demon world meant that only they could truly kill the player. The long-bearded man in the spirit of the guild wondered, what is a demon of the demon world? Have any of you heard of it? A guy wearing a helmet scratched his head and replied, I don't know. The bald-head guy explained that before our guild had someone missing in Bitch Ba Dam, our guild leader went to listen, saying that this game had demons, and I still didn't believe it turned out to be true. The black-white twin assassins then spoke up to explain Hang Tru's death. The gods were angry because humans violated their oath, and they deserved to be burned to death. The closer they got, the more frightened the spirit guild people became. They ran away with 3 legs and 4 legs. Run quickly, they are demons. The henchman cowardly ran away but did not forget to raise his middle finger to provoke. You guys dare to conspire with demons. I have to report the game admin, you guys are waiting to die. Suddenly Lunian covered his face and felt troubled. It seemed like we were in a bit of trouble. Tu Dien Ma heard that and walked over to politely apologize to him. Truly sorry, it seems like we have caused trouble for Brother Lu. Later we will explain what happened here to the area manager god. In this game, we will bear all the consequences ourselves. Lunian remembered his 2 friends, and then reassured him that nothing would happen. If the manager of this area was Truong K Phuong or Na Tra, maybe I could say something. Tu Diem Ma was a bit worried and reminded him, Brother Lu believes that not being able to directly address the gods' names is disrespectful. Lunian patted his shoulder and smiled and replied, It's okay, they and I are quite close, but that's the matter. Hey, you guys can't let a leak happen. Black Assassin doesn't believe him, she sneered, even though you have a bit of skill, you shouldn't talk like that. Ha-Su angrily walked closer to Hack-Sat and scolded, Your chest is a bit bigger than mine. What spirit weapon dares to say that to my brother Lunian? Hack-Sat provocatively asked, Is it bigger than you admire? Seeing that Ha-Su was being bullied, the sisters couldn't leave each other. Tu Maikyo came over and used her big breasts to suppress Hack-Saturday. Compared to big breasts, right? Even our big brother Lunian is the 3rd person we know. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I admire you. The 2 of them looked at each other provocatively like water and fire. Hack-Sat of course didn't believe it, so he asked, How can a humble mortal know a great person like the 3rd Crown Prince Na Tra? Phuong Dai proudly answered, If it was because your young master didn't know him, you guessed it. It's taboo. Bai Cha couldn't bear to give in. She used her huge breasts to suppress her. You're talking nonsense. Our host is a descendant of the Wind Capital Emperor. How could he not know her? Phuong Dai raised his hand and shouted, Why don't you speak anymore? You're not confident anymore. Bak Sat used his huge breasts to attack Tu Maikyo. You are too bullying. Tu Maikyo replied confidently, leaving the defense to me. The two sides are like basketball versus soccer, baseball versus table tennis. She is Siyu Lin then, she introduced. I am the administrator of the game Siyu Lin then. A large number of players have just reported to me that among you there are people colluding with demons and criminals. I don't even want to kneel down and be tied up. Tu Diem Ma immediately knelt down and begged, the giant spirit god, this matter has nothing to do with the young people still hoping for you to raise it high and lightly hit it. Then he gave the order to confer the great emperor, red envelopes, and incense sticks. Merit fire, incense fire, and fire enjoyment have the effect of replenishing divine power and prolonging one's lifespan. The fire incense red envelope taken out by little Yen Ma in this episode was given by the great emperor. To make friends with the gods. From all walks of life in the game's world. When Siyu Lin then saw the red envelope asking, he happily grabbed one. At first glance, you don't look like you're a demon with phoenix eyes and eyebrows. Then she pressed her body towards Lu Nian and said in a questioning tone. On the contrary, you had a cunning look on your face based on my many years of experience in solving cases. Siyu Lin then pointed his finger at Lu Nian and affirmed that the murderer was you. After hearing this, Lu Nian stiffened and asked in confusion. What should I do? Siyu Lin then speculated that if this person did not have the aura of a descendant of the ancestors, then he would bring him back to report on the mission. Fuang Dai did not agree with Siyu Lin then's verdict and quickly ran to appeal. Sir Koi Lin then, you cannot judge the case like that. I do not accept it. Tu Mai Kyo immediately stopped it. Fuang Kai Ni calmed down a bit. Can't talk like that to a fairy. Hasu also ran to hug her in agreement. Yes, you have to trust Brother Lu Nian. He will definitely explain clearly. At this time, Tu Diem Ma saw that the situation seemed tense and immediately prayed. The giant spirit lord and they are all my friends. I hope you can forgive them and be grateful in the future. Black Cha was a bit annoyed when he saw Tu Diem Ma begging for Lu Nian. She whispered, this young master is very kind to Lu Nian. It seems like he had to spend a large amount of incense fire. Bak Cha quickly stopped her. Sisters and fairies can't say much in front of you. Giant spirit god suddenly angrily questioned. Arrogant Junior, I only accepted your gift from the Windu Great Emperor. Do you want this deity to let you go? From the giant spirit god's staff emitted a stream of golden light accompanied by hurricanes. It was so strong that it made people faint and collapse. This was the pressure coming from the gods. Lu Nian raised his hand to stop and exonerate himself. Stop, we have all been wronged and I have a way to prove it. The giant spirit god quickly withdrew his pressure, so take it out here. Suddenly Lu Nian ran to her and whispered, it's not convenient to show it here. Let's go to a remote place. You are a fairy. Won't you be afraid of me playing tricks on you? She replied calmly. Ignorant Junior, I'm afraid of you. I go ahead and lead the way, thinking in my heart, let's see what tricks you play. The black-white twin assassins were hiding in the bushes nearby watching the two of them. The black-white assassin whispered, Sister, Lu Nian wouldn't be stupid enough to actually play tricks on that giant spirit god. The white knight replied, then is to find a way to die. Looking from the perspective of the black and white duo, the two of them are in a very strange position. Siyu Lin then is groping Lu Nian's but she spoke up, let me take a look. Black-white double sat blushed shyly. What are the two of them doing? Black sat angrily scolded. This kid is really not a good thing, gossiping that he knew the third crown prince Natra, working for half a day and yet he was a duck. Box Sat also said contemptuously, in order to achieve his goal, this person did not stop at nothing. When he returned, he had to remind the young master not to form a close relationship with him. After a while of careful observation, Siyu Lin then finally confirmed that it was indeed not fake, it was indeed the lotus seal of the third crown prince. If it was His Highness Crown Prince Tam's person then it was his person. I am Giant Spirit is the vanguard of Tian Vam Waterfall Tower. Ko Lin then is the pioneer subordinate of Tian Vam Waterfall Tower. Natra's father failed to attack Hoakwa Mountain, then the third crown prince Natra requests to be exonerated. Ha Su happily ran to hug him. My brother Lu Nian really admires him. Ha Su wants him to kiss him. Tu Mai Kyo thought shyly it must be the seal the third crown prince gave to Lu Nian that had an effect. Our family is at a disadvantage. I have to apologize to Fuang Kai Ni. Black-white twin stood in the distance sarcastically, saying that he knew this god and that god, but it turned out to be just a boastful duck. Lu Nian heard this and looked at them with a bit of confusion. Tu Diem Ma suddenly said goodbye. Thank you Brother Lu for coming to help us. We still have things to do so we will take a step forward. One day we will meet again. In your heart, you also misunderstood Lu Nian's use of dung. His beauty captivated Siyu Lin then, But he did not expect that Master Siu Lin then would also be attracted by the beautiful appearance of his brother. Lu Nian also waved his hand and promised, "Goodbye. Next time we have a chance, we will play a copy together again." Tu Diem Ma nodded in agreement. "Sure." Small theater side story, on a mountain. Tu Mai Kyo with her perfect figure called out, "Brother Lu Nian, I really want to practice with you tonight. Can you turn me into a soft, fragrant blanket?" Two women knelt at the feet of the official body. The blue-haired girl picked up a grape and prepared to put it in her mouth. She knelt down and gracefully sucked the grape, her moist eyes approaching the gazette's face. When the distance between the two people was very close, the official also reached out to hug her waist. When a subordinate ran in to report, "Dear Director, it's not good." That guy ran in to report that the 10,000 saints were dead. Then Song Bao tilted his head and replied, "What are you so scared about? It's just cannon fodder. Is it Truong K. Phuong who killed the 10,000 saint princess?" The subordinate explained the situation further, but it was not there. Hong Tien Tuong and Truong Kui Phuong suddenly had a conflict in front of the replica. Van Ton Princess took the opportunity to enter the replica, but unexpectedly halfway there, another custard apple appeared. That Na Tra appeared. It was a surprise that they could not have expected. It turns out that Na Tra is the 7 saints of my son, also in the divine seal. It's inconvenient to attack mortals. Let them continue to develop the game. He personally patted the heads of the two women and advised. In addition, for the people below, to deal with mortals, monsters still need to take action. Currently, the path of the demon world is unstable. At most only a few great monsters can pass through it. Stop. Determining the level of monsters, first are demon generals, great demons, demon kings, demon emperors and demon lords. The leopard's body was silent in thought, those compassionate old gods, hoping that the new emperor would reincarnate his body into the holy body of the young master. It was such a far-fetched talk, it was necessary to find the new emperor's reincarnation and save him. He entrusted his royal essence to the leader of the Tong Tian sect to cast the spell, and after making a sacrifice to open the gate of the demon world and release the Rahas, we can make a fortune and take the opportunity to destroy the original and win the throne. Free for yourself again. In another corner of the version, in a place with a big tree and a cave, Tu Mingu approached Lu Nian's person and whispered, "Lu Nian brother, people are already anxious to start cultivating. Over there is a cave. I heard that cultivating in the wilderness is a very cool thing. That's stimulating." Ha Su was not resigned. She ran to hug the senior's arm and whispered, "Brother, please choose me. I am a legitimate lottery. I will definitely give you a different dual cultivation experience." Tu Mai Nu and Ha Su with two opposite styles, the two of them rushed to fight. Tu Mai Nu shouted, "Choose me, you are this airport bitch." Ha Su below won't give up. Scolded back, "Brother is mine, that abusive woman." The young man thought with a dark face, "Women are really scary." Phuong Dai ran up and punched away Mein Goi and Ha Su. Phuong Dai shouted that I am his wife. "You guys bully people so much. It's in vain that I consider you my best friend." Phuong Dai rushed forward and pressed his body close to the young man's, startling him. She coyly told him, "Old man, come back with us, tonight I will help you relax really well." Tu Mai Ha Su also came over and cried out coyly, "I also want to help senior brother relax." Mi Nian replied with a sweaty face, "It's really embarrassing. I still have something urgent to do. I have to go listen. I have news from my father." Lu Nian then ran away quickly. He turned back and said, "I will return to Phuong Kai's apartment after completing my work. If anything happens, let's contact by phone." Phuong Dai looked at the person in his heart rushing away like that. His face was filled with tears. All three people, Tu Mingu and Phuong Dai, all had the same face crying because of their departure. The resident wanders around another map. He took out the jade iron needle and thought, now that the ingredients are complete, go back to Dao's place to make a sword first. Let's open the jade gift package to see if the power inside can increase. How much more? Sister Nak began to teleport. The young man returned holding sparkling gifts. He had also changed into ancient clothes, smiling brightly, calling to his beloved concubines, "I'm back. You guys check to see if the ingredients are enough or not." Wu Lo Quan and Ox Omen are bathing in the lake. They congratulate the king. The ingredients are enough. Lu Nian saw a certain alchemy behind him and wondered, "What is that thing behind you?" Wu Lo Quan poured a glass of water and walked over. As he arrived, he explained, "Your Majesty, this is a lotus. We specially made it to make swords. The dragon and phoenix sword is the ultimate king of Yin. If not mixed properly, the jar will easily explode. We must continue to prepare. Please rest a bit, Your Majesty. Please drink some water." Even the Omen Ox also came up. She said, "Your Majesty has worked hard. My 20th level Jade reward has not been opened yet. Right now you can open it and take a look." Lu Nian ordered Golden Sister knock knock. He spoke, "I am the God Emperor." Knock's sister opened it. Notification system. I wish all players have received the rare magic weapon, 10,000 demons extracting crystals. This item can absorb demons and demons, to revive them, and imprison them in the crystal extracting castle. Those 2 stones began to be sucked inside by the Golden Jade sister. Lu Nian thought, that was the demon pill dropped when killing the main head insect and the 10,000 Saint Princess. At that time, the system congratulated the player. The auxiliary attack had detected the 9-headed insect on the main head. Love knitting. At other times, the system congratulated the player who killed the anti-holy princess, received the 10,000 Saint Princess demon pills, and received 1 bright ice stone. System advice for players. Players can tame the demons imprisoned in long semen extraction. When the surrender rate reaches more than 50%, players can use one of the techniques their abilities. Once reached 100%, they can be summoned to fight for the player. Lu Nian walked over and saw 2 people hanging on 2 pillars. Lu Nian recognized those people and was shocked. He looked at the girl and exclaimed, "That's the princess. Why are her clothes so tattered, even hanging here?" The bound Princess Van Tan continuously struggled and struggled. Lu Nian walked closer. He thought in confusion, the 10,000 Saint Princess and the 9-headed insect were all hanging here. Let's go over and take a look. After all, the crystal tower is my magic weapon. They can't hurt me either. Right after that, he received a new magical weapon in the shape of a thorny whip. While Lu Nian was confused, what is this? The system moves forward. Wishing all players successfully unlock the soul-destroying torture tool. Big whip in long semen extraction. This prop can be used in long semen extraction. Demons that you kill or assist in killing them have the ability to drop demon pills. At that time, the demon pill will absorb the demon pills to revive them and trap them in the crystal extract tower, as long as they surrender to 50%. You can choose to use one of their skills, and when they reach 100%, you can use all of their skills. Hearing this, Lu Nian excitedly said that his body was too weak. If he could receive the life protection skill of an insect's head, that would be too cool. Then he went closer to the 9-headed worm's place. Both the 9-headed worm and the 10,000 Saint Princess cried out for new. Lu Nian regained his serious face and sharp eyes. He said that because his 9-headed brother was healthy, he was happy that my younger brother was okay. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter how useful that person was to me. I will also directly take your life. The 9-head scolded, "If it weren't for that old man, you would have died a long time ago. Whatever you want to kill, do it quickly." 10,000 Saints Princess wondered, "Where is this? Where are you? What the hell are you doing? Please release us quickly." Lu Nian took out the thorn whip. He threatened, "No, I can't bear to kill you. You are still very useful to me." The youth's whip rushed out. "You beat and scolded me. This whip is for my cousin. This whip is for the humanity you murdered." The 9-headed worm knows that this is a soul-eating whip. Each whip will devour a little bit of my soul, just like a mausoleum. You are naturally cruel. Lu Nian didn't care and continued to fight. He absent-mindedly picked his ears and said, "The system gave me props. I had no choice." Princess Fantan scolded, "You rascal, please stop for me." Next she used her special skill, Poison Dragon Tone. Lu Nian couldn't be patient anymore. He snapped his fingers and ordered them to kill quickly. Princess Van Tan didn't understand and asked again, "My special skill of reading dragon beams has lost its effect." Lu Nian also warmly explained to her, "You should quickly save some energy. In this place of mine, you can't hurt me." He ordered, "Quickly kneel down and become my slave. If you obediently submit to me, you will be able to endure a little less physical suffering." The 9-headed worm still stubbornly replied, "We have been virtuous for thousands of years. How can we submit to a mortal like you? Even if I die, I will not submit." The 10,000 holy princess also stubbornly scolded me. "You're daydreaming, quickly take our lives." Lu Nian beat and scolded, "There is no such easy thing to do if you want to die, so continue to feel the feeling of this whip slowly devouring your soul." He still stubbornly shouted, "Hurry up. Come here." At this moment, he smiled mysteriously. He turned to swing the whip at the body of the 10,000 Saint Princess. The junior did not forget to answer 9-headed worm, who said, "I wanted to beat you." The one who wanted to beat was her. Princess Fantan screamed in pain. "This whip is like a small knife cutting meat, my concubine. I'm in so much pain." The 9-headed worm was worried about the 10,000 Saint Princess, and turned to say to the young man, "Emperor Tan, if you have anything, please aim at me. Let me think, Although this guy is evil, he is not bad for the 10,000 Saint Princess. I have a plan. Continue fighting, he scolded, you two demons. After killing so many innocent lives, how come I can't stand this little beating? Sometime later, the 10,000 Saint Princess sobbed. Her clothes were tattered, she cried out, I can't stand it anymore. Lu Nian used magic power to pull the 10,000 Saint Princess down. Princess Van Tan was pulled down and captured by the youth. He carried her body and walked in front of the man. The young man spoke up and asked the nine-headed worm, don't you guys like to let your subordinates take advantage of humanity to trample and play with women? The nine-headed worm looked at her. Seeing this situation made me angry. Princess Van Tan trembled when she heard the words that the young man said. I told you, Princess Van Tan, Huang Kai said something to you, but you wanted to humiliate her to the little demon. At that time, she read the evil message, woman over there, wait for your man to die. I will take all of you home to reward my subordinates, torture you, and then I will eat you alive. You to ease the pain in my heart. Lu Nian continued to threaten. He said that today I will teach you a bit on behalf of the players who have been harmed by you, and show you a little rabbit biting someone. The young man's 2 fingers looked like an angry rabbit's face. He touched them. The 10,000 holy princess cried out despicably, please stop quickly. When the nine-headed worm saw that scene, his blood boiled and he screamed, quickly let go of the 10,000 Saint Princess, your new emperor. Today I will dry my blood with you. After a moment, Lu Nian angrily threw the 10,000 Saint Princess far away. Next he grabbed her foot and made a mess. Lu Nian expressed his interest in this foot. He said that I have eaten fox chicken feet and dragon feet before. This is the first time I have seen this foot. The nine-headed worm roared angrily, your new emperor is truly not human. Lu Nian turned around and exclaimed, he asked the nine-headed worm, do you also know how to be angry? The foreplay is almost over, so let's get to the point. Lu Nian took off part of his clothes, the light from Emperor Tan's body shone in front of them. When both of them saw the body part of the junior, they immediately screamed, why is his treasure so dazzling? Is this the pinnacle of dual cultivation? They can never stop cultivating with him. The breakthrough is getting stronger and stronger. Emperor Tan's dual cultivation ability was very strong in the past. After his death, he was promoted to the role of Tian Hai Tin Tin Quan, commander. An Air Force dual cultivation technique, which is even his own cultivation method. Now, even though he has changed his life, he has undergone the training of selfishness and the other goblin, by speaking of extraordinary greatness. The two of them internally discussed, this time we have completely failed, it is best to temporarily live in a good cultivation space, and wait for the opportunity to escape. The nine-headed worm shouted, let's negotiate, let's slow down, we are willing to submit to you, pray to the king to do violence to the 10,000 holy princesses. I will personally accept the punishment for the mistake I committed, and live forever. Hearing that made me very happy, he thought, everything was going according to my plan. He removed the chains that bound them. The 2,000 saint princesses and the nine-headed insect knelt down, and thanked the king for his mercy in sparing our lives. Lu Nian was fully dressed and thinking, let me check first, what percentage of your submission is. The system displayed an urgent warning. The magic weapon checked and discovered that the nine-headed insect's body had self-destructed, but it did not stop because of the danger to his life. It was the king's thoughtful little magic weapon that judged the nine-headed insect. The female insect is more suitable to follow the king. The nine-headed insect belongs to the female gender. The little nine-headed girl appeared and spoke respectfully. I volunteer to become a female demon forever to serve the king. If the king cannot accept me, please make me the chief raider. As a precaution, let me help the king castrate all the male demons who enter the crystal extraction building into eunuchs. This place only needs one man to be the king. Lu Nian's eyes widened when he saw this. He screamed and thought, Mom, I just want the skills to protect your life. Why did it become like this, when the nine-headed insect first appeared? When opened, there is no distinction between male and female. Depending on future practice, one can decide to become male or female. Here, the nine-headed insect has transformed from its original form into a female gender to atone for its sins. 2Q2 expressed a special love for Tru Vong but was chased away. Would you like to try it? I am really a woman. No, don't come over here. Even though she was pushed down, she was still extremely happy with his irritation. The slave family has already prepared. My female body is still a virgin body. Leave it. No need. Be your general manager. Go. The system continues to notify. Quickly see the level of submission of the two of them. Receive the skill immediately. This announcement made him a bit confused. What is this? Haven't they expressed their submission? I don't understand. The system reported again, checking that the 9-headed worm and the 10,000 Saint Princess were exchanging ideas. Should they eavesdrop? He immediately chose to agree. Emperor Tan's reincarnation is a top-class dual cultivator. As long as we find a way to capture him, then cultivate here and break through to becoming a demon king, or even a demon emperor, we can leave here. Then your husband can still, if we turn back into men, can we still be happy in the future? She admitted with great sadness, I am already a woman, so why the hell are we still married? Now our most important task is to cultivate to escape from here. You must think of a way to double cultivate with the advanced emperor. Strength. But she was extremely surprised. You told me to double cultivate with that mortal. TQ2 scolded her immediately, confused. Now the first goal is to continue to live. Otherwise, if we are not hit by this soul-destroying whip, sooner or later our souls will fly away, waiting for us to grow stronger and eat him. After hearing this, Truvong sprayed glue on these two guys. It turned out that these two guys were acting. No wonder their loyalty was so low. He was extremely angry and waved his whip at these two guys. Princess Van Tan immediately rushed towards TQ2 in fear. The two of you were scared and begged for mercy. Master, spare your lives. Don't use the soul-destroying whip to beat us. You can change to another whip and we will satisfy the master's taste. You scold them. Get out, I have no taste. This. He walked back and forth thinking for a while. What to do now? My father is controlled by demons. I have to find him quickly. But my body is too weak, without the skills of the 9 heads. It's hard to keep alive with each step. Suddenly he saw a loud singing sound in a corner of the tree, which made him come up with a great idea. Wooden horses are really good. Don't drink water. Don't eat grass. Don't eat grass. Cha-cha-cha, run quickly. Cha-cha-cha, run quickly. Cha-cha-cha, shout, cha-cha-cha, run quickly. You call the other two guys over. I'll order someone to put this on. She exclaimed, these clothes are so small. It's so humiliating. He raised his whip to threaten her. Get dressed quickly. I'll bring you guys some good clothes later. The two men wearing short dresses shyly covered themselves. He now began to act. Using his ninja skills and the forbidden chain, he pulled the other two guys with him. Finally arrived at the place where the 2 wooden horses were. He ordered the other 2 to sit down on this wooden horse. King Tru used magic to make her flip around in the air. She cried out in extreme pain, begging for her life. No, no. Princess Van Tan's appearance looked extremely tattered. TQ2 was no better. His eyes were clearly uncomfortable. So with just a wave of his hand, he controlled 2 guys to sit on wooden horses. He also continuously whipped the whip to punish these 2 guys. The 2 of you were brutally interrogated by me, to make you dishonest, to make you act, to quickly hand over your special skills to me. Water from the 2 people's bodies began to flow out, wetting the wooden horse. TQ2's level of admiration quickly increased. Her mouth cried out, she was about to be ruined. This scene is so exciting. The system notifies that the 9-headed insect trapped and alive in the crystal extraction floor has reached 50% submission. The player can choose to use one of her skills. Looking at this notice, he also discovered that it needed to be said, it must be a life-saving skill. The special defense skill of the 9-headed insect is magic. Chaining the 9 dragons, this is a passive skill attack, can decapitate to save life 9 times when the player is in danger, CD every 24 hours. It turns out this is the special skill of the 9-headed worm. Discovering this made him jump with joy. He finally had the skill to save his life and could save his life 9 times a day. He immediately chose a special defense skill, the 9-dragon combo spell. The system started downloading skills for you. Suddenly a snake head appeared with fierce eyes. A few more heads also joined in to greet him. Hi, hello big brother, I'm the 2nd brother, I'm the 3rd brother. Their appearance made him extremely panicked. Oh my god, shouldn't he be behind me? Why are there 9 more little heads? It turned out that he thought their appearance would look like a 9-headed worm, but it was completely different from him right now. TQ2 explained to him that this life-guarding snake needed abundant positive energy to nourish, and that its previous owners, Emperor Tan and Tian Hai Tin Quan, had been cultivating yin and yang intercourse for thousands of years, so after the owner's precious treasure, after being thoroughly refined, is already a positive material, suitable for the 9 heads that the owner condenses to grow. He has to accept it, that's okay, people who accomplish big things don't care about small details. He asked her again, Cousin Van Tan, I am not only a new emperor but also a successor to the great affairs. If you do not submit, I will rule the waters. She cried out in fear, don't submit to me. So she had to submit to him before being attacked by those snakes. The system immediately announced that Princess Van Tan's obedience level had reached 50%. players could choose to use Princess Van Tan's skills. Receiving this notification is so happy. It's done, it's decided. The system congratulates you. Congratulations to the player on receiving a special skill that belongs to Princess Van Tan, the Magician's Death. This skill will summon the dead, automatically lock the enemy and add debuffs belonging to toxicity, reduces enemy actions. I'm very satisfied with this skill. This probably isn't part of the killer bug skill in the game, right? Who dares to tease me, huh? I'm not a saint. She approached the group of 9 insects and caressed them. Surprisingly, after learning the skills of the 9 insects, she was able to enhance her dual cultivation ability to such an extent. Taking this opportunity, she grabbed the head of a 9 insect and licked it seductively with her tongue. This feeling made him blush so shyly. What is going on? How can I release dopamine when she touches the snake's head like that? QQ2 jumped in to explain that this 9-headed child is part of the owner's body, and of course has sympathetic nerves like the owner's eldest child. She continuously licked the heads of other snakes in a sensual and provocative manner. This provocative feeling made it difficult for him not to get excited. His whole body felt hot. Those snakes seemed to explode according to his emotions. After being satisfied, I temporarily released the other 2 guys. Okay, this king must return to the royal mausoleum. You 2 just stand in the Star Building and guard the hospital. If I discover that you are not, if you are faithful, you will be beaten. These 2 quickly coaxed sweetly, don't dare, we are absolutely loyal. At this time, he took back the Star Building. It was time to go back to recast the dragon and phoenix sword. Go see how Dat Kai and they had prepared. I would like to send the king a bow and send off. In just a moment, he left the long semen extraction space. As soon as he entered the door, he asked Ngu DM, where is the noble Nak, your majesty? The pure Duong cauldron has been successfully built. The sisters told me to help the king change his clothes and then take the king inside. That's the inner palace. He was served by her to change his clothes. To Dat Kai is waiting for him naked. The beautiful Vu Lo Quan was already waiting. The beautiful Ho Hai Mi is also waiting for him to appear. To Dat Kai is trying to transfer internal energy into the sword furnace. Next to him is Ho Hai Mi, who is also doing his best to support. Seeing him appear, To Dat Kai spoke up. His concubines had prepared everything, just waiting for the king to come. Sure enough, seeing the beautiful bodies of the beauties made him even more excited. His eyes lit up. Hey, why are you casting swords, taking off all your clothes like that? Dat Kai brought his seductive body closer. Perhaps the king did not know, casting swords is not an easy task at all. The person who forges the sword needs to be in a state of mind and body with no dirt in it. Only if the outside is smooth it can be done. Vu Lo Quan invites you, please don't hesitate any longer. Please put the dragon, phoenix sword and ingredients into the top box first. This energy caused the 3 girls to bounce outside. Unexpectedly, the dragon and phoenix sword and the ingredients had already begun to merge. She reminded him that the lot had exploded, so be careful, your majesty. The light from the lot made him have to cover his eyes with his hand because it was too bright. At this time, the dragon and phoenix sword also appeared before our eyes. Is this the true body of the dragon and phoenix sword? The 3 girls knelt down to congratulate him, congratulated the king on successfully casting the sword, and hoped that in the future the king would win many victories. As soon as the sword came out, I wanted to try it right away. Let's see how powerful this sword is. He immediately slashed his sword horizontally. Unexpectedly, with just a light hand, he could already see how powerful this sword was. This sword was unexpectedly strong, making him extremely surprised. The power of this sword almost caused Neo DM, who was protecting the Dharma at the door, to almost get hit. The girls came closer and praised. The sword's energy was really too strong. The sword was sparkling, killing all 4 directions. It was indeed the king's dragon and phoenix sword. Holding the sword in his hand, his mouth was filled with joy. This was the true power of the dragon and phoenix sword. If he encountered any ghost or demon in the future, he would easily be able to kill him. Luke Nian defeated all those monsters. He felt proud. Sister, you have seen that my dragon and phoenix sword disguised as a prop for the game of Qian Xiang Mak evil sword can be used normally. He held up his swords of water and fire for the cameras to follow, and the fans to watch. So cool. Number 25, the flying yacht of the Min Te Huin Hoa Guild. The giant yacht in the air records all forums and player activities. It takes place a welcoming ceremony for new members. Luke Quan is the one above saying, Min Te Huin Hoa congratulates the elites in the game. He is the president of Min Te Huin Hoa Guild. Luke Quan, you guys do the most tiring work, but the hard-earned resources and best equipment are all distributed to the high-level guild. Luke Quan asked, are you willing? They all said in unison, unwillingly. Like a small-scale protest on a cruise ship, no commitment, no commitment. Meanwhile, Bao Mai's hand tightened. Afterwards, Luke Quan went down to her and said, "We are all born poor, but our poor background is not our fault." He seemed to intentionally touch her, and also emphasize that you guys are willing to continue working nonstop for those noble guilds for the rest of your life as cattle and horses. As if engraved in Bao Mai's heart, she shouted, "Disagree, disagree." Luke Quan secretly smiled, as if the psychological grasp was the plan put forward before this welcome ceremony, as if to create confidence in everyone. They immediately happily got along, and created relationships with each other. "Welcome to join MOT, our guild is fair and just, we love each other, and are a family." Luke Quan signaled everyone to pay attention and listen to what he said. "Dear brothers and sisters, let's fly a little longer to the base of our guild." He also emphasizes player psychology with interesting locations. There is a surplus of spiritual energy. There are spiritual stones and spiritual springs everywhere. Soak for 5 minutes and experience twice as much as 8 hours. It seemed like they had more strength, and were all interested in where Luke Quan was talking. Soaking the fish in the spirit stream for 5 minutes can double the experience of 8 hours. Isn't that a good start? I will quickly surpass my classmate's level. Until then I will want to aggressively punch him in the face. Soak the spirit spring for 5 minutes, double the experience of 8 hours, use the spirit stone freely. Lu Guan also said that the matter of spirit stones and spirit springs cannot be known to others, especially large guilds, so before entering we need to close the game board and communication tool, hoping everyone understands. They agreed. Turn off the game board and remove the communication tool to prevent admins from monitoring. Everyone's phones were recovered. They all followed the process and focused on monitoring. Luke Quan listened to the report. Everything was collected. The next thing is that Luke Quan takes people to where they need and want to go when they listen to him. Everyone excitedly followed. Passing through this cave is where our guild is stationed. This is where our dream began. Follow President Luke. Soak in Spirit Spring for 5 minutes. Double the experience of 8 hours. Use Spirit Stone freely. Suddenly the weak young man became concerned that I felt something was wrong and felt like my heart was beating fast. But they didn't believe it. He must have been seasick. Come on, you're almost there. Perhaps, they did not know that the place they were going was the starting line for the tragedy to begin. The place is dark, only lit by ghosts and green tunnel fire. The play was performed as planned by Luke Quan and was successful. He took off his glasses and revealed the true face of the guild, where he did his cruel deeds. Welcome to the free human breeding farm. The place where they were standing was locked by the guards. They panicked. The human breeding camp, Mantan classmates, you guys are a group. He smiled sinisterly. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a free person, obediently waiting to die. Bao Mai asked, President, don't you want to lead us to soak in the spirit spring? What the hell is going on? Someone pointed. Look quickly, the back of the president is not right. As expected, behind Luke Quan is the most terrifying thing about humans, the night with 3 dimensions of space that seems to erode human vitality. That's right, he's been a devil since he entered the guild. The power that exists is when the king's skull appears. President Luke helped us bring so many people and animals. Mrs. Bok-Kot will definitely reward us a lot. It is Lady Bok-Kot's subordinate. Cotton Gao Tien, true demon. It is the figure of a soldier with a long-standing skeleton and a battle record with incised wounds. Luke Quan respectfully greeted, hoping that Lord Cotton Gao Tien would say a few words for me in front of Mrs. Bok-Kot, so that we can learn the Bok-Kot magic technique of immortality sooner rather than later. It said, of course. He looked at Bao Mai, who was being held by his subordinates, and said, I still have a request. After all, these people must become nutrients for Mrs. Bok-Kot. They still have a few women in their assets. Player death. Cotton Gao Tien said, hurry up, we have to get out of here as soon as possible. My uncle is already hungry and thirsty. Brothers, unload the goods. The mischievous and crazy look in his eyes contrasted with Luke Quan's previous handsome appearance, making people afraid. He said, if you don't drink the wine you're invited to drink, you'd rather drink the wine as punishment. You're being suppressed by Lord Cotton Gao Tien's pressure, and you're not being honest. She hugged herself in pain, hateful. Suddenly, an ice sword suddenly struck and stopped. That is the presence of Quang Tuet. Her body shone with the cold, majesty and strength of a snowy human. Hong Nan was delighted, President. Luke Quan sees it as something that has come up before. Heaven has a path you don't take. Hell has no door you rush in. Lord Cotton Gao Tien, please help us capture them. He said, a bunch of trash. The skeletal hand unleashed the power of nightmarish darkness. He summoned demonic techniques, white bones purgatory. Like the power coming from darkness and hell, creating a matrix of green light like uranium and bamboo tigers facing animals. The girl nearby couldn't stand it, so she threw herself away, but was caught by Kwang Tuet. She was wary of him. In addition, Luke Quan also wants to attack her and create water gloves. Oh, there are still people who haven't fallen yet, brothers, come up for me. Kwang Tuet wanted to summon Tuan, but you all colluded with demons to kill your compatriots. He smiled as if nothing had happened. Haha, as long as the profit is big enough, even his parents can sell it. Luke Quan unleashed a hydraulic beheading. The demonic force of water swept away like a vortex. Kwang Tuet is not afraid to unleash the strongest move of a guild captain. Cold Purgatory. Freezes her sword and enhances her ultimate. True to the nature of the attack, it froze Luke Quan's body, making it difficult for him to move. Even his arms were frozen. Her one simple move was enough to knock him out, and the ice broke into pieces. He was thrown out uncontrollably. Luke Quan felt numb. He didn't expect a girl like you to have such talent. That ice sword threatened him by placing it close to his neck. Kwang Tuet said, I reported to the management staff about the exemption of the Western Guild and immediately released all players. Cotton Gao Tian seems to be interested in her. Even mortals have this kind of strength, worthy of my action. Then he pulled the sword from his skeletal body. The sword radiates evil murderous aura that threatens the opponent, the cold demon, Cotton Gao Tian. Levels of demon, demon general, great demon, demon king, demon emperor, demon lord. He wanted to leave, but Luke Quan kept holding his leg. Lord Cotton Gao Tian quickly killed that woman. Makes him uncomfortable and useless. Taking that opportunity, Kwang Tuet sent him flying with moves, swordsmanship, and ice slashes. When his body broke, it was a success. It would be unusual for Cotton Gao Tian to easily die in the hands of that attack. He was reborn, and the hidden weapon emitted was even more terrifying than that. What? That body of darkness and bones that swallowed humanity exists to compete with Kwang Tuet. A mortal is still a mortal. Obediently serve as nourishment for Mrs. Bach's bones. He raised his evil fingernails to frighten humans. Kwang Tuet tried to create protective ice, but it was not feasible. It was too strong. It seems exhausted. I must save them. Unexpectedly, a red sword appeared flying by without even Cotton Gao Tian paying attention to the surroundings. The twin swords cut him painfully without even defending him. The appearance of the mortal made Kwang Tuet stunned. Cotton Gao Tian tried to calm everyone down. Luke Nian smiled mischievously. The main character always appeared last. Kwang Tuet turned on alert mode and asked, Who are you? Luke Nian flashly said, In the world where gods and demons are forbidden, I am the strongest stray player, Luke Nian. She said, Now is not the time for you to pretend to be handsome. They are real demons. If you kill them you will really die. Teammates said, TSK, this kid really doesn't know whether to live or die. Luke Nian then used his golden eyes to open and see the enemy's condition. In his eyes, Cotton Gao Tian is a level 40 demon general, indeed a real demon. But he was happy. But a demon general. Plus we now have 12 lives, we can try. Suddenly, Luke Nian felt the Hongnan girl, making him wonder, wait, why does this beautiful girl also have demonic energy on her body? Cotton Gao Tian has identified the enemy. He turned out iron stakes to attack you. Since you have entered our area, then obediently provide nourishment for Mrs. Bach Kot. Luke Nian said, You guys take the injured person out of here quickly, don't affect the speed of drawing my sword. Luke Nian's two strongest swords were unleashed. He thought again. After they left, we could use the skill of picking stars from the devil's house. The two swords fight with the demon, like two opponents who can't wait to meet each other, attacking fiercely like a storm, making it even more satisfying for viewers. Equal talent and strength. Fighting with him makes Cotton Gao Tian somewhat excited. His power is not small, but he immediately released his ability. As long as the magic power index is enough, my body can regenerate and combine indefinitely, infinitely regenerate, ha ha ha. Kwang Tuet said, I have warned you long ago, they are real demons, you cannot deal with them. Luke Nian does not hesitate in front of an outstretched opponent. He is prepared, infinitely reborn, right? He continued to attack continuously to test his strength. I wanted to see if it was the speed at which I cut you down or the speed at which you regenerated. The skill of a warrior meets the thief. The sword swung continuously, making the surrounding people gasp. 24 consecutive attacks. At 36 combo attacks, this is infinite combo attacks, so powerful. 59 consecutive attacks. Cotton Gao Tian laughed, haha, haven't you heard, I can be reborn infinitely. Suddenly he felt strange. Oh, why this kid is the opposite. Unexpectedly, he panicked. That's not right, it's me doing the opposite. How is that possible? Luke Mian sarcastically said, haha, this part of yours is more funny than those 9 of my brothers. Finally, when it comes to your counterattack phase, it seems that the previous combo attack caused your infinite regeneration to generate a small bug, so let's continue. Taking that opportunity, he showed Cotton Gao Tian how strong he was. He attacked his entire body. It's gone. In the short time it took to regenerate so many times, my magic power is about to be consumed. I have to carry it a bit. He smiled and said, Big brother, you should wait a bit first. I will ask Mrs. Bok Kot to pass on the magic technique of Bok Kot for immortality to you. But Luke Mian said he was too shy and not interested. Before he could say anything, he really didn't think twice about such a rare opportunity. But he kicked him out to the chicken coop. The magic power index was completely consumed. Demon General Ngao Tien Kot was killed. Quang Tuet keeps in mind, Luke Mian. She suddenly realized, I remember. Luke Mian is the player who set a new record for quickly surpassing Van Min Kok. He did not expect that he would have such great fighting power when facing demons. Congratulations to the following 8 players for successfully defeating the ultimate boss of Van Min Kok. Black Old Demon, Senior Year. Phuong Kai Ni, Tu Mai Kyo, Ha Thursday, Tu Diem Ma, Tuong Tu Van, Black and White Double Sat La Bok, Black and White Double Kill is Black. If we can bring him to our guild. They were happy, it was dead, we were saved. Bao Mai seems to have met the destiny of life, so handsome. It would be great if Lu Nian were my boyfriend. They were happy, thank you Captain, we were saved. Suddenly Lu Nian realized that, even though she had forgotten, the smell on her body was not right. Smelling it is indeed a demonic aura. But why can't my Venus firebender see through her? He remembered the times he was sexually pleasured and seduced by demons. After that, he rushed straight to Hong Nan, so I could test her. Becoming a benefactor in everyone's hearts, his teammates were stunned when Luke Nian was the one to attack. Quang Tuet took action to protect. What do you want to do? She said, are you crazy? Why are you attacking people from our guild? Poor Hong Nan hugged Quang Tuet, the president who saved me. Unexpectedly, as soon as she left the tiger's den, she met a wolf. She also pointed out, President, this man was not a good person. Before, he relied on his great strength to violate me. I didn't listen and ran away. Now he was so angry that he became embarrassed and wanted to kill me. Hearing this made Luke Mian not understand what was going on. Hearing that made the other girls wary. Since Vice President Hong Nan said so, it's not wrong. When he talked about saving people, it turned out he was coveting our bodies. Unexpectedly, he was also a wolf man. No one in the world is good. Quang Tuet also wondered if he was really a wolf. Hong Nan and I wouldn't lie like sisters, but there seemed to be something wrong. Suddenly they rushed up to protect Vice President Hong Nan. That made Luke Mian smile secretly. He said, it is indeed a demon, dare to slander me as a wolf. Sooner or later I will let you see what a true wolf is. Quang Tuet tried to say, I will check this matter. In respect to your actions just now, Mr. Lu, please go home now. But the girl didn't like that. She couldn't just leave him like that. She brought out a magic weapon to teach him. Yes, vented her anger on behalf of the vice president, Hong Nan. Yet, Luke Nian truly transformed into a human and transformed into a wolf. Quang Tuet held Hong Nan in her arms and warned Mr. Lu not to leave quickly. At this time, Chiuko held the red sword in his hand and said, Stop. He humiliated my goddess Hong Nan. I cannot let him go. He stroked his hair smugly and let this kid with the Lu family pretend. Now that the demon is dead, it's my turn to pretend. Maybe there will be a beautiful woman in his arms. But Quang Tuet glared at him and said, If I say he can go, then he can go. Her words made Chiuko scared and backed away. Then she told him that if she didn't leave quickly, Lu Nian immediately turned around and waved, truly not grateful to good people. He just went straight into the cave alone. Looking at him, she thought to herself, did we blame him wrongly? Then she grabbed Hong Nan's hand and worriedly asked, Hong Nan, are you sure it was him who teased you before? Was there any misunderstanding? But she responded with a savage smile. A bright red aura emitted around her. Realizing something strange, Quang Tuet stepped back and said loudly, You are not Hong Nan. Who are you? Her face was revealed. She saw that she had been exposed, so she also appeared and smiled back at Quang Tuet. After a while, she finally revealed her true form. Ba Kok Tin raised her claws and asked, Little girl, look closely to see who I am. Ba Kok Tin was originally a female corpse on a white tiger turned into a skeleton, accidentally absorbing the aura of heaven and earth and transforming into a human-shaped white bone, skilled at transforming into corpses and seducing people. tricking them into entering the palace to absorb the aura. Quang Tuet stepped back. I reached out to protect everyone. You are white bone crystal. She opened her hand with sharp claws and said, the obstructor is finally gone. Next, she opened the white bone field and said loudly, waiting for everyone to finish eating before going to kill him. The system displays that players in the white bones field cannot contact the outside world, nor can they exit this field. From the ground, claws began to come to life and surrounded them all. The bones also lifted the girls into the air. They endured the pain and shouted, help someone, save me, President, save me. Quang Tuet is also struggling with this magic at this time. Damn it, this white bone can't be broken. Ba Kot Tin raised his hand, followed by red magic. You are very strong, but how can mortals stop my magic? After a while of fighting, she was also controlled by this magic. Seeing that, Ba Kot slowly approached her and said, my child has long discovered that Hong Nan is a spy, and by becoming her, he intentionally lured you here behind her back. She was tied up, but in her mind she was still thinking about her life's white horse. I can't die here. I haven't met the king of my dreams yet. Before he could finish thinking, Ba Kot threw a bone chain to Quang Tuet's neck and then arrogantly said, I have received your essence, screaming loudly, my king. Suddenly, some kind of power cut her chain. Lu Nian has returned with a fiery spirit. Are you calling me? Seeing him there, Quang Tuet was extremely surprised. He stood alone in front of her with 2 hands and 2 swords. Haven't you seen Tam de Ba Kok Tin? Didn't I say that Ba Ko Tin has been here for thousands of years and you still use this transformation trick to separate cockroaches? Seeing that there was someone strong enough to fight with her, she lightly licked her sharp claws and responded, people have this hobby, can you manage it? Bao Mai was currently being tied up by the skeletons. Seeing him, he felt fascinated and thought, indeed, Brother Lu Nian is my true destiny. Today, he saved me twice in a row. I really did. Damn it, I didn't help brother. I will definitely have to make it up to brother in the future. Tu Ko shouted angrily. It turned out that Lu Nian didn't run away. Maybe they were acting with them. Another person echoed in the distance. Lady Bok Kot was a big demon Lu Nian could fight. Unable to bear it, he threw a piece of gold at his face, causing him to lose a few teeth. Bao Mai shouted to cheer Lu Nian up. He tried his best to defeat the white bone crystal. When Bok Kot Tin heard that, he laughed loudly and contemptuously. It's ridiculous that you think that if he defeats my subordinates, he can defeat me. If he can defeat me, then I will be your female slave forever and ever. He vented. Hearing that, Lu Nian spread out his hand and smiled softly and replied, this is what you said. Hurry up and die, sir. I'm waiting for your demon pill. His challenge seemed to anger her. Hundreds of red chains and 2 skulls flew from her body, all pointing straight at him. You don't know whether to live or die. Today, this lady will send you away. Reincarnate. The system appears to congratulate the player on killing Mrs. Bok Kot, receiving Lady Bok Kot's demon pill, receiving Nin Tai Thent's blue chest armor, improving the physical defense of enemies below level 50, and can immune to one-time lethal damage, CD 24 hours. Lu Nian's eyes lit up, and he held the pill in his hand. He happily said that Bok Kot Tin loves the pill. He thought, if I can tame Bok Kot Tin, then I can use her transformation technique. This is also her. He requested it himself. He raised his hand to seriously remember Kot Tin's words and blood flowed from his nose. Bok Kot Tin smiled seductively and said that if he can defeat me, then I will be his slave forever and ever. Secretion. At this moment, a girl knelt on the ground and a thud sounded. Bao Mai clasped her hands tightly. Her seductive body made it impossible for us to take our eyes off. Sincerely begged Nian Caca, please accept me as a maid to warm the bed. But before there was an acceptance, the other girls pushed Bao Mai away and ran over. Brother Lu Nian's life-saving grace could only be repaid as a buffalo or a horse. If Brother Lu Nian did not take action, I must have been caught by Lady Bok Kot in the cave and eaten. I also want to warm the bed for you. Lu Nian could only shyly turn away at this time. That blue-haired girl was no less, with a fiery body and a big soul looking at him. Quang Tuet looked behind him and thought that the great demon in the myth of Journey to the West was killed by a mortal like that. Lu Nian turned around, pointed at himself and told everyone that they were being too exaggerated, that eliminating demons was the duty of my great man. After speaking, he looked at them bewilderedly, some covered their eyes, others gasped. He asked curiously why everyone was looking down. His eyes also slowly looked down. From Lu Nian's pants, small green snakes appeared. They cried and said, Big brother, the 8 and 9 brothers are dead. The big brother needs to double cultivate to replenish energy to revive the 8 and 9 brothers. Seeing this scene, he was startled and shouted, Mom, then curled up and turned away. He quickly put it back on, blushing shyly. It was clear that he had lost the skill. They ran out to be revived. Tuco was overwhelmed, pointed his finger at him, and told him that he was indeed conjuring demons. Just now Lady Bok Kot Tin was actually not dead, he was acting. How could this 180-degree intelligence of mine be eliminated? This part is a lie. Hearing these words, all the girls took out their weapons and stepped back to defend. Kwang Tuet frowned and asked if you were a human or a ghost. Tuco found the communication tool. He smiled happily. The white bone field had disappeared. I had already contacted GM. The next time I contacted him, he would definitely be dead. On this side, she stood in front of Lunian and shouted loudly, "Go away, I believe you are a good person, you just have practiced magic." At this moment, a red tornado suddenly appeared and a voice rang out. He couldn't go anywhere. Next was the extremely beautiful appearance of the giant spirit. Once again she appeared on the field. She flew down with a large hammer. As soon as she finished speaking, her HP decreased rapidly, and she painfully coughed up blood. She came close to him and put her hand on Lunian's shoulder, and said it was you kid again. Tuco was now proud and smiled lightly. This kid must be a familiar criminal. This time I'm about to make a success. Thinking of this, he immediately imagined the pinnacle of his life, the girls just lying next to him. But at that moment, the giant spirit hugged his face to his chest and happily said, "You kid, you used your mortal body to kill a great demon, worthy of being the younger brother of the third crown prince. I am really getting worse. Like you even more." The system also showed pressure relief at this time. Everyone gasped, "What is going on?" The third crown prince's younger brother, the facial cleanser came from the giant spirit god. Tuco angrily rushed forward, pointed at Lunian and told the giant spirit god, "This person has 7 treasures and is definitely a demon's ally. Please kill him to comfort the people." But she didn't care. She pushed him down and put her hand under his pants. "Oh, 7 treasures, last time you showed me your butt, I found out that your penis is not ordinary. Today I have to look again. I'm scared. What do you want to do?" Everyone was even more shocked at the giant spirit god's words, considering your butt was not ordinary. Kwang Tuet stood up and looked at them, thinking to herself that Lunian was familiar with the giant spirit god and the third crown prince, and their relationship was not ordinary. At this time, Tuco was so angry that his face turned dark. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to cover up bad people, I must denounce you." Hearing this, she glanced back. Her eyes lit up, lightning flashed around her, she frowned and wanted to die. He suffered pain from that gaze, his eyes, nose and mouth were bleeding. Suddenly a person appeared from above and said to stop. This person seemed to be a high-ranking person, so even before he showed his face, he was already extremely majestic. Lunian was afraid of the arrow. A person with sky-high aura stood from above and said, "I am the second wolf than Duong arrow, next to me is a talking dog, I am Tan Hao Tien Fook Fook dog." Seeing him, everyone knelt down and bowed. The second wolf divinely bowed. Only Lunian still stood there without kneeling. He glared at them, releasing pressure. In his eyes, Lunian's image appeared. He stared at him and said, "Why don't you pay your respects when you see this lord?" His eyes lit up, frowning and looking at him. A bright red light radiated around Lunian's body. He looked back at him and said, "Because one day my position will be better than yours." Everyone was surprised by his words. The giant spirit god was surprised. "This kid is more crazy than you." Kwang Tuet frowned and thought to herself, "Why does this man saying this make me feel like it's normal?" Tuco trembled on the ground and chuckled. It was good to continue going crazy. At this moment, Fook Fook rushed down, his eyes lit up and he growled. Seeing that, both Kwang Tuet and Ko Lin then spoke up to tell him, "Wait a minute, this little friend has merit in killing demons. I hope the second Lang True Monarch will forgive him." The dog crashed straight into him, causing him to fall to the ground and a loud pop sounded. Seeing this scene, the two people also sighed helplessly, and the system displayed a message to relieve the pressure. Seeing this, Tuco was so happy that he could stand up. He laughed loudly and thought, "Let's eat him." Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out, making everyone stunned and frozen. Fook Fook not only did not harm Lunian, but also licked his eyes, making him tickle and laugh out loud. Seeing this scene, Tuco shot blood from his nose and fell back. He held the dog in his arms and happily said, "It was so itchy." He didn't expect that the dog was so cute, not as ferocious as in myths at all. Being praised like that, he began to say arrogantly, Hao Tien dog in his tenure, Thursday Dong Fong Te, riding a bitch, was banished to the human world by his master. I am the blessed Hao Tien dog of the second generation. Kwang Tuet also came to pet it at this time. The dog was so cute, But Fook Fook was angry. His eyes turned red and he scolded him. A damned mortal dared to insult the deity. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around. A happy expression appeared on his face. But it was really comfortable. At this time, Nilang then Duong Arrow asked if Hao Tian Dog had demonic aura on this person. Fook Fook quickly replied, informing the owner that there was no demonic aura on his body. Hearing that, Lu Nian became tense and thought to himself, it turned out that a heavenly dog was probing my body's aura just now. Suddenly, a self-centered class appeared. Here, talking about the source of his power, Lu Nian did not study demon techniques but went through the crystal extraction building, using the demon techniques locked in the crystal extraction floor, like such a purifier, filters out demonic energy, and at the same time uses its own body to grow 9 heads, so Hao Tian Dog cannot detect the demon's aura. A happy and self-satisfied image appears in the system along with that's the notification line, is the selection of special defense skills separate demon dharma, connecting 9 dragons. The image of Q2 talking to Lu Nian appears. This life-guarding snake needs to be fully nourished by the yang element. In the previous life, the owner was Emperor Han and Tian Hai Tin Quan. For thousands of years, they have both been cultivating the yin and yang teachings. Therefore, after being thoroughly refined, the owner's treasure is already a positive material, suitable for 9 heads that only cause condensation to grow. Returning to the present, Ko Lin then is reporting to Duong Tian. The second Lang then would like to inform you that I have heard the third Crown Prince Na Tra say that this person has an unusual talent in dual cultivation. After he entered the small world to absorb the spiritual energy of this world condensed into 9 treasures, which is also reasonable. As she spoke, she thought of Na Tra's words, that talented double cultivator Lu Nian. That person is truly my younger brother. Duong Tian stood above and responded, knowing that the giant spirit god had attacked mortals and received 20 divine sticks. She did not dare to disobey, so she obediently obeyed, yes. Then he reached out his hand towards Tu Ko. His whole body glowed. The second wolf god looked at him with bright eyes and said, I heard everything you said just now. You lied to Lu Nian to conjure the demon after that. Rumor has it that the giant spirit has access to mortals, and this deity will punish you and deprive you of your spiritual energy, allowing you to start cultivating from zero. After hearing that, he fell backwards, his soul flew up and blood flowed out from his nose. The system showed up from level 26 to level 1. When he was done, he called Fook Fook and the dog turned around. It immediately flew towards the arrow at a fast speed. Before leaving, Nilang then turned around and looked down and said, You mortals should cultivate well. Ming Chu Quan obeys the rules of heaven and earth here. If I know that there is someone who is conjuring demons, beheading. Then he transmitted the voice to him. Lu Nian, I am waiting for you at the upper position. Everyone thought in surprise. The second wolf god said he was waiting at the upper position for him. He was not afraid at all, but instead smiled slightly and said okay. As soon as he finished speaking, his face became serious. Why do I feel like someone wants to eat me? Hasn't the white bone crystal been taken care of already? Right after that, the hot girls gathered and approached Lu Nian. The benefactor who saved my life, wants to receive the price of 18 martial arts skills from you. Tonight, for your kindness, we will go deeper into the exchange once. Bao Mai is now counting with a sullen face 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I had 2 hands, I can still satisfy 5. After saying that, she immediately burst into tears and complained, What should I do? On the giant spirit's side, she scratched her face then turned around and whispered, It seems like I revealed a huge secret. Lu Nian is about to face disaster. Somewhere in the small world of the game, the sound of fighting rang out intermittently. It turned out to be someone's game console and a voice also appeared. After 2 hours of finally finishing fighting the black hero, it seems that concentration and body can be used well. Then he threw the game console up, then it gradually disappeared and then that person spoke again. My old man just wanted to find a quiet place to play games. But he didn't expect that 2 wolf gods to chase him here. A hairy person with a cloak appeared, carrying an extremely awesome charisma. At this point, everyone must have guessed who it was. He darkened his face and said, Then don't blame me for sending you to Tai Tien, Amitabha Buddha. That was the fighting Saint Buddha Tun No Kong. A red flame radiated around his body and his eyes also lit up. It seemed he was in a ready position to fight Duong Tian. Bao Mai stood up with a sad face and a hot body and thought, No matter how many treasures Nian a brother has, I will be satisfied with them all. In her mind, she thought of the Yukok's secret realm mantra proactively attacking, and the small tadpoles just went straight in. Then she rushed over, put her hand on his head. Bao Mai's face was extremely sexy with her fiery body. Then she cooed and said, Nian brother, my name is Bao Mai. I also want to wash his face. Lu Nian was tired at this moment, and thought to himself, I've just come out of the shower and I'm already panting. Who can understand this suffering? After saying that, she rode on the sword and left. She even turned around to say goodbye to Lu Nian. If fate comes, we will meet again. The rest of us all cried and said loudly, Big brother Nian, what should we do now, big brother? We have no home to go back to. Suddenly a thought appeared in his mind. Because these people were not welcomed by his guild, they fell into the trap of the Free West Guild. If we form a guild now, why don't we hand them over? They let Fuang Kai Nick first to choose the people who can use it. After thinking about it, he immediately said, First you can go to the VIP Thiat Vi Sun Villa area to find Fuang Kai Ni, and she will arrange for everyone, except for the level 1 person whose last name is Tu. Seeing that, Tuko came in. They both angrily stomped their feet on the ground and said, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, don't criticize poor teenagers. When the others heard that, they shouted with joy, Okay, we are saved. The VIP villa area is indeed a big guy. Is Fuang Nikai the big lady of the group? Only Bao Mai was currently thinking to herself, Fuang Nin is the eldest lady of the conglomerate, beautiful and extremely wealthy, she must be Lu Nian's elder brother's wife. But right after that she became extremely determined, I can't keep being depressed like this. Miss Fuang always has a few inconvenient days every month. During this time I can take care of Nian brother. But, then they all said goodbye to him before leaving. Suddenly Lu Nian's phone rang, catching his attention. Ding ting ting, Bao Hoa Lao Tan Q elegant called. The person on the phone smiled at him and said to his younger brother Lu Nian, I have news about your father, come and tell us the story to tell the story. After listening, he immediately thought, I have news about my father? Hey, I have the ability to save lives, so I'll try to save him. Immediately she pushed Lu Nian down, and at the same time took off her clothes to reveal everything to him, her face hungrily saying, Just help me practice. The message appears that this is a small world on the 5th floor of the realm. Many streams of light are gathering in one place. The second wolf god Duong Tian and his blessings are flying somewhere quickly. The damn monkey still hasn't stopped after becoming a Buddha. No matter how many people ask for it, they can't get it. Buddha told him to give up, so just give up. Then he remembered the scene in which he was assigned by God. Sun Wukong rebelled against the Western religion and disappeared. So he ordered Ni Lang Hien Tan Chan Quan Duong to capture the monkey. He responded decisively and clearly. Returning to the blessed reality, I stopped in a forest and said, Master, I smell a monkey's scent on that monkey's body. He is in the forest ahead. Hearing this, Duong Tian's eyes lit up, his face became more serious, and he said, Sun Wukong, I have finally found you. Before he could say anything more, the dog rushed forward. Master, let Fuk fight first. But it seemed he didn't agree, immediately launching his weapon to block its path, making it startle and the stupid dog backed away. Duong Tian's majestic charisma cannot be denied. He held the weapon in his hand and reminded it, Remember carefully that you won't be able to counter one of its moves, don't waste your life for nothing. Having finished speaking, he left Fuk there sadly, woof woof, then without hesitation rushed towards the forest. A moment later, the two of them met, and No Kong gradually approached him from the forest. He had bright eyes and his wish-fulfilling staff greeted Duong Tian, taking the scripture that I killed the devil and that I was the one who conquered vast territories for the Buddhas, my mother-in-law now. What if I just want to lie flat and play games? The second wolf god also responded, Only in work can you realize your own value. If you continue like this, you will become a useless monkey. The status of being a Buddha is not. Whatever you want to do, come with me to heaven to pay the penalty, or I will smash your cell phone, computer, PS5 and Switch. After hearing that, he couldn't stand it anymore and angrily picked up the stick and shouted loudly. Old man, I'm going to die, eat one of my sticks. The two of them had only just started, but their great power had already spread throughout the forest. While fighting, Wukong gritted his teeth and said, I don't care what my mother's Jade Emperor is. Back then, wasn't that old man thrown out of heaven by your family, Duong Tian? Responding in the same way, talking nonsense about the Jade Emperor, disobeying the king's dharma of heaven, it's crime on top of crime. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled away from Wukong. Then Duong Tian used some Sara Tian Na. From the eyes on his forehead, an extremely large stream of power shot towards him. On Wukong's side, he was standing on his extremely tall wish-fulfilling staff and made a very loud swishing sound. That weapon also helped him avoid one of Duong Tian's attacks in the blink of an eye. Seeing that it was okay, Wukong immediately shrunk his cane as desired. Then he held his weapon, pointed it straight at the second wolf god and smiled, sending Buddha off to the west. Must show you the true soldier of this fight to defeat Buddha. Having said that, there was a huge explosion, filled with smoke and dust. Sun Wukong was hitting the ground with each blow, causing it to crack and crack, causing large rocks to fly up. Changing the scene to Lunian, he was being pressed down by his sister, kissing his neck and saying, "Brother Nian just needs to lie flat and let my sister move on her own." Then she saw all his rare treasures. She grabbed them, licking her lips as if she was very hungry. "The news I just received is indeed true. These are your 7 treasures. They are all thick and plump. Indeed, that is the ultimate dual practice." Lunian's face is all excited right now. "Dear sister, your news from Bao Hoa Lao is really very smart. I just revealed it, and you all already know it, at the same time in your mind. I'm also thinking to myself, in reality there are 9 pilots, 2 of them died in the battle, and have not been revived yet. Your rare treasures, they are pressing on her body, making her cry out. Our clan is proficient in dual cultivation techniques. The 7 of you rush up the dike together." Hearing that invitation, they began to frantically rush over. "So we won't be polite anymore as a thank you for the treat." A blinding light flashed. They were no longer strangers to this. Hee, is this the ancestral palace? We seem to be evolving too. Suddenly, 2 snakes transformed into mini Lunian shapes and launched themselves. The evolution process was complete. I feel that the new form makes fire movements easier. With this, we can fight another 300 rounds. Next, 2 other snakes also evolved and flew up. I didn't expect this small mansion to be able to accommodate the 4 of us. "Let's come in for a massage, 2 big brothers." While entering, one of the 4 of them spoke loudly. "Hey, it looks like 3 brothers came in from behind." They merged into a straight line and went straight up. Oh, I felt like a great power was escaping from my body. Outside, she was happily shouting. Her realm was about to break through. She was 7 times happier. The system also announced at this time that after the Qingqiu family and Lunian dual cultivated, they had broken through from the middle stage of Xian Immortal to the late stage of Xian Immortal. She was dreamy, trembling as she looked at her hands in a blur. Was this a breakthrough? She posed in a sexy sitting position, surrounded by a stream of light covering her whole body. "This smile has trapped me for 400 years. All those 400 years. After saying that, she laid down on Lunian again and said, "No, I can't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Those words made him confused and didn't know what to do. Ms. Na was sweating but her eyes emitted a pink light. It seemed like she was also very excited and said, "If I don't squeeze you dry today, I'm not a fox." At this time, his 2 dead rare treasures also rose, and the 8 and 9 brothers were revived. That night, they meditated together, and the light continued to radiate. Outside there was a man wearing a black shirt listening to them practice together. "That's the 8 precepts." He stood outside listening and his mouth was watering. "Master, please be gentle with the person who is hurting that elegant lady." After a night of hard work, she was satisfied and let him go. She lay on the bed and said that after cultivating more than 50 times, it seemed like she could only stop at the great perfection of Xian Tian. The system also appeared. The levels of immortals were divided into mysterious immortals, true immortals, Tai immortals, golden immortals, saints. Each realm includes 4 levels: early stage, middle stage, late stage and great level. Fullness. Lunian was completely dry at this point. Her whole body was haggard and trembling and asked, "Dear sister, you should tell me my father's whereabouts now, right?" She pressed on him again and whispered, "If the Wolf King is that ferocious, I'll tell you right away. According to the detective's report, your father was trapped in the Spider Demon's silk cave." Bat Gyo, standing outside, heard this and was extremely frightened, thinking, "Isn't that my mother's cave? My grandfather is the grandson of Tianbong Marshal Piggy. But the old ancestor Piggy did not have a son, so he accepted my grandfather as his heir, inheriting the position of Tianbong Marshal, continuing to govern the heaven. River. Because the old monk's wife belonged to the spider clan, all generations of the old monk's family had to intermarry with spiders, and my mother also belonged to the spider clan. My father died while fighting in the demon domain. My mother, alone for 100 years, wouldn't force my father to be my stepfather. Would my father be my stepfather? Wouldn't that mean I would become my disciple? Batgir rushed to hug Lunian's leg. "Little Batgioi, why are you here? Brother, my biological brother." He kicked him away, full of caution. "Why did I become your younger brother, you stupid pig? Dare to molest me? Watch me fight," he cried out in pain. Younger brother hit big brother. "There is no justice." He asked him again, "Don't mess around anymore. I have something to tell you. I'm rushing to a place right now. If you have a new product, won't you let me see it?" At this time, he was still bewildered, wanting to buy equipment to attack my mother. Suddenly there was a scream behind them. There's a demon. Quickly go over there and see. If you can kill it, then kill it. The secret agent told me that the story about me killing Mrs. Bok-Kot is true. I'll even kill the demon and exorcise the ghost. Are you addicted? Just hearing that cry for help made his eyes light up. My demon is here. Ignore him. Wait for your brother to come. Don't be impulsive. This road leads to Van Bao Bar. Though Na Noi is bullying a tiger girl, call her. The more she calls, the more excited this boss gets. The old man moved his hands and feet with the tiger girl and obediently came here for me. She kept screaming, don't do it. His eyes lit up and looked scary. He's tired of playing with humans. Today I'll confess to you. Ms. Ho tried to escape his rope, but he still jumped towards her. She escaped the ropes but tripped and fell flat on the ground. At that moment, he also rushed forward, stopped, you toothpick. He seemed angry at being bothered. A mortal and a pig dared to scold me, and even ruin my work. I risked it. Die with you. Ba Gia pulled Lu Nian back. Brother, I know that you have the heart to destroy demons and protect the righteous path, but there are a few things you don't understand. Before exterminating demons, you must match the signal. I thought again. What does the heart of destroying demons protect the righteous path? I just want to get some demon pills to develop the star extracting house. He immediately picked up his rake and pointed it at that old man. You monster, do you recognize the 9-toothed trident in your grandfather's hand? But the old man stroked his beard without paying any attention. I thought he was someone. It turned out to be a descendant of the Bat Gia pig. My father was a public servant who helped the Chu family destroy the hospital, though Han Tun. At this moment, he leaned into my ear and said, see, the signal matches, you guys. We can go to Van Trong's place. Van Tien Tun's indictment. After Van Trong died in battle due to mercy, his soul received by the divine list and appointed as 9 heavens Nguyen Tan Fo Hoa Tien Venerable. The old man's face turned pale after hearing that. Van Trong is my father's one-for-one opponent. If he knows that I bully female players and monsters in this game world, I will surely die. Earth Venerable. Originally a third-generation disciple of the Xian sect, Earth Element Venerable is erratic, likes to betray, and loves beauty. Although they work together in heaven, the relationship between Van Trong and Earth Element Venerable is like water and water. Fire. He quietly approached. We are all descendants of our ancestors, our eldest. Taking this opportunity, he immediately changed his expression. He jumped forward and wanted to secretly attack Bat Gia, daring to accuse him. He will kill you first, and then kill the mortal. But he forgot about Lu Nian's strength. What? How could a mere mortal? With just a wave of his hand, he pulled him away, demonic, deadly and flying. The old man's nose was bleeding, but he still did not forget to shout, Father, revenge. So he killed the housekeeper and received the elementary giant rope magic weapon. This is the magic weapon in the divine interpretation, the earth-honored master's moving treasure. Using it can automatically bind. Force the enemy. He turned around and said to Bat Gia, you follow the rules, but it is not certain that they will comply, unless the support behind you is extremely strong. Otherwise, if you offend them, you should take the opportunity to deal with them quickly. They are. He sat down on the ground in panic. He must have crossed the border to this world and hadn't entered the system yet, so he could have been killed by me. This time he almost failed. Indeed, the rumors were not false, although the veteran is immortal, but his attack power is comparable to the power of a true fairy. It turns out that people who have not been recorded in the game system can kill players and NPCs of the game. Similarly, NPCs and players can also kill players. Can kill people that have not been recorded in the system. Lu Nian asked him, I see that there are many fairies sending their children and grandchildren to the small world to be NPCs. Do you have a management area? He replied, the people who have areas of management are the gods themselves. I am just a servant of the gods, that is, a seasonal employee in the human world, a kind of assistant to the police. The divine world has a strict promotion system. If we can make achievements in the small world, we can participate in the examination of the gods' payroll of the divine world's internal organization. If we have the payroll, we will be true gods. After listening, he also understood. It turned out to be like that. This tiger girl fainted. What should we do now? He quickly jumped in. Or take her to my house, I will treat her. He was happy when suddenly Chu Thap Nuang appeared. Mom, you were still playing scavenger hunt at the bar. This woman with a scary appearance is his mother. She shouted loudly, you guys are very bold. Lu Nian tried to explain, Auntie, it's not what you imagine, we are helping her. Bat Gia also quickly interjected, he is the Lu Nian who beat Mrs. Baikat to death. Why did we do this? Do bad things? She pulled his collar, and touched the thread that had been requisitioned by the government. I was going to go back and take care of you. If I didn't come back, you would be ruined. She looked at him and thought to herself, if he killed a white bone crystal, he would be the one with the best innate double cultivation of the holy body. It is said that double cultivating once with him immediately breaks through a small realm. Eating his tadpoles can increase his lifespan. Just now, Tan Kao, the flirtatious fox of Bao Hoa Lao, posted a news story boasting about his breakthrough. Maybe it had something to do with him. He thought to himself, the silk cave has been requisitioned by the government, so his father must be more or less good. His eyes were full of worry. No, I must go to the silk table. She also wanted to have him. Batgyu stood there full of worry. My mother's father was not captured by my mother, but why do I keep having a bad feeling? She asked Batgyu, you take this tiger sister for treatment first? Me and the young man have something to discuss. Don't, I want to stay with you too. Chu Thap Nuang tried to cleverly chase him away. You didn't listen to what she said. I still have a lot of things that I haven't asked you to settle yet. He immediately obeyed. I took her for treatment. So he carried the tiger away and disappeared. She started to come to work with you. Let's go to a secluded place. I have something important to tell you. It's about the little 8 precepts, right? Just in case, I also want to ask about the situation of the cave. Silk. She led him away, gently retracting the spider's leg. Lu Nian walked nervously. Why did he feel so hairy on his body? Why were there so many female players on the street staring at him? She immediately explained to him that it was because his status as a dual cultivator was already a hot topic in the demon world, so naturally many people were thinking about dual cultivating with him. When he saw this news, he began to panic. If he continued like this, sooner or later he would be killed. It seemed like he had to spend time in the fairy house to tame the great demon. He tried to avoid the scary news. Suddenly Miss Fuang Dai called me, Senior, where have I been living in vain these past few days? Why didn't I come to the apartment to look for you? It's so embarrassing. I have a clue from my father, planning to go and think of a way. Rescue. Tu Mai Kyo also called to invite you, old man, I miss you very much. She also performed seductively for you to see if my yoga posture is correct. Miss Fuang Dai kicked her out of the chicken coop. There were also many people who came to me and said they wanted to form a guild. They said I told them to come. I tried to explain. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. After experiencing the Spirit Guild last time, I feel that we should also have our own guild power. These players were all saved by me. From the hand of the White Bone Lady, you can screen them and keep those who have the potential to join the association. Hasu also jumped in. He is a senior. I heard that you defeated the White Bone Crystal. So powerful. Are you injured? Come back quickly and I will help you make an essential oil massage. However, Fuang Dai also kicked me out. You guys should avoid it. For years, you must remember that you are my husband. If you marry properly, I will accept your concubine. If I find out about your promiscuity, I will immediately destroy you. He quickly hung up to get away from these scary girls. Unexpectedly, there was a difficult person behind him, Chu Thap Nuang. There were 3 little girlfriends hidden in the house. The little girl's passion for women was all corrupted by you. He tried to reason, Auntie. You really misunderstood me. The matter of the little 8 precepts has nothing to do with me. She stared at him. If his girlfriend called him a little late, that would be exciting. Finally, after a while, the 2 of them arrived. When I got there, I realized it. I didn't expect this to be such a well-appointed hotel, today's special cosplay-themed room, and flower petal bathroom. He turned pale and asked her, Auntie, let's change to another place to talk. This place. Don't think wrong, I just want to find a quiet place to talk to you. She just dragged him inside despite his screams. She told the staff directly, give me a room with a romantic waterbed. Okay, room number 520, here is your card. The staff here saw this scene and started to discuss, this young man is really brave, he must strive for at least 30 years. Who says he can't do that aspect? Admiring it is useless. It seems that there is someone, his name is Kim Cham, he is also the Cat Mountain King. With him cultivating once can make him immortal. That's a rumor. There's no such exaggeration, it's still unknown whether it's true or not. He also heard what the staff said and immediately thought to himself, it seems like he has to go back to the extraction room early to get the transformation skill. The 2 of them continued to shyly enter the room. Chu Thap Nuang suddenly closed the door tightly. Lu Nian saw the scene inside the room and started to get scared. She started to threaten, you damaged our house's little 8 precepts, what should you say, uncle, this matter, it has nothing to do with me, I remember. I still have something to do, I'll go. Before. How could she miss this rare opportunity and take off her clothes? It wouldn't be that easy to leave. She just took off her clothes in front of him. His nose is starting to bleed, mother. Please don't force me to do anything. She grabbed my hand and stimulated me, making a move on me. Are you cruel? This slave doesn't want to harm anyone. You don't look honest anymore. She just took off her pants. It's not that I don't have it. It's a normal reaction. She's still speechless. It's a pity your girlfriend called early. Otherwise she could have been playing with excitement. Her tongue stuck out. Tonight you are mine. She directly pressed him down and kissed him. He was pushed onto the bed and shouted loudly, Auntie. She seemed extremely happy. As expected, it had been tens of thousands of years since she had met that dual-cultivated heavenly holy body. I'm sorry, Auntie. The air conditioner is a bit cold. Let me put on some clothes first. She started showing off her charm again. I see that you are full of energy at your age and your body is like a furnace. Today, I will put out the fire for you. So she kept coming closer to him. But how can a guy like you be humiliated like that? It's really not okay. Xiao Beiji is the first good male friend I've met here. I can't fault him. Okay, she's still stubborn, then you should practice together with me. If I break through to the true immortal realm, I can increase my lifespan for another few thousand years, so you're helping. What about the 8 precepts? Don't come here. Still with this look on her face, she spoke sweetly. You don't want your little good friend to be without a mother, right? If you can't play this game, then let's play a newer game, or like this, let's play the lottery game. Now in the middle of this spider silk there is a flag, in the middle there is a rope connecting the two of us. It depends on whether my strength is stronger or your pull is stronger. If I lose then I will let you go. Right away. He thought to himself, if I play this game, I will be much more confident. The gypsies have already helped me practice my water skills, so there should be no problem. He stood up straight and determined. Okay, if I win then you have to let me go, of course. Then let's play. Her eyes were sharp. 123 began. He used his strong strength to start fighting back. On this side, she also did not give up and used strong force to pull the rope towards her. She wants to win that victory for herself. Only then did Chu Thap Nong reveal her true nature. Ha ha ha, you were deceived. I'm coming here. Didn't I say it was a tug of war? Why? She suddenly jumped towards him as if she wanted to eat him alive. Ha ha, let's start practicing, come on. Lu Nian looked confused. Damn it. The pulling force was so strong that he couldn't escape anymore. He was pulled by her into the shell she created herself, and had difficulty escaping. She just lay on top of him, caressing his body. How could she lie to me? Hum, the boat is built, you are mine from now on. Suddenly at this time, Truong K. Fuang of the funeral sexstar jumped into the inspection room. Someone reported that a mortal had committed adultery with a spirit. Unexpectedly, the hot scene before her eyes surprised her so much that she couldn't hold her mouth full. Big chewing gum. She ran out of the room immediately. I'm so sorry, I got the wrong room. Outside in the hallway, she thought to herself about the scene just now. Thousands of years have passed, and the king still likes beauty, and that woman seems to be a widow. She just lit a cigarette and smoked. But suddenly she thought again, no, the king is becoming more and more dissolute. I will inform the Thai monk to ask him to restrain the king. At the same time inside the room, Lu Nian and Chu Thap Nong were still enjoying the indescribably warm space between the two of them. Finally, I feel lucky for you today. The old lady is not interested anymore. Please practice next time. You may be lucky to escape another life. In front of the entrance to Ban's Silk Cave, Lu Nian thought for a while. Did he have anything to do with the enemy? Probably not. How can he calculate that? Suddenly, a voice rang out ahead of him, 300 miles from Ban's Silk Cave, which used to be fertile land. Patriarch Thang Tien was sitting there singing. A centipede flew up, the miasma was cloudy, there was not a single person in sight. He jumped down in front of him. The old man yelled at the sect master, pretty friend, please slow down, I have the 4 swords and the magic array here, do you want to know? These are all the great knowledge and magic weapons of the Thang Tien sect leader. He used his golden eyes to see that there is also a player here pretending to be the Thang Tien sect leader. Perhaps this is a liar. Ignore him and quickly move on. But it turns out that in reality, this is the identity that he used heavenly magic to hide. So he just ignored his words and continued quietly. You just keep chasing me, friend, please don't leave, what I said is true, you only need 100 million to get the 4 swords and the magic array. Lu Nian still ignores it. No. If you are the leader of the heavenly sect then I will be the Jade Emperor. He still tried to hold on to me. If it weren't for my disciples to help the court, the Jade Emperor would be nothing. While he was showing off his power, I ran away. Hey, don't go. After a while of speculation, the boy realized that this person was indeed the emperor. he could not be wrong. With the tenet of the sect, every living being in the world has a ray of opportunity. Anyone regardless of background can join the sect. Since the great tribulation of deification, we have been primordial and rational. Planning, they colluded with 2 Western saints to break the anti-Xianing formation and destroy themselves, completely destroy the religion, kill all their disciples, and those who were captured were brought back to the West. As for me, my master Hong Jun imprisoned me in the Mausoleum Palace, which caused me to become demonized and escape to the demon world. Before entering the demon world, his original soul finally escaped from his demonized body and escaped. Even though I escaped, unfortunately my body became smaller, and my cultivation level decreased to the true realm. Even though my body has gotten smaller, my spiritual mind is still there. One day I will take your body back. He was lucky, Emperor Tan. Because of you, the teachings perished, but also because of you, prosperity. Then let this old man give you a hand, hide the heavenly secret for you, then you will be a saint. It will also be difficult to find out your family's background. One of his blows can hit the perennial from afar. After that blow, he was confused. It seemed like something was flying past. Was it an illusion? Just ignore it, just continue on your way. The system sounds, you have reached the boundary of the Silk Cave. In the dark, foggy cave, there are human skeletons that have been lying on the ground for a long time. Lu Nian looked suspiciously at the small mountain in front. That mountain had a hidden demonic aura. That place was probably a silk cave. He used his golden eyes to observe. For a moment he sweated nervously thinking, even though he currently had more than a dozen lives, if he was killed continuously due to the huge difference in strength, it would still be very dangerous. It would be better to catch a demon first. Small monsters outside, then explore the situation inside the cave. After a while, a small monster appeared. It was the General Chu Hon Fong Tam Fook. He walked and sang, "The king asked me to patrol the mountain. Hu da hu o." Lu Nian had been sitting on a tall tree waiting for him. As soon as he heard that he was passing by, he still patiently sat and listened to it sing. If he saw the little beauty, he would bring it back to the cave for the king. Whoa whoa. I heard it to the point of being annoyed. The words were really harsh. Wait a moment, and I'll make you shut up. He thought about it, and remembered the image of Tho Na Noi and the rope. Oh yeah, last time he killed and got the elementary diploma of Tho Na Noi, the bastard son of Tho Han Tun before that. The system resounds with a notification. The primary level wisdom is effective against lower level true fairies and great demons. The lower the target's health, the higher the success rate. He stood on a tall tree and shouted loudly, walking away. Then the rope flew down towards General Chu Ton Fong Tam Fook, making him so scared that his eyes wanted to pop out. He was tied up and sat on the ground angrily shouting, "Who is it? I am General Chu Ton Fong Tam Fook of the Bak Nan Demon Army here." He landed on the ground and raised his voice. "Demon King Bak Nan, isn't that a star centipede?" He roared in anger, bold. If the Demon King heard it, he would definitely skin you. Lu Nian raised the knife with the cold blade. His eyes turned extremely scary red. Confidant, that means you helped him harm a lot of people, right? You said you harmed a lot of people? How should I torture you, or should I peel off your skin first? He now realized that he was close to death and began to fear and ask for mercy. "Good man, please spare your life. I was just following orders. I really had no intention of doing anything. Do not harm others." He sat down and gradually brought the knife closer to his face. "Then, if you obediently answer my question, I will consider letting you go. So what is the centipede's strength, and what are your preferences?" "What is he? He is afraid to confess everything. A peak demon of level 45, the chief uses poison, and has 100 eyes on his chest that can release golden light to kill people, extremely suitable for him." The surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed. He asked confusedly, "Lily, Lily." He quickly explained, "Lily is a woman and that woman, our devil, is a woman, but he likes women." The image in the little devil's imagination was of a girl standing and looking at another girl being tied up and blindfolded. He was a bit surprised. It turned out that the 100-eyed Demon King was a woman, so he must have recorded it. Long time. He continued to ask, "Oh, then I'll ask you one more question. Where are the people you captured?" He stepped back in fear and replied, "The women were left in the cave to be used as entertainment. Control the 100-eyed demon army, but the men." His face darkened. "Say quickly, where is the man?" He trembled and stammered, "Being taken away by a big man." He pressed the knife to his neck and someone took him away. He was so scared that he burst into tears. Apart from the 100 Eyes Demon King, no one knew who that great character was. Finally, he cut off the little goblin's head. "Remember to be a good goblin in your next life." A message appeared. level 36 EXP plus 600. He stood with his hand on his chin thinking. The eyes on the demon lord's chest were so scary. With so many, I'm afraid that no matter how many lives I had, I couldn't stand her killing. Damn fairy. The primary method is not effective against the great demon. What should I do now? He went back and forth trying to find a way to report it to the game administrator, in case someone from the pro newspaper group mixed in. His eyes suddenly flashed. It seemed he had found something. Oh yes. He took out the crystal tower and thought, the strength of the 100-eyed demon lord is very strong. So let's go capture the white bone crystal and get her transformation skill, then I will have a way to sneak into the silk cave. What's left? The system panel appeared, and the lady's white bone demon pill had been absorbed into the crystal extraction building. He pointed up to a small tower of multicolored light that burst out and teleported in. Inside the extracting star building, 2Q2 and Princess Vantan welcomed him in unison, welcoming the king. He seriously asked, where was Mrs. Bokkat who was arrested a few days ago? 2Q2 only later saw the white bone crystal hanging there. Your Majesty, she was hanging on that pole. The white skeleton was hanging up with an angry face. The third great demon has been captured in the star extracting building, unlocking a new tool, Tien Ku Tri. Tien Ku Tri is a spiritual weapon made from thousands of earthworms. These earthworms will drill into any wound. No harm and make the tortured miserable. He snapped his fingers to signal and started walking to Tien Ku Tri. Below her feet, a box was opened. Inside were many earthworms crawling. I give her another chance to change her mind. As long as you sincerely surrender to me, I can save you from this pain. She gritted her teeth and replied unconvincedly, I was tricked by you, villain. I never expected that you would use life for life. Breaking my defenses caused me to fail, but you want me to submit to someone. Mortal, I would rather die. He used magic to shine on the ropes tying her. The rope broke and she fell into a box full of crawling earthworms. He raised his hand to his nose and said triumphantly, if you think things through, you can call me and I will save you. The earthworms crawled all over her body. Contrary to what I thought, my father was extremely interested in these earthworms. Don't stop, keep going. She was so happy that she curled her toes. He was so shocked that he vomited blood and couldn't say anything. He angrily kicked his leg against the wall, but in response he hugged his leg in pain. It hurt so much. 2Q2 and Princess Vantan asked in confusion, Your Majesty, why do you reward her like that? He angrily frowned like a monkey and thought, damn it, what to do now? Lu Nian's anger was uncontrollable. He was furious that he had lost his new prop that had been stored for thousands of years. But it was ineffective against that white bone crystal. Bak Ko-tin sneered, this lady's cultivation base has never been enjoyed like this for thousands of years. She invited, little brother, why don't you come up? Come on and be happy. After all, we have a lot of time. He spoke coldly, on your head. The white bone crystal was locked tightly on the chair in excitement, the young man said, tightening his grip. He was confused. What to do now? I accidentally unlocked the new attribute of the white bone crystal. Now not only is she not afraid accumulating spiritual energy, and also enjoying it. Princess Vantan stepped forward with concern. Your Majesty, you have been working hard recently, so please let me massage you. The little 9-year-old's eyes sparkled with gentleness. Your Majesty, there is a soft lap pillow here. Please rest your head in my lap and let the servant massage your head. Bak Ko-tin laughed arrogantly. I'm just a mortal and you still want me to surrender to your delusions, ha ha ha. The young man gritted his teeth in frustration. He was so angry that he would go away. Just leave her alone first. One moment. He laid his head on the boy's leg. She tilted her head. Your Majesty, we are all women in your intelligence house. When will you be able to favor us like that? Lu Nian enjoys having her face pressed against her peachy mounds. I'll tell you later, but your method is really good. The system explains, the specialized techniques of the Star Extraction House are large and small massage techniques. The massage therapist is a demon's sister in the Star Extraction House with similar realms. If one of them is a great demon, if the person is a demon king, the technique will not be effective. Among the masseurs, the defense level is calculated based on the person with the highest realm. For example, if the person with the highest realm is a late-stage demon, then the player will achieve the effect of the great demon's defensive realm in the later stages in 24 hours. An idea flashed in the young man's head. This is too counterintuitive. Waiting for the elegant stitch, and I have broken through the strength of 2 small realms after dual cultivation, if I help them ascend to the peak of great demons. Wouldn't my defensibility also increase a lot? The 10,000 Saint Princess gently asked. Is the king satisfied? He stood up and looked at Princess Vantan. What realm are you in now? She replied, Your Majesty, This servant is a great demon in the early stages. Lu Nian thought deeply. The 10,000 Saint Princess was only an early-stage great demon, so her defense ability to rise to the middle stage of a great demon must be the work of Little Nine, but she still couldn't overcome it. Having overcome the psychological barrier of the Little Nine, if tomorrow's battle with No Tsungtin, if the defense reaches the late great demon stage, or even the peak, then it will be basically unbelievable. His eyes were determined. I want to help you improve your strength. I really just want to help you improve. I don't have any other ideas. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the dual cultivation method Your Majesty's forte will help me cultivate? The princess's voice was full of desire and expectation. Your Majesty, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Come quickly. Lu Nian looked at little Jiu Tu. Should we go to a more secluded place to practice? Little Jiu Tu's face was full of understanding. This crystal extractor is the king's palace, and we are all as the king's wife. She confidently said, Your Majesty loves your concubines and there is no need to avoid it. Moreover, we enlightened people have extraordinary eyesight and hearing. No matter where you practice, Your Majesty is the same. That's all. I'm determined, then I'll come. The princess's face turned red. Your Majesty is so ugly. Please be gentle. An indescribable feeling rose in the heart of the young man. He never expected that in this life, he would become the princess of the dragon clan. Become a lovely little lady. Little Jiu Zi is holding the shirt of the Nian Bao. The king and slave family also want to break through. The 10 Nian promises. Little Chui too. My skills are still shallow right now. If you all rush together, I won't be able to do it. Help the two of you improve. Let's do it next time. He pondered, should I help the Little Nine to improve her strength? Even though she is completely my woman, I still cannot overcome the psychological barrier. Lu Nian looked down. There was water on the ground. He blurted out, where did it come from? The magic weapon reminded that after the white bone crystal discovered the ability to double cultivate you and 10,000 saints, she went crazy and caused a physiological tsunami because her intention was not to attack. You should say that the Dharma cannot control the tsunami. If there is no way to stop this tsunami, the mind will be destroyed by the tsunami, and the demons inside will all die. She shouted, even if I give you that, I want to punch you to death. The young man's expression was solemn. This cannot continue like this. Little Nine, 10,000 Saint Princess, you guys can use magic to suppress the physiological tsunami so that I can get close to Mrs. Baikat. Yes, the two replied, obeying the king's orders. The surrounding air began to vibrate. The white bone crystal's red eyes glowed with cold murderous intent. Little Jiu Tu panicked. Your Majesty, please quickly think of a way to stop Lady Baikat from running away, he said slowly. Before I met a person who claimed to be the leader of the Taoist sect. If the sect had not been destroyed, then he would still have a glimmer of vitality to ascend, the leader of the sect. There is a teaching that regardless of the various species and immortals, the purpose of the teaching is that regardless of race, men and women are equal because all living beings in the world have a glimmer of vitality. My eyes are as sharp as a knife. I know that a great demon with strong desires like you will have no way to subdue my strong dual cultivation ability. But if you are willing to surrender to me, I swear I will fight to the death to help you take away your chance to ascend. I kissed the white bone, so you can calm down, okay? She quickly regained consciousness. Bak Ko Tin was not satisfied with the sarcasm, just kissed me and demanded my submission. Lu Nian untied her. So what must it be like for you to be willing to submit to me? Bak Ko Tin raised her chest and pressed it close to his body. She smirked. Will I receive some benefits after I surrender to you like him? The young man was embarrassed. Sorry, big brother. I honestly couldn't stop myself from going out. The white bone crystal stopped for a moment. After the 9-headed worm surrenders to you, you can use this magic weapon to extract the spirit to extract his snake transformation spiritual energy skill and use your own Qi Yang Qi. To condense these treasures, he shuddered, having been discovered by her. Princess Van Tan rolled up her sleeves and said, okay. I stopped you, you guys go back here and I can handle it. The Little Nine replied, obeying orders. Lu Nian spoke up. If you already know, then tell me your conditions. She is not in a hurry. First help me promote myself to become a demon king. Bai Qingqing's voice was calm. Within a week he practiced with me 100 times. His face changed color. 100 times you wanted to kill me. Little Nine eyes full of anger. 100 times you were dreaming. Lu Nian was confused. 100 times is too much. 10 times is too much, she blurted out. I don't care if I want 100 times. He tried to calm down. Okay, or do we have another way? Lu Nian smiled slightly. Just now I also realized a new technique that can strengthen my defense ability, and give me the strength to fight against the 100 Eyes Demon Army, the system announced. The player's defense ability has reached the mid-stage Great Demon level. Ba-Ka-Tin was a little stunned. Her clothes were torn, the expression on the white bone crystal's face changed. How could his defense reach the middle stage of a Great Demon? He scoffed. Your house only has 8 transformations and white bones, so which one is better, 36 transformations of Heaven Tsang or 72 transformations of earthworms? Lunian looked straight at Ba-Ka-Tin. She was an intelligent woman. With the human veins that I had accumulated as a new emperor in my previous life, it would be easy to obtain these techniques. If you don't wake up today, I'm afraid that if you want to surrender in the future, you won't be able to contact me. She saw that you were about to teleport and decided, okay, 10 times, but I still have one request, which is to be the master of your harem. The little 9 child and 10,000 saint princess spoke up eloquently. We are the ones who came first, and we are the mistresses of the harem. Lunian persuaded, the harem master is impossible, but I can consider making you a noble concubine. Ba-Ka-Tin sighed. Oh well, who said my young lady's life will be miserable? Your Majesty can practice with me. Can we do it today? He asked the system. Could extracting the crystal loaf help me seal the vision and hearing of 10,000 saints with the little 9 insects? The system replied yes, but to facilitate future enjoyment, the king still needs to unlock more functions of longer extraction. The system explains, when the king captures the 5th demon, the door leading to the crystal extraction chamber will be opened. The king will seal these demons into each individual room. The higher the level of the room, the better. The faster the cultivation speed, the more it can isolate other demons from investigating. The little 9-year-old cried, I also want to have a room with a high level, serious seniority. Am I enjoying myself? I am a serious person, what I call practice. The system replied, cough cough, I understand. Immediately quarantined the little 9 child and the 10,000 saint princesses from outside. He thought to himself, just now the white-boned lady discovered his double cultivation and caused a panic attack. Physiological tsunami from such a long distance. The white-boned crystal's eyes sparkle with irresistible charm. Please help me practice, Your Majesty. Tunionian said. Lunian bow time. Ding ding hello. It rushed into the source of her enchantment. Ba-Ka-Tin knelt down and begged, wanting to break through. Your Majesty, please transfer your wild power into this young lady's body. She is infatuated. The power of the wild rose cannot be wasted. Every drop contains the laws of the universe. Notification system. It has been discovered that Lady Ba-Ka has broken through to the Demon King stage, and her surrender rate has reached 50%. Congratulations. The whole body is bright white. Her eyes were filled with respect. You are indeed a natural-born dual cultivator. Practicing with you once is equivalent to cultivating for 100 years and can even improve your enlightenment. He spoke up. Okay, now it's time to pass on the transformation skill to me. System notification. Congratulations to the player for learning the skill of Lady Ba-Ka, the immutable magic of Ba-Ka. The system says players can transform into various human forms: flies, cockroaches, dung beetles, stink bugs, mosquitoes and fleas, a total of 8 transformations. A strange feeling began to rise in the teenager's heart. Why did I feel like I was being deceived? Ba-Ka-Tin was extremely satisfied at this moment. I teleported. 100 Eyes Demon King, here I come. 100 Demon Lords, also known as multi-purpose monster centipedes, usually like sea pills to refine medicine. Rumor has it that centipedes have celestial beings that can release golden light to kill enemies. Senior Lute livestream raised the bottle. The essence of my senior grandson's dual cultivation talent drank 1 bottle, extended his life, drank 10 bottles, and broke through to a great realm. Her eyes glanced at the phone screen. The recent hot searches were all about this old man, but the Demon King was not interested. 100 Eyes Demon King waved his hand and brought it up here. Hasu was tied up and escorted up. Her eyes stopped on her. The little girl had a few expressions. Hasu was not afraid at all. What do you want? Perennial in the form of mosquitoes fly. He wondered, is it Hasu? Lunian thought to himself, originally intending to carefully investigate the Silk Thread Cave, but did not expect to discover Hasu. If not, I have to save her. 100 Eyes Demon King seduced. Be my woman. This Demon King will teach you magic skills. The speed of cultivating immortals may be better than Kwang Tu. His heart felt like it was on fire. Damn, it was too late. Lunian flew closer, discovering the weak point to attack. He burned the flower bud of the Demon King's 100 eyes. Her face turned red. The 100 Eyes Demon King pushed the coin away. It was so itchy. Why did it suddenly itch down there? She exclaimed, this Bacchae Demon King will not have any disease, Brother A Lunian will save me. The itchy feeling is getting stronger and stronger. It's so itchy it's not really something sick. She shouted, quickly invite my little cousin to come here. The subordinate shouted. The great king suddenly felt itchy and asked Teochew Nuang Nuang for help in diagnosing. Teochew quipped, my cousin is good everywhere except for her promiscuous nature. If you go out at night, maybe you will meet her one day. This time, it looks like I'm infected. Lunian used the golden star fire eye to check the levels of the two people. The little cyborg big demon was level 38. The small demon in Tuan Mountain was level 20. He used the move Tower 2 Jiao Lang Vu to attack Teochew. She turned around trembling. Who are you? Lunian rushed towards Teochew. Who killed you, Lunian? System notification. Achieving the 6-colored Nin Tithan belt can prevent one death under level 50. Cooldown 24 hours. He gritted his teeth. Where was the demon pill? Why wasn't there a demon pill? System notification. Luckily, Emperor Tan's expertise has exploded. After being killed or assisted by a player, a female demon of the great demon level or higher will definitely drop a demon pill and obtain a small demon pill. Chu Nong. Lunian breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. It would be a pity if such a beautiful demon girl did not fail the demon pill. This Nin Tithan outfit is not bad. When fighting against players it cannot be revealed in advance. In front of other people, 9-headed insect cultivation technique. This outfit fits well. And it can also explain the fact that I fought against demons and avoided death thanks to this outfit. He transformed into a small Chu. His chest seemed a bit small. Her breasts bounced continuously, making a loud cry big big big. He enjoyed touching his chest. Perfect. Little demon leads the way. Little lady invites you here. The young man gritted his teeth. Damn the 100 eyes demon king. When you enter extraction Lao, I will definitely clean you up. Lunian smiled slightly, and was discovered by her cousin. Below I hit a Huller's lightning bolt, a prop made by magic. Do you want to see it? Her eyes were full of complexity. Next time, let's see, next time. This is actually a difficult thing to ask of you when looking for your cousin. The 100 Eyes Demon King ordered, you all go down, I have something to talk to my cousin in private. On the surface he said, my sister wants me to help with something, but in my heart I thought, I'll wait until later to help someone heal and then give her the magic potion. Lunian's eyes are a letter A, and his mouth is an O. Bak Nan Ma Quan blushed and said, quickly help her cure her addiction. Bak Nan Ma Quan's face was both excited and looking forward to looking at Lunian. My cousin, come quickly and treat me. Lunian looked at her speechlessly, wondering if she could eat it raw without washing it. She didn't understand why he asked like that. What's wrong with her cousin today? Didn't she always eat it raw before? Speaking of this, her eyes darkened with a hint of doubt perhaps. She came closer and frowned at him questioningly. You are not my cousin. Lunian saw her doubt, and sweat dropped and replied, of course yes, it's just that my cousin's stomach hasn't been very good lately. Hearing that, Bak Nen Ma Quan did not suspect any more. She pulled Lunian's hand away. Okay, cousin, come take a bath with me. Lunian is looking for the best opportunity to strike, just in front of the crowd. Love doesn't dare to think nonsense, so he just had to follow her. At the bathing lake, Bak Nan Ma Quan playfully played with the shower foam and asked Lunian, your cousin, if I was like a bath ball. You can't stand this kind of stimulation. Your nose is bleeding. I won't be able to hold it anymore. I just wanted to turn around and calm down when she came over and hugged me. My cousin really loves me. I didn't have this reaction before. Each alarm bell rang in his body, and the red blood cells in Lunian's body quickly prepared to fight. She slid her hand down to touch his lower body and curiously asked, cousin, why has your spider fairy grown bigger? Lunian was so touched that he trembled. Maybe it was expanded by water. She naively thought that would put him in danger, so she worriedly said, isn't that very dangerous? I'll help you suppress it. Just as she was about to help him, Lunian quickly took off her towel and jumped into the lake. His face was red and he tried to suppress the strangeness in his body and told her, it's okay, the torpedo didn't open the insurance. It's very safe to give birth inside. Bak Nan Ma Quan bent down to look at him and said softly, your cousin knows. Really play. After saying that, she also jumped into the lake. She hugged him, her eyes filled with affection. Cousin, do you know how much I miss you? At this moment, Lunian's thunderstorm couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to shoot. The red blood cells in his body also became agitated. The purple ball in front, shot. Just like that, one shot hit. Bak Nan Ma Quan was hit. Her body seemed to have electric currents passing through it, making her body unable to bear it and arch up. At this time, the system sounded a notification. The cultivation level of the 100 Eyes Demon King had fallen from the peak of the Great Demon to the initial stage of the Great Demon. She looked down at her body in surprise. When she couldn't see the cinnabar on her wrist, she screamed, "My archer is gone, your cousin is a man." Lu Nian could only hug his body and look at her silently. She knew that she had been deceived and was angry. "No, you are not my cousin, you destroyed my princess, causing my cultivation to plummet. I have to refine you into a medicinal puppet. Let you live without restraint." His appearance has now returned to normal. His nose is bleeding again. "I don't want it either, it was you who took the initiative." Because of her great loss of cultivation and the loss of her palace guard, she lost her reason and only wanted to kill you. I will take your life. Seeing that he couldn't talk to her, he also pulled out his sword. "You harm people, you create evil so you can't live. Today I take you in," she said contemptuously. "Ridiculous, even though I fell into a great demon. Early stages, but killing a mortal like you is as easy as crushing a rotten worm." The two turned into streaks of light and rushed at each other. The 100 Eyes Demon army roared, killing with hundreds of fists. Lu Nian quickly used moves, magic, and 9 dragon combos to block her attack. The system notification sounded again, judging that the player had not yet received a critical attack, sorcery, and the 9 dragon combo failed. He looked surprised. Seeing that he couldn't perform the move, he was dumbfounded, forgetting that he was already the defense of a middle-stage Great Demon. Now the 100 Eyes Demon army was an early-stage Great Demon. Of course he couldn't hurt me, right. Is to accidentally pick up a great bargain. The system gives suggestions, the system suggests, has mastered the specialized techniques of extracting crystals. Large and small massage techniques, elementary, the player Lu Nian's defense power temporarily raised to mid-stage Great Demon defense power, pulled 24 hours long. She saw that he was unharmed and was surprised. How could this be possible? A mortal who receives my 4 punches must surely die. When he looked at her body, blood erupted again. Her HP was reduced just like that. Just relying on you makes me want to kill me. 100 Eyes Demon King urged the strength in his body. Her body radiated a powerful demonic aura. A mortal could force me to use a special move. She used the move, white-eyed red light, then shouted in hatred, "Go and die." Seeing that, he immediately used the big and small massage technique to make his body smaller. At this time, he turned into a mosquito, looked down at his mini versions and ordered, "You block the fatal attack for me." The mini versions chant in unison, "Yes, big brother." He soared up and looked down at his mini version below. Her attack hits downward, causing a large explosion. She frowned and looked down. Where did the body go? At this moment, Lu Nian had turned her body back to normal, her eyes radiating light. He swung his sword and cut her in half. She still couldn't believe that she was defeated like that. How was that possible? He looked at her, raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "Because I have read Journey to the West countless times, and I understand your fighting methods very well." He picked up his sword and wanted to break her head. If he just broke her head, the 100 Eyes Demon army would overcome. Just as he was about to smash her head, Loi Nuang-tu spoke up and stopped. "She wants to take the 100-eyed demon army away. This is the guard in front of Bodhisattva Tu Lam Ba's door. Little friend can respect the deity. Let me take him back and hand it over to Bodhisattva Tu Lam Ba." Lu Nian of course disagrees. I replied, "It's too embarrassing. The goblins who fall into my hands will all die." His eyes flashed a cold light. His hand raised his sword. Then, without hesitation, he stabbed straight down, causing Bak Nan Demon King's head to break. Loi Nuang-tu floated in the air and looked down at him. "It seems like you haven't seen much of Journey to the West." Her face was expressionless as she whispered. She really didn't understand the rules at all. Her information appeared, daughter of Loi Zhentu Loi Nuang-tu, intermediate true fairy. Lu Nian received the demon pill in his hand. The 100 Eyes Demon King frowned and looked at Loi Nuang-tu. What kind of crazy rules are there? Because she is the slave of a certain immortal, she can do whatever she wants. She looked down coldly and replied, "The family's people were dealt with by the family. Even Chi Tian the great Saint Tun Wukong had to give the family a little face. Because that's normally the case. As soon as Sun Wukong doesn't want to kill a certain monster, there will be a fairy flying to stop him. Great Saint, wait a minute, this is my stupid blue bull mount." In the end, Sun Wukong had to humbly hand over the demon to the immortals. She unleashed the pressure of her intermediate true immortal, and you, just a mere mortal, dare to interfere in the affairs of the immortal family. Her powerful beam struck down, cutting large and small wounds on Lu Nian's body. Even though he was injured, he did not show any signs of flinching. We only know that in a society with equal laws, everyone is equal. Loi Noang too has now changed into a fighting stance. Very good, you are Lu Nian, the younger brother of the third Crown Prince Na Trao, right? It seems that the third Crown Prince gave you quite a few magical treasures to make you a first-class mortal. Can kill the great demon. He smiled wryly when he heard her say that. You know it's good, we are one family. She sneered. You still claim to be family to me, you worm. She took out her lightning halberd and said in a fierce voice, kill you and then I will go and apologize to the third Crown Prince. Lu Nian quickly used her combat skills, the magic axe stretched out to block her attack. Seeing that it was just low-level magic, she disdainfully said, it's just low-level magic, is it despicable? Go for me. But she didn't expect that this low-level magic would block one of her attacks. What? Seeing that Lu Nian's shield was unharmed, she was horrified. How come your defense ability is so high, yet you can withstand my lightning strike? He raised his eyebrows and replied, what are the thunder chickens and thunder ducks? The things that Big Brother gave me are all good magic weapons. He said so on the outside, but in his heart he was satisfied, probably thanks to the great massage method. It worked. I have power now. The great demon's defense is in the middle stage, but we can't let anyone else know about this. From now on, anyone who asks can just say that this is a magic weapon given by the great brother, and that's it. Seeing that she couldn't break your shield, she increased her strength. It seems that the third Prince Na Trao really likes you, but as a mortal, you dare to rebel against the immortal family, so today you must die. Seeing that she wanted to increase her strength, he raised his foot and kicked her in the crotch. You force me. Being kicked in the groin caused her to scream in pain. The little flower was crushed just like that. She stepped back, feeling the dull pain below, hating him even more. You really deserve to die. Loi Noang too took out her magic weapon, the Heavenly Thunder Treasure Gourd. In his mind, information about the magic weapon in her hand immediately appeared. The magic weapon, the Lightning Treasure Gourd, the ball containing a very high concentration of lightning. The highest achievement was killing 2 early demon kings. Hearing that, his face immediately darkened and looked at her with shyness. His little brother had just died, and Nin Taidan's clothes had no effect on the gods at all. With the magic weapon in her hand, she looked at him proudly. You can go and die. Having said that, she activated the gourd magic weapon and pointed it at Lu Nian. He could only raise his hands to form a defensive position. Right at this moment, Ha Tien Ko appeared and raised her voice to stop her and stopped her. She cast a spell on him to create a lotus flower as a shield. Seeing this, Loi Noang too was surprised. Ha Tien Ko, undetermined class, early stage Tai Tien. Loi Noang too did not expect her to appear here. Is she Ha Tien? She stood in front negotiating with Loi Noang too. Loi Tran too, can you give us 8 immortals some face, but let me go. Is this little friend okay? Since her cultivation level is below her, Loi Noang too has no choice but to respect the face of the 8 immortals. The little god will of course respect her, but I think this person has a traitorous bone, and will definitely be an enemy in the future. In heaven, I hope Ha Tien Ko will think carefully. Having finished speaking, she left. When leaving, she did not forget to leave a threat. Lu Nian, I miss you. The aura flashed. His eyes flashed with mischief. Lu Nian looked pitiful and shed tears, hugging her feet, thanking Sister Ha Tien Ko for saving her life. My admiration for Ha Tien Ko is like the flowing water of the galaxy, endlessly. She didn't know how to tell him to get up quickly. She took out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood on his face and then sighed softly. Sigh. Some descendants of the ancestors have never been to the mortal world, so they don't know the suffering of the world and don't understand humanity. Loi Tran too he was born as a god, so his heart was filled with pride. He scratched his head and replied, It's okay, I will also become an immortal and a saint in the future. Lu Nian said confidently, When that time comes, I will adjust the atmosphere of the fairy world. He silently swore to himself, he must teach this guy Loi Tran too a lesson. He must force her to kneel in front of him. Just ask for it. To be honest, our male lead's brain is full of rogue thoughts. His imaginary scene of teaching Loi Noang too would be like this. He would force her to take off all her clothes and raise her hand. Pat down. Well, everyone can continue to imagine for themselves. At this moment, Ha Su rushed forward and hid her face in Ha Tien Ko's chest and cried, Old ancestor, I almost didn't see you again. She sadly rubbed her head. The child was miserable. She didn't expect the deity game. This time it turned into a disaster. She choked up and coyly told her the incident. Just now the disciple had defeated the little demon and learned from him that big brother Lu Nian had bravely rushed into the silk table and killed Bak Nen Ma Quan to save her. That disciple, she patted her head and smiled and replied, he really saved you. In her heart she was even more satisfied with him. This kid is not afraid of power. Respects elders and has potential. Infinite potential. He deserves to be a wolf, our Ha-Su's husband. She looked at him with satisfied eyes. Lu Nian, the fact that you risked your life to break into the silk cave to save Ha-Su, it proves that you have sincere love for Ha-Su. Lu Nian frowned and looked at her. It was true that he wanted to save Ha-Su, but there was no danger at all, and it was just a coincidence. Did they misunderstand something? Never mind. It's just a misunderstanding. It's good to hug another big thigh. Ha Tian, she saw that he did not refute, so she curled her eyes and smiled and advocated making him the son-in-law of the Ha family. If that's the case, then I will be my own boss. From today onwards, you will be the son-in-law of the Ha family. And you can freely use any resources of the Ha family. Do you have any objections? He scratched his head with an awkward expression and hesitantly said this. At this moment Mao Tsong came and frowned in protest. According to protocol, he pretended to be concerned and asked, Ha Tian Ko, I heard the news from Junior Maikyo that your Ha-Su was taken away by a demon, so I immediately rushed here. What now? Is it okay? Tu Maikyo stood next to him, holding his fist and bowing respectfully to her. She replied, Sir, you have my heart, little Ha-Su is okay. Then she asked him, Sir, why are you so opposed to our family's marriage? He smiled and explained, Isn't this American? Our family also likes this kid? Say their relationship is very close. Hearing that, her eyes flashed with light and she said in a dark tone, I really didn't expect you to be such a sentimental person. Lu Nian fearfully retorted, I'm not. Both Ha Tian Ko and Mao Tsong now looked at him with bullet eyes. They asked him in unison, So who do you choose, Ha-Su or Tu Maikyo? Ha-Su saw that the two of them were forcing him to make a choice, so he ran up and stood in front of them to stop them. Old ancestor, I am willing to join Sister Tu Maikyo in serving Brother Lu Nian. Please don't force him anymore. Tu Maikyo also had a worried look and urgently wanted to relieve him. I am also ready to serve Lu Nian and Sister Ha. His dual cultivation ability is very excellent. I'm afraid I can't do it. Be alone. Mao Tsong and Ha Tian Ko now looked at them with blank faces. Seeing the two girls being so fierce, Ha Tian Ko turned around and did not force her further. Forget it, we don't want to interfere in the affairs of you young people. Mao Tsong saw his daughter like that and had no choice but to ignore it. Two maids, one husband, you boy is truly blessed, Lu Nian thought to himself, but there aren't just two. Out of concern for Ha-Su, she was afraid that he wouldn't know how to be restrained, so she turned around and reminded her, I've also heard a bit about you being born with dual cultivation of the holy body. But you must be restrained in everything, especially if you have less contact with goblins, it will be easy for you to lose control and have your body drained by them. I thank her for her reminder. I ask you to follow her instructions. Mao Tsong suddenly approached him with a suspicious look on his face. Lu Nian, you remind me of someone, that heavenly joy Emperor Tan. When I heard that I was scared for a moment. Emperor Tan is not the king of Shang. Lechery and tyranny of a time of stardom. He rubbed his chin and frowned, his face showing a pensive look. In the history books of your human world, it is indeed recorded like that, but there is another meaning hidden in it. It's a long story, later. I will tell you slowly. Speaking of this, he recalled his memories of the past. After his death, he was listed on the god list and was known as the Heavenly Prince, specializing in marriage and getting married. He was also one of the few that's my best friend. Recalling the past days of debauchery that made him so excited that his nose bled, Ha Tian she saw him like that and immediately knew that this old man was starting to have inappropriate thoughts again. Hey, that old man lost his manners. What kind of attitude do you have standing in front of this junior? Mao Tsong regained his composure and said in a regretful voice, If Emperor Tan had not violated the heavenly rules and was demoted to the Ha realm, then I really want to introduce him to you. I will find out if he left anything behind. Any skill, when I find it I will give it to you. He hugged his fists, and thanked him for his kindness, and thanked the Lord Tin Tin. In his mind, he began to calculate the feasibility of relearning his old skills. He was the reincarnated emperor. If I relearn the new emperor's skills, would it be possible for me to double practice? Is it possible to reach a higher level? Maybe it can also solve not only the problem of dual cultivation not having the form of the newly achieved emperor. I definitely have to practice in the form of a crab to be able to achieve it. Buffed, no wonder Miss Huang didn't receive a response that time remind. He smiled and replied, It's okay, we're all family, I still have to patrol, so you should leave here quickly. Ha Tian Ko stood next to her and said, Wait, you guys. The person sitting in the spaceship returned. She took out a spaceship. This type of magical weapon is called a jade flying vessel. It can protect against the great demon's attack. You guys sit in this and go back. He accepted the spaceship she gave him with a feeling. No wonder it was Ha Tian Company. With one move, he had a spaceship to defend the great demon. The system sensed it, and notified him that he had received the spaceship props. Jade Fai Chu. Lu Nian still couldn't leave right away. He turned around and explained, I still can't go back now. I still have to find my father's whereabouts. He was surprised to hear that. It turns out your father is also there. Practice in this game. He pulled a clump of hair from his head, then cast a spell on it. He watched him cast a spell on his hair, then fell into deep contemplation, then quickly walked over and asked, Master Tintin, how is my father? After thinking for a while, Mao Tsung opened his eyes and replied, I have calculated, your father has escaped to the 3rd floor, there is no immediate danger to his life, and there is no monster aura around. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his life is not in danger, it's fine. I can't go to the 3rd floor for now. I hope the 2 elders can help me find my father. Considering that he is their son-in-law, of course the 2 of them will agree. He and Ha Tian Ko went in to teleport. Before leaving he looked at him to reassure him, that's only natural, we will go find him. Right now, we will let you know when we have news about our father. Ha Su and Tu Maikyo saw him so worried and rushed to comfort him. Brother Lu Nian, please rest assured, there are 2 ancestors looking for his father's whereabouts, he will be fine. Mao Tsung said to Ha Tian Ko, next is the children's time, we should go. Right after the 2 of them left, Ha Su and Tu Maikyo also started pressing him down to practice together. Big brother Lu Nian is about to start the guild battle. We need to strengthen our strength and seize the time to practice. Practice walking. Lu Nian in the spaceship was like a young girl about to be disrespected and shouted, don't come over here. From America hand style and a heart shape placed on the chest. Her seductive appearance pressed against him, come and eat some grapes. While the top was eating grapes, the bottom was under Ha Su's care. Her expression hungrily grabbed his brother. Brother Lu Nian, this time you can't escape. He was surrounded by 2 girls and excitedly said loudly, there is no cow in the field that is tired. I can go through a big battle right now. Both of them said with smiling voices. Once the practice is completed, Big brother Lu Nian will definitely be able to sleep well. The following is the stage of Lo Li Hap Dharma. Lu Nian's brother started his job shooting balls. Ha Su arched his body and exclaimed softly, brother, I feel like my attributes are increasing. Ha Thursday, defense plus 1%, attack plus 1%, receive 4 times experience buff in 72 hours. The palace of the Song Bao, the general who divided the waters of the East Sea. He looked at the notice board in front of him and frowned thoughtfully. Damn, Lu Nian has killed another great demon that he requested. It seems it's like Na Tra gave him the magic weapon to restrain demons, right? My identity is also on the hateful list of gods, so I can't attack mortals. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent as he muttered. He could only go to the Spirit Guild president and asked him to kill Lu Nian. I think he would definitely be very happy. Heh? Heh. In the void, Quang Tu Na was being sealed and heard the voice transmission from the original Heavenly Venerable. Tu Na child, you have suffered. Hearing the Master's voice transmission, Quang Tu Na's eyes narrowed. A light appeared. The original Heavenly Venerable, the Master, Quang Tu Na's Master was the original Heavenly Venerable, the power of a saint. Quang Tu Na spread out his hands and radiated spiritual energy. Originally, the Heavenly Venerable continued to transmit sound to Quang Tu Na, because the fortune teller saw that the demon world was invading, the disaster of the 3 worlds was coming, and ordered me to organize this game of deification, first to replenish the heavenly soldiers, to fight against the invasion of the demon world, and secondly to attract the traitors of the fairy world to collude with the demon world. He did not understand why his master did not suppress Then Song Bao. Isn't the traitor Then Song Bao? Why didn't the master suppress him? Originally, the Heavenly Venerable explained, Then Song Bao was just a prey that I released. The real traitor is in the high class of the fairy world. Hearing that, he was surprised and asked again, there is someone in the high class of the fairy world. Betrayal? His voice showed a trace of sadness and worry and replied, yes. The teacher could not tell who he was, proving that his strength was at least quasi-saint. The teacher pretended to be in seclusion, also hoping for a traitor. Can appear at the God game. The following is the realm chart of the deity game. The fairy world at the mystical level will have Neo Diem Diem and Chu Thap Nuang. The true immortals will have Loi Nuang Tu, Hong Tian Tuong, Truong Ke Phuong, Thang Tien, and Tai. Among the immortals are Mao Tsong, Ha Tian Ko, then Song Bao, Van Trong, Chuang Q. The great golden immortals are Na Tra, the saints are Tun No Kong and Duong Tien. On the side of the demon world, Cotton Gao Tien is dead. Grand if you love, there are 100 eyes Ma Qua, Van Ton Princess, Tu Q2, there are demon kings, Ba Kot Tin, demon emperor and demon lord. Please wait, pay attention, game levels and immortals, true demon realm unrelated. Originally, the heavenly venerable gently advised Kwang Tu Na, first you should stay and then Song Bao's space bag to monitor his every move. As long as the deity list is still there, then Song Bao cannot come out. Holding hands with you, if you are in danger, bite the Dharma weapon in your mouth and summon the teacher. The teacher will fully protect you, he replied with a cautious look on his face, respectfully obeying the Dharma instructions. He raised his head to report. The disciple had something to tell the master. The great demon who was helped by then Song Bao to cross the border was repeatedly hacked to death by a mortal named Lu Nian. The original heavenly lord was surprised to hear this. A mortal slashes a great demon. This person has talent. I will send someone to investigate his background in this past life. If he comes from a clean background, he can join the Xian sect for training. At this time, outside the Qianquan bag hanging on then Song Bao's waist radiated light, but he did not know anything. Completely unaware that Kwang Tu Na was talking to the original celestial master in the Qianquan pocket. In the room of the president of the Spirit Guild, Lu Nu stepped on Hong Kim on the ground so angry that his face turned black. You useless thing. What kind of technique did you practice to make yourself become a eunuch? She frowned and began to complain. I am truly miserable. Following you is like being a widow. The man who was stepped on his head raised his mouth and said with a smug expression, when I reach level 100, pass the trial, and advance to primary level, of course I can restore my male identity. At that time, the lady can do it as many times as she wants. At that time, Nguyen Koi Tien Venerable loudly announced that after the player's level reached 100 and passed the trial to become an immortal, he could upgrade to a primary profound immortal. She was so angry that she repeatedly kicked him on the head and cursed, each time saying it was time. When was it? When then Song Bao appears at this time, it will take a week or so. He announced his identity. The countless heavenly venerable and poor Taoist is then Song Bao. The two people's faces lit up with joy when they heard that. They were the director and deputy general director of the game. She showed off her charming appearance as she bowed to him. Lu Nuyen visited the Taoist body. When Hong Kim saw her acting like that, he felt that his head had become a smooth green step. Could it be that the Taoist body was does the leader value my wife? He looked at the expression on Hong Kim's face and immediately became angry. He frowned and explained, the president could rest assured that the poor man did not like women. Hearing that, he immediately chased Lu Nuyen away and then turned back like a puppy wagging his tail at him. The Taoist leader is truly noble. The Taoist leader's realm is not something that mortals like us can compare to. He saw her wanting to leave and stopped her. Madam, please stop. He was surprised when he saw her stopping Lu Nuyen. He also said he didn't like women. The result was not the same. Lu Nuyen thought to herself, indeed, this young lady's appeal is limitless. Even a legendary figure like Then Song Bao wants to kneel and kowtow under my skirt. He looked at these two guys whose minds were filled with filth, and his blood boiled. Once the official matter was done, he took them to the great demon as a sacrifice. He pointed his finger and told Hong Kim to kneel. President, you kneel down for now, I have a favor to ask. He obediently followed, but in his heart he complained, the gods begged humans to do things, but also forced mortals. Kneel down. She was now sitting on a chair with her legs open, looking at him expectantly. As the leader, did she want to be a double cultivator with the little girl? The thought of her wife about to be taken advantage of by others made the Hong Kim turtle cry with tears in her eyes. Today, this matter has been finalized. Maybe you still want to do it in front of me. You really know how to play. Seeing that these two people still did not stop, he angrily shouted, enough is enough. His expressionless face radiated a gloomy aura as he looked at them. I need you two to help me deal with someone. He lowered his body and asked with a shy face, who was it? Then Song Bao answered in a low voice, Lu Nian. Hearing his name, his expression darkened. Did Lu Nian possess an innate dual cultivating holy body? He replied, yes. He had a grudge against Lu Nian to kill you. Hearing your name made his blood boil. That beast Lu Nian and the demon killed my brother. For a long time I have always wanted to find a chance to take revenge. But in this PK game you can't kill the player. Lu Nuyen stood aside and said worriedly, besides, he can kill the great demon. We are not necessarily his opponents. Then Song Bao raised his hand and said, don't rush. I have a magic weapon that can suppress this person. He came out with a broken heart. He lifted up the tooth flute and wanted to give it to Lun Nuyen. Mrs. Tun brought this tooth magic weapon, then thought of a way to confiscate Lunian's dual cultivation tool. This person would definitely die. Listen to his plan. Hi. Hong Kim looked at him hesitantly. So it wasn't like I was arresting my wife. Then Song Bao gave them the magic weapon and then summoned it to transmit. If you want to achieve anything, you have to pay a corresponding price. However, Lu Nian's holy body cultivator has a lustful nature. Only this way can he cut it. Kill him. Before entering the teleportation, he turned around and left a sentence. If this is completed, I can guarantee that you will enter the early stage of profound immortal within a week. He said that on his lips, but in his heart, there were two people. This has already become a dead thing. After a week, I will send you off to be reincarnated. He watched him leave, then looked at the magic weapon in his hand, pouting and muttering, "That's it, it's just his mouth." His face turned pale and he repeatedly told her that she must kill him and avenge her brother. Remember to only use her mouth. She smiled softly and replied, "I understand. We are about to become fairies." Hi. VIP Villa area, Thiat 2 Mountain. Lu Nian walked out of the spaceship and immediately saw Fuang Dai standing there waiting. With an angry look on her face, she raised the phone and he ran over unresponsively. Fuang Dai held out his phone with a scary face and his whole body radiated murderous aura. "Why are you sneaking around outside? From today, you must delete all your contacts every day, otherwise you won't be able to leave." Outside. Seeing that he had been exposed, he was so scared that he was sweating. "Mom," it was revealed. Fuang Dai's space, she said softly with a sad expression, "I know you are an inborn dual cultivator of the holy body, so I also know I cannot monopolize you." Her body trembled with tears like falling pearls. But it was really difficult for me to accept this. Seeing her cry like that made Lu Nian's heart ache. He hugged her apologetically and said he was truly sorry. Fuang Dai was hugged by his self-pitying brother and offered a condition. "Oh, don't say sorry. I just hope that when you and the others cultivate, you only use them as cultivation tools, only your kidneys." "Is it possible to not use the heart?" Seeing that he didn't say anything, she got a little angry. "Do you remember?" He saw that she was angry and immediately answered. "I remember." She stood on tiptoe. Then he gently sat down on the bed, lifted the hem of his skirt, and with his sparkling, charming eyes asked him, "It's been a long time, don't you remember me?" Lu Nian crawled onto the bed and looked at her deeply. Every hour and every minute was about that. Then he gently kissed his mermaid's face respectfully. She held the bear tightly and softly cried, "Don't do it, it's too dirty." He used his tongue to rotate 360 degrees super fast to create a special move, spiraling to steal souls. When Fuang Dai used a special technique, he felt as if a ray of electricity passed through his body. Entering climax made her legs tremble. The baby clam has finally opened. Lu Nian looked at his work with satisfaction and officially got to work. And the missile was fired. She felt a change in her body and cried out in excitement, "Is this my brother's fairy treasure? I feel like I'm about to reach the fairy world." At this time, Fuang Dai's attributes increase: defensive power plus 1%, attack power plus 1%, receiving 72 hours of buff multiplied by 4 experience. After fighting 300 rounds with him, she fell asleep exhausted on the bed. He went into his room to wipe off the water stains on his face. Just now, water was splashing all over his face. Tomorrow he was preparing to start a guild. After cultivating, all of Lu Nian's younger brothers came back to life. At the same time, in a dark corner, behind-the-scenes information about him was broadcast and sent out. Lu Nian colluded with demons to get 9 treasures. Lu Nian learned the magic to drain people's essence. Female player, receiving the ability to kill great demons. Lu Nian colluded with the game manager to sell chrysanthemums. Tuko was like a psychopath hiding under the blanket, looking at the phone and smiling creepily. "Lu Nian, you're so damned, those women are all mine." He edited a photo to post false information about him online. Looking at the shady edited photo, he laughed crazily. "You die, Lu Nian. I will mobilize netizens in the game. Attack you, then let public opinion crush you to death, he. The second day, Fuang Dai came to ask him about the guild name. I informed them that those who want to join the guild should go to the Villa Garden Square at 9 a.m. and sign the guild registration form. Have you thought of a name for your guild yet? I leave the naming task up to you. You can choose a name of your choice. Explain further. The guild registration form requires more than 6 people to register at the game hall. Play. She thought about it and said, then let's call it the Association of Mortals Cultivating Immortals. Lu Nian gave her a thumbs up. We are all mortals, born in this world, cultivating the religion with one heart, constantly being good. At this time, Ha Su, Tu Maikyo and Bao Mai were waiting at the door. He looked at the three of them in confusion. Why were there only three of them? Fuang Dai looked at the 104 messages about leaving the group and was horrified. Why did all the people who said they wanted to join the gang already leave the group? Bao Mai raised the phone in her hand and said with a worried face, Master, lady, something is wrong. Someone is spreading rumors online that the master uses magic to drain the player's essence. Female to gain the ability to destroy the great demon. He looked at the title and immediately realized who did it. It must have been that kid named Tu who did it. While he was boiling over the name Chu Ko, Bitch Tri came and shouted, it was him. She acted like she was being disrespected and pointed at him. Lu Nian, the man-faced night beast, said in the original world that he would help me get rid of demons. But the result was that this beast was no better than a beast. Bitch, the image of a meaningless but serious memory woven by Bitch Tri. Lu Nian's scoundrel-looking figure stripped off his upper body and told her, Lady, your body is too dirty. Please quickly take off your clothes. Come out so I can help you clean up. She wrapped herself in a blanket and shyly replied, Master Lu, how do you want to clean up? In that memory, he was a scoundrel who took out his weapon and looked at her with a wicked smile. Of course I will give her my weapon. She screamed in fear. Here comes the memory. And Kim Siu acted so miserable because his girlfriend was disrespected that he shed tears. He looked at him angrily. Lu Nian, that beast of yours, and then even filmed a video threatening my girlfriend. We had maintained a proper relationship for 3 years. Every month my girlfriend provided him with monthly living expenses. On the day I celebrated the 3rd anniversary of knowing Bitch Tri, this beast raped me. Bitch Tri was right in the car in front of me. Here are the meaningless memories. He held the gift bag in his hand shaking. In the car, she was grabbed by his hair and smiled arrogantly at him. She was grabbed by his hair and said, My boyfriend Kim Siu is outside. Lu Nian grinned and looked at him provocatively. Continue. This is called daily weight loss stimulation. Several monks were brought by the two of them to express their discontent. They all turned angry eyes towards him. They didn't expect Lu Nian to be such a beast. I thought it was strange that Lu Nian can be so strong. It turns out he has been deceiving women for a long time. The bald man looked at the girls standing next to him and frowned and reminded, Miss Fuang Dai, Miss Tu, you have been deceived, quickly. Leave Lu Nian, otherwise you will be in danger. The blue-haired girl raised her phone with a disgusted face and said, I see it's true that on the internet it's written that Lu Nian practices magic to absorb the essence of female players and has dozens of likes. This could be possible. Was it fake? The green-haired girl standing next to her heard that and shed tears of fear, looking at her. Luckily I didn't join their guild, otherwise I would have been sucked dry by Lu Nian. How can Fuang Dai believe these things? She pointed at Bitch Tri and shouted angrily. Mr. Lu Nian is definitely not that kind of person. Everything on the internet is a lie. Tuko stood in the crowd, smiling, big chest and small brain. They were fooled by Lu Nian. He used words to incite the monks. It's a pity that the jasmine flower was planted in the buffalo's shit. The agitated monks successfully shouted to chase him away. Lu Nian, get out of Iron Mountain. Lu Nian, get out, said Six Paint away. His face darkened angrily as he looked at the two of them, Bitch Tri, Kim, and I. It would be a pity not to give them the Oscar. These two people were scared when they saw him pull out his sword. She stepped back and looked at him cautiously. Lu Nian, this is a safe zone. Do you want to take action? He raised his middle finger and pretended to pick his nose to provoke him. I'll tell you, there's no more room for you here. If you're not satisfied and don't have 6 people, you won't be able to form a guild. Sooner or later, you'll be taken over by a big guild. At this moment Lu Nuyen appeared. She walked over wearing a black hat. Who said they had less than 6 people? I am the 6th person. Information about her. Lu Nuyen, temporarily not yet joined the guild. Profession, mage, class, level 42. Lu Nuyen stood silently facing the two people. Miss Fuang put her hands on her hips, angrily pointed at her and questioned Lu Nian. Lu Nian, who is she? Lu Nian's face turned black. He shrugged his shoulders innocently and replied, You don't even know her. Lu Nuyen wrapped her arms around her chest, her index finger gently touching her chin. She tilted her body, looking innocently at Lu Nian and Miss Fuang, and said, That's right, we're not used to it. Lu Nian certainly didn't hide it. Marriage, and I am his wife. Miss Fuang's face was black and her eyes were fiery as she glanced at Lu Nian. Lu Nian's face turned pale, and she glanced at her with a big question mark above her head. Lu Nuyen changed her innocent expression. She raised her fists in front of her face. Her eyes sparkled and continued, I'm just his fangirl. Suddenly she turned around, covered her mouth with her hand, and began to vomit. Gag, gag. Everyone nearby could only stare with wide eyes and open mouths at her actions. Using her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth, tears were about to fall. Lu Nuyen frowned and said, It's not that I vomited, it has nothing to do with Lu Nian. It was like there was a strong lightning strike in the sky. Miss Huang, Lu Nian and the others opened their mouths and stared wide-eyed. A long label was stuck on Lu Nian's body. No, I don't have it. Tu Ko raised her phone to take pictures continuously. Flyers started flying all over the sky. Tu Ko shouted, Hot news, hot news. It turns out that Lu Nian's double cultivator is a contemporary Transamai. Everyone took pictures. Walking again, the people around also started making noise. The blue-haired girl clenched her fist and said, Lu Nian makes me so nauseous, in order to woo a rich woman. I abandoned my wife and children. Other passers-by also cheered. Shouted along, Lu Nian, you are not human Lu Nian scum, get out. Miss Huang's anger value has reached its peak. Her whole body burned with anger. She turned around and clenched her fists, her eyes flashing dangerously as she looked at Lu Nian and asked, Is she really my wife? What are you? Lu Nian raised his hand to stop her anger, raised a hand to wipe her tears. Eyes filled with tears, he said, I told you, I don't know her. Lu Nian was so angry that his face turned black. He gritted his teeth and glared, thinking to himself, the Emperor and Empress are coming to me today. Ha Su and Tu Maikyo stood up angrily. Tu Maikyo said loudly, Mr. Lu Nian, we believe you. Mr. Lu Nian is not this type of person. Miss Huang drew her sword and pointed at Lu Nuyen and asked, I also believe Lu Nian. Who are you? Lu Nuyen reached out to take off the hat on her head. The hat was taken off, revealing her entire face. Lu Nuyen smiled, opened her hands and said, Under Lu Nuyen, to see Miss Huang. Lu Nuyen sat down on the railing facing Miss Lu Nian and Miss Huang. She calmly continued, Lu Nian and I are not acquaintances. Just now it was just a play for everyone. Everyone watch. Even if you witness it with your own eyes, it is not necessarily the truth, let alone the nonsense rumors on the internet. Lu Nuyen raised her hand to lift the hair on her shoulder, opened her eyes wide and continued, Have you forgotten how many of you have had your lives saved by Lu Nian? If you don't join the guild, then that's it. This guy even believes lies on the internet. Video image of Lu Nian holding two flaming swords in both hands to fight Bok Kot Tin. Passers-by jumped up and down to celebrate. Someone exclaimed, Great, we are saved. A young man exclaimed. It's hard to shout loudly. The VIP villa area is truly the boss. The blue-haired girl stared at the phone. She frowned and shouted loudly. That video had hundreds of thousands of likes and tens of thousands of comments, all cursing, but it was fake. Lu Nuyen sat cross-legged. She opened her arms. Her face calmly said, Is it difficult to buy hot search? Most netizens are not rational. As long as there is a slight change, some people will create immediately condemn. Have you ever thought about the whole truth of the incident? Bitch Tri glared angrily, gritted her teeth, and then Lu Nuyen raised her foot to block her, mocking and saying, How could Lu Nian, who was originally born with a double cultivator of the holy body, like vulgar makeup? She rested her chin and continued with dreamy eyes. As long as Lu Nian is willing, even if I become his concubine, I'm willing to volunteer. Kim Siu gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, frowned and said, After Lu Nian entered the deity game, everyone knew that he was a natural double-cultivated holy body, which did not affect his work in the original world. He was a fraudster. Bitch Tri burned with anger. She pointed at Lu Nian and screamed, That's right. Lu Nian is scum, toying with me for 3 years. Lu Nuyen glanced at her sharp eyes and asked, Oh, is that really so? A giant screen appeared in the air. Everyone raised their heads to look up. Kim Siu and Bitch Tri appeared on the screen together. Kim Siu smiled sarcastically and said, The poor guy still wants to enter Bao Hoa Lao, not willingly. Look in the mirror again. Bitch Tri is standing next to you. She strokes her hair and contemptuously says to Lu Nian, Look at his poor appearance. Luckily you followed Mr. Siu, otherwise this whole life would be ruined. On the screen reflected the image of Kim Siu and Bitch Tri with their mouths open and their eyes wide open. Kim Siu and Bitch Tri standing below saw, panicked and hugged each other tightly. Everyone looked at the screen. Their heads were sweating. Foul. Lu Nuyen held the projector in her hand, put her hand on her hip and said, This is a surveillance video in front of the gate of Bao Hoa Lao. Clearly she criticized her ex-boyfriend Lu Nian for being too poor and threw him away. Why did she tell him he pretended to be a magician defrauding her of money? That day, Bao Hoa Lao had many people who could testify. A passerby frowned and shouted loudly. I remember, it was at that time that bitch Tri and young Master Kim mocked Lu Nian for being a poor monkey. They stopped in front of the Bao Hoa Lao gate. A girl covered her mouth and continued to laugh. I also remember, this bitch Tri girl actually said Lu Nian was her ex-boyfriend. The guy standing next to him raised his index finger, smiled and continued, young Master Kim, you ate feces before you live-streamed. Already, Kim Siu and bitch Tri were so angry that their faces turned pale. Kim Siu clenched his fists and pulled bitch Tri's hair. Bitch Tri bit her handkerchief tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Lu Nian's sweat dropped as he watched Kim Siu and bitch Tri run away. Kim Siu left behind a sentence. In short, Lu Nian was not a good person. They were all in the same boat, then ran away. Bitch Tri turned around while running. Threatening, Lu Nian, just wait for me, this lady isn't done with you yet. On the street everyone started to talk amongst themselves. It turned out to be fake news. Let's disperse. Are we wrong? Suddenly Tuko opened his arms and shouted, wait, there's also the matter of Lu Nian practicing magic. Success, sucking the essence of female players, I still haven't said. Tuko surrounded Lu Nian. Lu Nian put his hands on his hips and said, sure enough, it was you, Tuko. He clasped his hands. His eyes dreamily looked at Lu Nian and said, yes, it was me, you threatened me. I also have to expose you. You can't kill me. Tuko jumped around Lu Nian to provoke, come and hit me. Normally, PK between players will not die. Chu Thap Nung opened her hand. Her fingernails turned into long and extremely sharp black claws. She said, Lu Nian is a person of the third Crown Prince Na Tra. Third Crown Prince Na Tra proved that Lu Nian discharged water differently than ordinary people, but practicing for him was only beneficial. Tuko hid behind Lu Nian, stuck his head out and stared at Chu Thap Nung standing opposite. Lu Nian also glared at her Ta. She continued, are you doubting the third Crown Prince Na Tra? Tuko seemed to be struck by lightning. He clenched his fists and raised them high, his eyes wide open and filled with blood. Chu Thap Nung led a group of soldiers. She stared ahead and said that she heard that there were people gathering here to cause trouble, spreading false information. I followed orders to come here to investigate. Tuko clenched his teeth, rolled his eyes and shouted, let's run. Then he tried to run as fast as he could. Everyone around him also started to run everywhere. Chu Thap Nung coldly asked, do you want to run? She waved her hand. Countless pink ropes came to tie Tuko tightly. She opened her mouth wide. Tears poured out. The hot search panel appeared. Trong K. Phuong said, checking the room. Someone accused a mortal of colluding with a priest. Chu Thap Nung stretched out her spider legs to grab Tuko. She raised Tuko's chin and said, it's you accusing her. Feel me, ruin my good deed. Do you think I can't find out the data about the person behind it? Guard this place later. I will make you regret ever coming to this world. Tuko tied up, eyes wide and screaming, Mom, yes demon. Chu Thap Nung held the cage holding Tuko in one hand. She looked up at Lu Nian and said, little friend Lu Nian, my house's drainage pipe is broken. When will the milk come for me? Lu Nian asked with a dark face, does your house's drainage pipe meet standards? Miss Phuong crossed her arms and stroked her chin and asked, Lu Nian, so you know how to fix plumbing? He scratched his head and said, I know a little. In my heart I thought, didn't I just help her yesterday? Miss Phuong bowed before Chu Thap Nung. She said, thank you for coming to rescue us in time. Chu Thap Nung waved her hand and said, it's just a matter of duty. I still have things to do. I won't stay long. Again. She took the cage containing Tuko away. Tuko cried loudly. Chu Thap Nung thought to herself, this stupid sister is so naive. I feel a bit helpless. Miss Phuong bowed her head to Lu Nuyen, and also to Lu. Thank you. Lu Nuyen smiled and said, it's nothing. What you should do. Images of Then Song Bao and Hong Kim appeared behind Lu Nian. Lu Nian jumped into his arms, wrapped her arms around his shoulders and said, Lu Nian slashed the great demon to death with a mortal body, the little girl he had admired for a long time. Hope to be able to keep you by my side. Suddenly, Lu Nuyen suddenly kissed Lu Nian's lips, making him unexpectedly stunned. The three surprised girls, what, were Ha Su, Miss Phuong Dai and Tu Mai Kyo. Miss Phuong Dai was annoyed. Even though you helped us just now and we were very grateful, how could you be so casually intimate with someone else's man? Ha Su responded, yes, I am the second oldest, she is the third oldest. Tu Mai Kyo did not pay attention and replied, yes, I am the third man. Tu Mai Kyo thought again, I am the old man. Suddenly that aggressive girl threatened Ha Su with terrifying red eyes, hey, who is the third? Phuong Kai Ni has long known Lu Nian. She shouted loudly. I did not object. but we were at the same time. Knowing Lu Nian, why am I a tam? As for Ha Su, she did not hesitate to open a competition. She replied that of course it depends on strength, whoever loses will be the third. Ha Su sent a challenge to Tu Maikyo. Tu Maikyo was not afraid and accepted the challenge. She had already prepared and refurbished the fire staff. If she challenged, she would challenge. If she lost, in the future when Lu Nian and I practice, she would have to be by my side. Serve. After that, Ha Su thought about hell when she revealed her body to Lu Nian. The third person helped me get a tissue. I needed to clean it up a bit. Ha Su was upset and fought through cannons. I absolutely will not lose. If I win, you will do the job of cleaning up after practicing. The two people shot at each other, causing an evenly matched battle. The only way for Lu Nian to stop those two is to stop fighting because of me. Right after that, Lu Nian's lust appeared again. She hugged him and wanted to enjoy. Don't pay attention to them, let's continue. The two of them were like female and male cats, playing cat tricks on the spot while their eyes were watching. Fuang Kaini sent a challenge to Lu Nian. She was so angry that she was on fire. She was too much, but she still provoked her. If I win I will be the boss. Lu Nian stopped. Enough, stop. The next second, Fuang Kaini and Ha Su were lining up. Lu Nian, you come and arrange the order, we will listen to you. While Bao Mai ranked at the bottom of the row. Lu Nian is helpless. I'm so miserable. He seriously got to the point, handed out the paper. The important thing had to be done first. Now there were 6 people. Everyone please sign this application. I will go and submit the application at the club hall. Next game. Lu Nian pretended to be a deer again and said softly, I still want to practice with the president immediately. He said, now that demons are raging, we need to quickly improve our strength. When we have a guild, we can participate in guild battles, thereby gaining more resources and magic weapons. Feelings, let's talk about it later. I know, although Lu Nian is not a demon, I always feel like she is a bit strange. The main lobby of the game club is located in the women's restroom. Loi Noang too tried to endure within a narrow scope. She does women's work. Throw things that girls often use in the trash. She is very hurt but hates her very much, the hateful Lu Nian. Even though there are 8 immortals to protect you, I must make you miserable. Meanwhile, Lu Nian was queuing. He felt strange. Why did he feel stressed about Chrysanthemum? Could it be that he had hemorrhoids? Just when he had to urinate, he went to the toilet to see what happened. He ran as fast as he could into the room when Loi Noang too accidentally saw him. Turquoise blue eyes looked at that man indignantly. Lu Nian, truly an unjust family member. She immediately appeared before him. Lu Nian panicked. Loi Noang too. She was angry and hot-blooded, holding a nail stick at the ready. The third crown prince and my father are both from the same sect. If I kill you, the third crown prince will not seek my father to cause trouble because of a servant. I only got scolded a few times. But the 8 immortals are different, they protect you. If I kill you, they will turn against my father, and may even use heavenly laws to punish me. She licked seductively. But even though I couldn't kill him, I could still punish him a bit. Lu Nian was excreting when suddenly, he tried to advise, I'm in a hurry right now, if you come any closer, I will spray you. Loi Noang too didn't care, haha, turned around and showed me the item of the legend of the innate dual cultivation holy body. She immediately hit him, bang, so he had to endure her misery. She was a scoundrel. She even threatened, let go of resistance, he could endure a little less pain. What a disgusting prop. Lu Nian's sensitive lower area became erect. Suddenly, Loi Noang too got angry. What? She unfortunately slipped. Ga hit something. Meanwhile, Chu Thap Noang drank fresh water. Then suddenly there was a shaking in her house. Chu Thap Noang did not understand why there was an earthquake. Forest in the 5th level of the small world. The battle between the 2 quasi-saints is still going on. Sun Wukong said, Big brother, thank you for mercifully leaving a few thousand monkeys for Hoa Qua Mountain that year. If someone else had come to attack Hoa Mountain, there probably would not have been a single monkey left alive. And Duong Tian replied, You, this noisy monkey, have also made some progress. Duong Tian powerfully summons a powerful migration code filled with the power of a super strong god. Sun Wukong was not far behind, transforming into a wish-fulfilling staff hundreds of miles long to fight. The battle broke out, creating a storm across the desert. Other monsters are afraid. The 5th floor is about to collapse. The world of the god game is about to end. There is a chaos in the sky on the 5th floor of the small world. Sun Wukong raised his voice and said, Big brother, if you continue to fight like this deified world will be destroyed by you. I'm not afraid that everyone here will die. Well, the second wolf god Duong Tian explained that, even if the sky falls, of course there will be people who go to practice and die, so they can be ranked among mortals and can maintain their memories. Isn't destruction a very good thing? Sun Wukong gradually looked patient. He waved his hand and answered, these ordinary monkeys of all things, if they cannot be killed, from now on, the path to becoming an immortal and a saint will be cut off. They will forever be being enslaved by the ancestors. This kind of memory is immortal, so what good thing is it? The second wolf god Duong Tian explained to him that not everyone can become an immortal or a mortal saint like you. For them, this is already a very good thing. Divine objects in the universe are not only us, with these divine servants that we can focus on cultivating and dealing with threats from other divine realms. Sun Wukong pointed in the direction of another level. He angrily pointed at the 9th floor and asked, if it was so good, why did he have to use the seal to bind their souls? High above is the deity board used to bind souls in the world. Sun Wukong further asked, if we burn this board and give them back their bodies, so that the gods on the board can continue to practice and be able to cope with the threat from other gods and Buddhas, could it be that their talents are as Van Trong Tam Chiu worse than us? When the second wolf god Duong Tian heard these words, he was temporarily unable to answer anything. Tam Tu Noang Noang is the common name of Van Tu Noang Noang, Bai Tu Noang Noang, and Gwyn Tu Noang Noang. They once captured alive many immortals of the Xian sect and at the same time removed 3 flowers on the top of the 5 Qi, in the chest and the 1,000-year-old virtue of Jade Void, 12 Kim Tian, and 2 wolf god Duong Tian heard those words. The darker and more confusing his face became. So long then Duong Tian took out his magic weapon and said, you monkey is so stubborn, then take this entire axe from me. Sun Wukong gradually shrank himself. The smaller he became. He asked loudly again, who exactly was the stubborn person? Sun Wukong turned into a monkey-faced bird. He said, big brother, your mother Van Hoa and sister Duong Zhen are both suffering in the demon world. Don't you want to go save them? What? Ni Lang then Duong Tian replied loudly, I don't need you to worry about my business, quickly fold your arms and be tied. I'll use the 8 coffins to chase after Sun Wukong. The second wolf god Duong Tian transformed into a large bird chasing the monkey-faced bird Sun Wukong in front. Both of them went inside a large black entrance. That black hole gradually shrunk and the shape of the 2 of them also became lost. The road was opened after the 2 quasi-saints fought. The girl was half stuck inside. She said loudly, this hole is getting smaller and smaller. Let me out, I'm already stuck. Her outer half is also very tired because she can't escape. The girl tried her best to struggle and scream, please let me out, then used all her strength to escape. The girl's outer clothes were also torn, only wearing a few thin pieces of cloth on her body. The great mid-stage octopus ran up and called out loudly, little lady, come and have fun with my great king. The disgusted girl didn't say a word, but directly punched through the octopus goblin's body. The king of royal charm, the middle demon king tilted his head and asked, since he had met my royal charm, why didn't he bow down? The other guys were immediately scared and knelt down to pay their respects to the king. In the restroom of the professional hall, Bok Cha sat uncomfortably, clutching his chest and panting. Lu Nian shook his head and apologized, I didn't mean it, it was just an accident. Bok Cha walked over and patted the young man's shoulder and asked, you've been eating too much sweets lately. Please pay attention to your blood sugar. Lu Nian tremblingly replied, okay, I will definitely pay attention, but Bok Sat is dangerously close to remind me, so you should pay attention in your next life. Faced with the confusion of the young man, Bok Sat grabbed his head and pulled him down. Bok Cha tried to attack the perennial. She turned his body towards the ground. Bok Cha was angry and threw the young man down and shouted, you quickly go and die for me. The system activated the 9-dragon chain spell, resisting the fatal damage once, and third brother was even seriously injured. Bok Cha glared and asked why you are not dead yet. The young man cried in his heart, thinking, no longer defending the middle stage great demon, he could only rely on his brothers to avoid death. The young man lying below worriedly looked at the girl in front who wanted to take his life. Bok sat standing while he lay down. She replied, oh that's right, you can't die yet, someone come check for me to see if my blood sugar is high or not. Looking up from the senior's perspective, he sprayed blood from his nose, silently thinking in his heart, it was a drop of water. The white man pulled his head closer. Dang Zen Nok, true immortal great perfection, kicked in the door. Dang Tian Nok is the daughter of Dang Cute Song, the leader of the Tam Sun Quang Tru Thuong. After being forced by Tai Chao to marry the earthly venerable, but still not having marital relations, she died in battle. After her death, she was appointed as the god of the wind made the 6 stars. Dang Zen Nok said loudly, Lady Lo, I didn't expect you to commit adultery with a mortal like that. Both the young man and the white man were bewildered. The two words adultery kept hitting their brain waves. Bok Cha disdainfully said, "If I had sex with this ugly, shameless, and disgusting mortal, every word of criticism from the girl in front of me would be like an arrow piercing straight into my body." Of longevity. In the conference hall, Dang Thuyunok's office, Lunian was handcuffed and shouted unjustly, "I have no intercourse with the fairy, she just accidentally drank from me." Lady Loy angrily shouted at him, "Shut up, she scared her." He howled at the weasel and mumbled back, saying it was a misunderstanding. Tu Maikyo plays better than directly banning him. Then she turned to question, "Lady Loy, this is you causing unreasonable trouble. You are not the type of seasonal worker like Ton Kao Na. As an immortal, having sex with mortals is a serious crime, Mississippi." When I heard that, I laughed contemptuously and replied, "It's ridiculous that I should consort with such lowly and despicable mortals." Moreover, she did not forget when she appeared, not to mention, a small little god on the Fongdan board is also worthy of taking care of my affairs. With her superior demeanor, she is not afraid to insult her. In my eyes, you minor gods in the Fongdan list are no different from despicable mortals. Approaching Tu Maikyo, Lady Loy whispered that they were all our ancestors' dogs. When she said that, she angrily pushed her away and shouted, "Miss Loy, do you know what you are saying?" She still spoke arrogantly. "Am I wrong? You have cultivated thousands of immortals. It's been a year and I'm still in the realm of true immortality. But it only took me more than 10 years to achieve true immortality. Don't you know the reason why? The reason is that the Wind God table locks your soul. Those who have been on the board, while cultivating, most of the aura of the fairies on the board will all be absorbed by the Wind God board, so it is very difficult for them to improve their strength." Of course, she did not hesitate to explain to her that you gods on the god-ranking board are not as good as those humble mortals. At least they still have hope of becoming immortals and saints, and you, gods. His soul has been locked by the Wind God table, and for the rest of his life, he can only be the dog of our ancestors. Unable to bear the humiliation from Lady Loy, Tu Maikyo pulled out his sword and shouted loudly, looking for death. She didn't hesitate to pull out the magic whip number 53 to play with her. And so she was shocked by the whip. Seeing her kneel down, she arrogantly said, "The magic whip and the Wind God table are treasures that go hand in hand, not to mention a minor god with the same cultivation level as you. Even if Ventrong came, he would have to." Obediently knelt down. Of course, Tu Maikyo was so angry that she was shaking, but she could only grit her teeth helplessly and reply, "Lady Loy, you are proud. I will go and report you." Of course, she wasn't afraid, she just took back the whip and challenged her, "Feel free." After Lady Loy left, she was so angry that she hit the ground hard. She gritted her teeth and swore to herself, "I will definitely find evidence of your affair with mortals." So with evil eyes she turned to look at Lunian hiding in a corner. At the prison, even though he had lifted the ban, he was still hung up by Tu Maikyo like a pig preparing to go to the slaughterhouse. He shouted loudly and threatened her with his identity. "Let me go. I am not Tra's second brother. I have evidence to show you." She heard that but still calmly said, "Is it the lotus print on her? But now is the internet age. Everyone knows your story." Her words made him feel sorry for himself. "Old brother Na Tra, your lotus seal is becoming more and more useless. Besides Siu Lin then, no one respects you anymore. Things have come to this point. Tu Maikyo is not afraid to threaten Lunian. I only came to collect evidence. If you obediently cooperate, I will let you go. I originally did not intend to make a big deal of this, but bitch, that hateful Lady Lay dares to humiliate me like that, then don't blame me for being heartless." So she asked him, opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue. Hearing her say that, he was a little panicked and asked, "What do you want to do?" Seeing that he refused to listen, she kneed him in the stomach and scolded him for being too slow. Being forced into a corner, he could only listen to what she was saying but couldn't do anything. The good man refused to bear the loss in front of him. Seeing her suddenly perform magic on his tongue, he asked in confusion, "What are you planning to do?" She didn't hesitate to explain to him, "As long as I touch it with my hand, I can tell that you've been sleeping for the past few days. Kiss everyone, even the places you've kissed, I know everything." After checking for a while, Tu Maikyo saw that she didn't have what she was looking for. She was both disgusted by what she saw and angry enough to scold Lunian. "Your kid is so nauseating, even kissing that place strange. Why don't I see Lady Loy?" Seeing all his secrets being seen by her, he was so frustrated that he screamed, "I tell you this is personal privacy. Don't care about what he said." She untied him and left. "Order, there is no privacy in front of the gods. If you don't want to receive punishment, Quickly show your index and middle fingers of both hands. A moment later, one of her hands checked his left hand. With the other hand, check the right hand. After checking and checking for a while, her face turned black with helplessness because she couldn't find anything. Why was there still no Lady Loy? This brat didn't even do the foreplay. On Lunian's side, she continued to be tied up again. At this moment, she looked at him while pondering for a moment. Could she just check that place? Thinking about it, she decided to check that place too. Seeing her lover do that, he was so scared that he shouted, "That place is absolutely not good." But Mikio doesn't listen to you, she still does what she has decided, stops talking nonsense. I'm just gathering evidence. If there's no problem, I'll let you go immediately. Her soft hand touched his eagle. Suddenly a dragon appeared and knocked her away, causing her to panic so much that she cried out. What? The scene before her eyes made her extremely frightened. As if realizing something, she shyly thought to herself, it seems that what he said was not fake. This kid really has the ability to help an ordinary person like Tan Kao now become stronger. Then she thought back to the words that Lady Loy had told her. You have practiced for thousands of years but are still stuck in the true immortal state. While I only need a dozen years to achieve the true immortal state. Do you not know the reason? Why? Just remembering that makes you so angry that you want to hit someone. Hateful. With my talent, if it weren't for the wind god list that sealed my soul, sucked all my aura, making it difficult for me to progress. How can a small person like Loi Nyang be on par with me? Moreover, the work in the fairy world is heavy, and the training resources are pitifully meager. It's really disgusting. But when she looked at Lunian's treasure, she asked herself, isn't this kid in front of her a cultivation magic weapon made of flesh? An idea popped up in Mikio's head, making her laugh rather crookedly. When Lunian saw this, the weasel's soul was startled. Looking at this mother, she didn't seem to be a good person. Dang Tianok softly opened his mouth and said, the so-called deity list is nothing more than a farce. I have lived for 1,000 years and am still in the realm of true immortals. She remembered the image of sitting cross-legged cultivating day and night in the rain and felt sour in her heart. No matter how hard she tried to cultivate, most of her spiritual energy would be sucked away by the deity board. Just recently, she was knocked down by Loi Noang Tu, making her kneel at her feet. I have far more talent than Loi Noang Tu, but my status is still not as good as hers, someone who has just attained enlightenment. At that time, Dang Tianok could only helplessly watch her leave. She covered her face and laughed at her own miserable situation. The funny thing is, I was forced by the gods of the Xianjian to take an ugly name like the earthly venerable, but people praised it as the story of leaving darkness to find light. Dang Tianok roared angrily, his eyes emitting fire. How could heaven and earth be so unfair? Lunian felt embarrassed and asked softly, are you okay? The other person suddenly approached, touched his body. Did he like the goddess? Lunian began to blush, hesitantly opened his mouth, saying yes. Dang Tianok looked at him with wet eyes and a cooing voice, asking if he had ever had sex with a female fairy. Lunian immediately trembled and shouted, begging the female fairy to calm down. The other person looked at him with bright eyes and refused, unable to calm down. Today I must have a mental breakdown. Fairy. She bent down to make the pair of hills and mountains become clearer before his eyes. In fact, before we could even get together, we died in battle. After deification, we always lived separately. Today, the opportunity the first meeting will fall into your hands. When Lunian heard these words, he let out a breath. The opportunity the other person brought was like two delicious golden walnuts, floating in front of him. He said each sentence tremblingly, although I'm not a very serious person, but is this progressing a bit too fast? Or should we first go out for a meal and watch a movie, and then take it slow? Get to know each other better. Dang Tianok curled his lips and sneered. He didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who felt it was too fast even though everything was already given. She suddenly took out the phone, with Oh Na Noi's face floating on it. The old man's voice came out. What? How could a mere mortal? Lunian also began to fall into a state of confusion and stammering. Why? Then his face appeared, sharp eyes looking at the other person, coldly speaking, Little 8 World, you keep the rules, but they may not do so. Dang Tianok took back his phone and looked at him meaningfully. That's right, Earthly Sun's own son just sneaked into the small game world. I followed his trail and discovered that you guys killed him. Lunian frowned, her face full of confusion. Why did she only secretly take pictures and not save though Na Noi? Because I wanted to record evidence of his use of magic. And though Na Noi had trespassed illegally. Why? Why should I save him? Dang Tianok started threatening, if I hand this over, you guess how GM will deal with you. Her next words made him pale and panicked inside, Perhaps he would be dealt with immediately. Lunian's face was serious. Since you haven't submitted it yet, then state your conditions. Dang Tiannak suddenly softened his voice. I'd just like to chat with smart people. Today I saw you coming to the game club. I want to find you to chat a bit. She reached behind her, took off her shirt belt, and unexpectedly saw him and Loi Noang Tu performing a good play in the bathroom. Dang Tiannak was naked in front of the other person's eyes and spoke up. Am I more beautiful, or Loi Noang Tu is more beautiful? Lunian's nose bled and without hesitation said, You are beautiful. He feels like a healthy rooster now, ready to breed. Dang Tiannak had just adjusted the position of his handcuffs and was riding on him for less than a minute when the loudspeaker alarm continued to sound. Warning, warning. The monotonous voice from the speaker made her extremely uncomfortable. Many space cracks appeared in the 5th layer. All GMs with true fairy realm, or higher, immediately went to the mountain of good karma, the 5th layer of the game. Dang Tiannak angrily stood up, adjusted his clothes and shouted loudly, This game is full of errors. Is Quang Tu Na making the game with these errors? She freed Lunian and left, leaving a cold sentence, You go home first, wait until I finish work and find you later. He painfully hugged his tired arm, silently crying in his heart, You make a knife, I make a fish. Lunian returned to the suburban villa. As soon as he appeared, Miss Fong Dai ran out and hugged him. The earthquake just now scared me to death. If you don't come back, I will go find you, Lunian softly consoled, apologizing. There was a bit of trouble but it's been resolved. She teased him, frowned in reproach. Okay, if there's anything going on in the future, you must tell me, okay? Fong Dai turned around and said to the maid standing behind her, Please take Lunian to the bathroom, then help him wash his clothes. The maid immediately bowed her head. Yes, miss. Lunian was lying in the bathtub, immersed in his own thoughts. In the end, I was still just a mortal. If I didn't have the treasure from the crystal tower to use the demon's skills inside, I wouldn't know if I would have died. No matter how many times, the great demons continue to be captured, but I also have to quickly reach level 100 and overcome the challenges to become a true monk. He rubbed his chin. When I become a fairy, I will be able to learn more magic from the ancestors. The skills in this game are no longer enough to deal with real invading demons, even monsters. Some fairies, tonight, when everyone is asleep, I will go to Dat Kai to add buffs to speed up leveling. The steady sound of announcements rang in his head. Congratulations, you have learned the secret cultivation technique of the elementary level of wine maintenance and flesh forest. This method, after double cultivation, within 7 or 2 hours, the cultivation speed will increase. Double. Congratulations, you have upgraded the secret cultivation method of muck lamb wine to the intermediate level. Within 7 or 2 hours, the cultivation speed will double to quadruple, and the effectiveness of the Humilia wine has been increased. And lasted another 2 hours. Outside the bathroom, the maid just now was sitting in front of the washing machine, hugging Lunian's clothes and sniffing them. This was the smell of old Lunian. It really smelled like a man. Her body was hot, she was trembling and moaning. Just the smell made me go into a trance. I'm such a shameless person. She knelt down, her bottom trembling uncontrollably. The pile of clothes rotates evenly in the machine. She still stood aside, observing, satisfying herself with the unclean fantasies in her head. She covered her face, sobbed and said, If Master Lunian knew that I was like this, he would definitely hate me. The young man sat on the throne and thought, It's been a long time since I've come to find the land to add buffs. Now I have to rely on magical weapons to fight, but my ability is still not strong. If I encounter a demon I can attack. Constantly afraid that no amount of lives would be enough to destroy them, he pondered, leveling up to 100 and passing the immortal trial cannot be ignored. The plate in the bull's hand dropped to the ground. The great king was coming. She did not hesitate to hug the young man. He quickly pushed the omen away. Where is the Dat key? We need to add experience and strengthen buffs. Her eyes glanced slightly at the young man. Your Majesty, if it was to add buffs, I could too. He pondered. It's been a long time since I've come here. Will she be angry if I don't find her? The gentle voice of the cow rang out. Your Majesty, please let me help you add buffs. The young man's face suddenly brightened. Then he was bothering his younger sister. She pulled the strap of her shirt behind her. The omen calmly spoke. My king is here. Perennials are evolving. His belt lightly hit her head. Successful evolution. The golden 9 dragon appears. We feel full of strength. The omen rubbed his face, making the slave scared to death. What is that? She suddenly looked up. Why was there a shadow in front of her eyes? She was surprised to see the golden Mekong. The omen's eyes opened wide. How could this be possible? She looked at the young man. Why should he continue to help the king with additional buffs now? It might be dangerous. To Dat Kai's stern face appeared, the cow told her to retreat. Baby King had a problem she couldn't control. Let me do it. His eyes could not hide his surprise. How did Dakai turn from 9 snakes into 9 dragons? Lu Nian suddenly stopped. He suddenly exclaimed, I feel so hot. I feel like I'm about to explode. To Dat Kai's voice became heavy. This is the demon magic of the 9-headed insect combined with the great king's double-cultivated constitution. In the humanoid state, there is still no problem, but in the human-hued state, the 9-headed insect has changed. Absorb the essence of the human emperor and change, if I cannot control the 9-headed king. The ox was worried. What would happen? She replied. The king would explode and die. The omen cow stood still. To Dat Kai ordered, don't stand there in a daze, quickly call the precious knock. The charming lady will come right away. The omen quickly turned around and ran away. I'll go call my sisters. She wondered, why does your king have the magic of a 9-headed worm? A 9 snake evolving into a 9 dragon should be a good thing, but your king still hasn't reached the mystical realm, just like a small tablet attached to a giant cannon that will most likely be toppled. Su Dat Kai seriously analyzed. Her eyes lit up with determination. My king must suck away the essence of humanity in your 9 dragons. Su Dat Kai immediately took action. Soft tentacles tightened around her body. It makes To Dat Kai unable to escape easily. The feeling of numbness came from each tentacle. Even though she was held tightly, she maintained her composure. To Dat Kai was overwhelmed. Her gaze was sharp. If this time she could help the king tame the 9 dragons, the king's dual cultivation ability would be greatly improved. To Dat Kai's voice was calm. People of the opposite sex whose mental strength was not strong enough when they saw the king's 9 dragons would be pressured by his prestige. Perennial cannot avoid extreme pain. She realized that the situation was getting more and more dangerous. There was no time left. She had to use 3 places on my body to simultaneously absorb the essence of Nanhong. To Dat Kai's eyes flashed with determination. The 9 dragons came here. The golden 9 dragon roared. The 9-tailed fox was arrogant. Tears rolled down her cheeks. He slowly woke up. Dat Kai, why are you so quick to let me go? To Dat Kai did not hide his feelings. Dat Kai nor yet died for the king. Her legs were gently wrapped around and locked. Lu Nian's eyes widened. Dat Kai kept letting me go. I was about to lose control. To Dat Kai is steadfast. Great king, don't worry about Dat Kai's matters anymore. If you don't release the full power of Hong Hong, you will die immediately. His face turned red. Finally the volcano erupted. Her voice trembled. The heat wave rushed straight into my Dantian. The Vu Lo army rushed over. Great king, sister. Her eyes were full of determination. My sister is here to help you. The golden 9 dragon rushed towards her. Vu Lo Quan was squeezed by it. Too strong. Ho Hai Mi, run quickly, my sister is here. She was sent flying by the golden 9 dragon. Outside the gate, a person was sweating profusely. The omen is trembling. This is the great king's 9 dragons. At this time it discovered her. The golden 9 dragon spits out a fireball. These fireballs melted the omen's clothes. It was so hot. She exclaimed, I'm about to melt. Lu Nian looked worriedly at the people around him. What should I do? I don't want that. He lost control again. Su Dat Kai quickly said, the king is about to explode. The sisters quickly arranged 9 sounds. Below her feet appeared a circle with ancient symbols. They stopped the golden 9 dragons. To Dat Kai's eyes are sharp. I am the eye in charge of 3 dragons, you guys each have 2. The 3 people replied, yes, sister. Vu Lo Quan looked at the young man. Here comes the treasure. The golden 9 dragons let out a resounding roar, and the sister-in-law was frantic. Dragon number 5 pointed towards the grape boss. The 4th brother here has too many grapes. He picked up 2 bunches of succulent grapes. The grapes here have plump seeds and are great for using as a facial mask. Dragon number 4 comfortably soaks in the shallow wine tub. Such good grapes are pressed into water and brewed into wine. Bathing in it is the best. It suddenly rushed. The 5th brother was not okay and quickly sprayed it out to block the flood water. The 2 dragons simultaneously breathed fire. Vu Lo Quan's whole body trembled. I'm so nervous, I can't lose to you guys. She shouted loudly, the evil dragon is here, to let you all know the power of Sister Fox.